Chapter 429. Night Walkers 5. KRRRRR. A massive iron mace rose high and then crashed down with a thud. As Dolores swung the mace, she reminisced about the past. After the Abyss Tree incident, she had doubts about her own power and had sought out Pope Nabokov to ask for personal training. Back then, Pope Nabokov had said, "A third-rate healer heals allies after they are injured. A second-rate healer heals allies immediately when they are injured. But a first-rate healer," Pope Nabokov's teachings made Dolores who she is today, "eliminates potential dangers before allies can get hurt." Dolores' mace fell like a lightning bolt, and it flattened Pedro's face. Crack! With a horrifying sound, Pedro's body was flung backward and crashed into the ground. Bianca asked in a bewildered tone, "How the heck do you carry that mace around?" "Well, normally you wedge the handle between your back muscles and carry it with your strength. But since I don't have the muscles and strength for that yet, I secretly strap it to my back with a cord. I cover the mace part with my skirt." Having finished her explanation, she raised the mace again and began eliminating her aura. Thwack! The mace fell once more on Pedro's head, who lay dazed on the ground. "Ah!" Pedro finally realized what was happening. The impact was so severe his eyes seemed like they would pop out. No, they actually did. His vision darkened, unclear whether from the divine power exposure or the sheer physical pain. What is the damn cavalry doing?" Pedro called for help, but the invincible cavalry couldn't get close. Sinclair's golden wall, Bianca's falling arrows, and Dolores' divine shield were preventing the cavalry from advancing. Moreover, with Pedro's mental magic weakened, some of the knights in the cavalry were breaking free from his control one by one. Pedro ground his teeth. It was a mistake to try to capture Tudor and Bianca greedily. Choosing this steep mountainous terrain for the battlefield was a bad idea for using cavalry in the first place. "If we just catch this guy, we might manage somehow." Tudor's quick judgment came into play. While the mercenaries hired by Cindy Wendy and reinforcements from various families were blocking the cavalry, Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair focused their attacks on Pedro alone. "You insolent brats dare!" Pedro resisted, releasing the highest level of aura and dark energy. As Pedro began to transform into something demonic, maginification, his body turned into a magin or a minor demon. Flash! Dolores' even more powerful divine shield pressed down on Pedro's entire body. Above that, Sinclair summoned countless golden hands to crush the demon's body. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca each gave their all, severing Pedro's limbs. Arg! Pedro couldn't do anything but shout. Pedro finally fell silent after Dolores imbued 24 stakes with holy power and pierced his body. With his capture, the invincible cavalry of the Quixote clan also came to a halt. They awoke from their daze and slowly began to realize the situation. "Where are we?" Gasp! "Why am I here?" Tudor. "Young master?" Tudor silently observed the knights of his clan as they gradually regained their senses. The members of the invincible cavalry present here were a small fraction. Most were deployed far away in the Civil War zones. The proud knights of Quixote, brainwashed by a mere demon and dying in vain. What a tragedy! Tudor's hateful gaze turned to Pedro, who was groaning on the ground. "You should have died when you sent my friend to prison. Now accept the death you've been spared until now." "Wait, spare me. Please spare my life. I'll do anything. I'll tell you everything. Just don't kill me." Pedro had experienced a similar situation in the past when he transported Vikir to Nouvelebag. Everyone except Tudor decided to interrogate Pedro a bit more. Tudor, who had insisted on executing Pedro, eventually agreed with the group's decision. "From now on, you'll tell us everything you know honestly and completely. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your life." "But if you answer truthfully, I'll spare your life. I swear on the honor of the Quixote clan." Behind Tudor, speaking calmly, the knights of the Quixote clan who had been brainwashed were glaring at Pedro with burning anger. Despite his pain, Pedro answered their questions diligently. As a result, the Night Walkers learned a great deal. They discovered that their target was named Chimera, and that Chimera had the power to make humans reckless and brave. This was a significant finding. They also learned that most of the invincible cavalry of the Quixote clan had been dispatched to conflict zones. The invincible fleet was anchored far away due to low sea levels from a drought. And that chimera, disguised as Monty, prioritized capturing Tudor above all else. Why do they want to capture Tudor and me? If the goal is to eliminate opponents, they could just take our heads. Wouldn't that be easier? I don't know, really. They didn't tell me. In response to Bianca's question, Pedro shook his head, claiming ignorance. At that moment, Tudor asked, "What about my father? Is he safe?" Pedro was silent for a moment before speaking in a hesitant tone. "Oh, of course he's safe, though his health isn't great. Is it true? Is my father really safe? I may be a demon now, but I was once a knight of the Quixote clan. I don't lie. Thank you, God, for protecting my father." Tudor closed his eyes and offered a prayer of thanks. Pedro, sensing the moment, spoke up. "I've told you everything I know. Please, let me go now. I have no strength left to resist. Surely you wouldn't break a promise you made on the honor of a Quixote knight." At that moment, Tudor's eyes narrowed. "Yes, I promised on my honor, as a knight of the Quixote clan. Yes, there is nothing more honorable and sacred than the chivalry of Quixote. I don't even deserve to utter such words." Pedro spoke in a self-deprecating tone, filled with gloom. However, Tudor shook his head. "You're right, you have no right to speak of the honor of the Quixote clan, but neither do I." Pedro looked up. Puzzled, Tudor slowly raised a broken spearhead in front of him. "My name is just Tudor." The spearhead gleamed coldly. "I have no damn surname." It came down directly on Pedro's neck. Pedro didn't have time to utter a word before his head was severed. Dark blood splattered across the ground. Tudor continued in a low voice. "Therefore, the honor of Quixote means nothing to me. Deep inside the fortress of Tachka, in the meeting room of the Night Walkers. Let's march back." Tudor spoke, just like the ancient strategy of a general who usurped the throne by returning his army. They planned to march back and enter the territory of Quixote without bloodshed, then infiltrate the castle and assassinate Monty. Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a good strategy. Even the usually skeptical and meticulous Cindy Wendy agreed this time. Quixote's cavalry had been blocking our supply lines. It caused significant disruptions. If we don't reclaim the Quixote territory, we won't be able to secure food and water for the refugees. That would jeopardize Vicier's plan. Moreover, now that they knew, the Night Walkers were gathered at the Tachka fortress. They needed to act quickly. A preemptive strike was the best course of action. Tudor seemed energized at the thought of rescuing his father and reclaiming his clan's estate. Dolors addressed everyone. "Only Sinclair and I have directly experienced the power of the 10 corpses." Dolors had faced Dantalion, Belial, and Amjusias, while Sinclair had faced Belial. The power of the 10 corpses, as described by Dolors and Sinclair, was incomparable to the likes of Pedro. And now, much time has passed, so they've likely grown even stronger. We need to be thoroughly prepared. Even the invincible Vicier took every precaution and risked his life when confronting the 10 corpses. The thought of finally confronting the true culprits steeled everyone's resolve. "I am well versed in the deployment of forces and the terrain within the estate." Tudor sketched a map of the clan's estate, indicating the locations of traps and secret passageways, briefing everyone in detail. At that moment, Figgy mumbled quietly, "It would be so reassuring if Vicier were here." Everyone's attention turned to Figgy. Figgy waved his hands in embarrassment. "Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to sound weak." Dolors smiled warmly and placed a hand on Figgy's shoulder. "Don't worry, Figgy, we all feel the same way. That even so, I'm sorry, I feel like I threw cold water on everything." Figgy's voice trailed off as he bowed his head. Tudor, too, offered words of comfort to Figgy. "I sometimes think the same thing. How wonderful it would be if he could miraculously appear before us. But the fact is, he's stuck in Nouvelebeg and can't be here." "That's true. What we need to do now isn't to dream idly about him being with us. We need to accomplish the tasks he entrusted to us, and eventually, rescue him from Nouvelebeg." Tudor's words resonated with everyone. "Vicier is surely alive, and one day we will meet him again. Before that happens, we need to achieve results we can proudly show him." Dolors also agreed with Tudor's sentiments. "We need to grow as well. Vicier shouldn't have to bear everything alone. We need to show him that he can rely on us more." Sancho, Bianca, and Sinclair silently nodded in agreement. Though they did not speak, they shared the same resolve. Only Cindy Wendy was quietly fingering a letter under the table. A letter she had recently received containing an official announcement from Nouvelebag. Knight Hound Victor van Baskerville, deceased. The report from Nouvelebag stated that Knight Hound had died while attempting to escape. There's no need to share this information. Cindy Wendy crumpled the letter with a small sigh. To the Night Walkers, Victor was a figure of faith. Shattering that belief was not an option. I wish a miracle would happen. Even Cindy Wendy, who never believed in luck or miracles, found herself hoping for one. Everyone was fervently awaiting Victor's return, hoping against hope for his miraculous reappearance. Chapter 430. The Lion King 1. Chapter 430. The Lion King 1. A castle located on the northern continent. Near the coast, the blue ocean waves shimmered below the high, towering old fortress. Nestled between the beach and the coastal cliffs, several fishermen could be seen working on the beach below. Within, a warm wind was inexplicably blowing from the distant sea. Bubble, bubble, bubble white foam rose from the rocky reef forest. This phenomenon occurs when schools of warm-water fish gather. Geez, where have all the other fish gone? We're only catching these guys, one fisherman said, looking troubled. The sea had become unusually warm, and as a result, warm-water fish, which only appear when the water temperature is high, were increasing in number. Rumble, come to think of it, the sky had been pitch black for several days. Dark clouds, wrapping around the sun in layers, were making it impossible to distinguish between day and night. The fishermen clicked their tongues. It's an ominous sign, an ominous sign. Did a volcano erupt somewhere far out at sea? Why is the water so warm? Remember, there was a big earthquake recently. It must be because of that. When schools of warm-water fish appear, the sea turns dark red. The other fish will die en masse. My joints are aching like they're going to break. Looks like a heavy rain is coming soon. Let's wrap it up quickly. The fishermen hurriedly gathered their nets and returned to the shore. On the beach, wooden stalls were lined up, and the caught warm-water fish were drying on them. Due to the famine, there was nothing to eat, so it was fortunate to catch plenty of warm-water fish. If they dried these well, they could last for a couple of months. At that moment, the fishermen all bowed their heads simultaneously. Oh my, the knights are coming. Let's bow quickly, we don't want to meet their eyes and get into trouble. They weren't like this before, but these days, they're all acting strange. Let's hurry into the hut. The fishermen, glancing towards the horizon, saw a group of knights approaching. The invincible cavalry of the Quixote clan, which had been dispatched to the Civil War zone. It seemed that some of them were returning to the household. The knights of the Quixote clan, who were known for their good nature, greeting common citizens, and occasionally helping with work, started changing ever since Cervantes, the head of the clan, secluded himself due to illness. The knights all became stern and cold, perhaps because of the orders from Monty, the acting head, who emphasized dignity and authority. Not only did they stop initiating greetings, but they also wouldn't respond to them at all, and there was no conversation or interaction whatsoever. Moreover, they displayed inhumane behavior, such as running over children playing by the roadside with their horses, causing the citizens to be very afraid of the Quixote clan knights. This fear-filled gaze from the common citizens was also felt by those leading the cavalry. Tudor, disguised in armor, was heartbroken by the sight of the territory's residents averting their eyes from him. The elderly who used to cheerfully wave their hats, the young men who offered dried fish or grilled fish, and the children who approached to play were all gone. Monty, no, Chimera, you are utterly unforgivable for making the Quixote territory fall into such decay. Hold it in. Tudor, control your anger. We might get exposed. Bianca, who was riding beside him, said to Tudor. Night twerkers, disguised in the armor of the Quixote clan, mingled within the ranks of the knights as they returned to the clan estate. The knights, whose brainwashing had partially worn off, deeply regretted their actions and willingly cooperated with the strategy. The clan's main fortress was now within sight. Once they crossed this point, night walkers would separate and follow Tudor through a secret passage. Within, the unpleasantly warm sea breeze penetrated through their helmets, carrying a musty odor. Ugh, what's that smell? Bianca, sensitive to odors, was the first to grimace. Sancho sniffed and spoke up. It's the smell of drying warm-water fish. They tend to have a particularly strong odor. It's really pungent, Figgy added. waving his hand in front of his nose. As they passed through the beach, filled with the smell of drying fish, they eventually saw the high gates of the Donquixote clan fortress located on the coastal cliff. Creak, as the invincible cavalry raised their banner. The gates automatically opened. They had successfully infiltrated the enemy stronghold. Night walkers discreetly separated from the knight's formation crossing the training grounds. This way. Tudor led them close to the outer wall, moving towards the bushes. This was a passage typically used by servants, but beneath the wall there was a secret door leading inside. The Donquixote knights wore vacant expressions as they entered, to avoid arousing the demon's suspicion. Upon receiving the signal, they would swiftly move to seize the empty castle. Then, at the critical moment, they would launch a surprise attack on Monty. To do that, we need to find Monty first and lure him out of the fortress, Dolor said, and everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, led by Tudor, night walkers took a back route towards the fortress. Here it is. Tudor infused mana into his fingertip and pushed one of the bricks in the wall. Grrr, a tunnel leading underground was revealed. Night walkers crawled into the tunnel. Click, an old solid fuel torch, made from dried whale fat, was attached to a wooden stick. Lighting a match against the hardened yellowish lump made several torches ignited. Good, it's still working. I thought it wouldn't light up because it's so old. If needed, I could have used a light spell. No, we should avoid using mana as much as possible. The demon might sense it. Tudor handed one of the torches to Sinclair. And so Dolors, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair, a total of 6 assassins, embarked on their mission. This was both the journey of demon hunters going to hunt a demon and the path of an eldest son, expelled from his clan, reclaiming his rights. Noticing Tudor's slight tremble, Bianca reached out and patted his back. Don't be nervous. The eldest son is supposed to inherit the clan headship. We have the rightful claim. So why be afraid? You're right. It's strange to be nervous when I'm reclaiming what's rightfully mine. Tudor took a deep breath and stood tall. Bianca, noticing Tudor's empty left arm, looked at him with sad eyes, but then bit her lip and gripped her bow tightly. She realized once again that she was in no position to feel sympathy for anyone, nor did she have the luxury to do so. After passing through several underground passages and double doors, they finally reached the deep interior of the main fortress. Tudor removed his iron mask and helmet, his single arm tensed with determination. The past years felt freshly vivid. Once, he had freely wandered the corridors in just a bathrobe after a shower, but now he had to sneak through in full armor. Just then, a few maids appeared around the corner of the corridor. "Oh, young master," surprisingly. The maids didn't seem shocked to see Tudor. "What brings you here at this hour?" Tudor felt his hand, holding the spear, grow sweaty. It seemed the maids were unaware of Tudor's current standing within the clan. "Nothing much, just thought I'd visit home after a long time." "Really? You've been out? We haven't seen you around lately. Is there something happening in the territory?" The maids looked at Tudor with concern. Tudor adjusted the black cloak covering his left arm and smiled slightly. "Something like that. How is father doing?" "We don't really know. We haven't seen him lately. We can only serve him through Count Monty." "Only through my uncle?" "Yes, master has been very ill. It's reassuring that Count Monty is always by his side, taking care of him with such dedication." At that moment, one of the maids spoke up. "But there's something strange. Whenever we go near the master's room, there's always a strange, foul smell." Tudor raised an eyebrow, and another maid quickly covered the speaker's mouth in shock. "Hey, why are you saying such unnecessary things?" "No, I told you. It's just your sensitive nose. Stop being so unnecessarily sensitive." The maids hurriedly ended the conversation and bowed to Tudor. "We must go now. The head maid is calling us. We need to assist the invincible cavalry knights who just returned to the main house." Yes. Go ahead." Tudor let the maids leave. As soon as the maids disappeared, his companions, who had been hiding between the ceiling and the columns, descended to the floor. "What did the maids say? One of them seemed a bit off." "I don't know. I didn't catch the whole thing." "Ugh, you idiot, you should have interrogated them. They seem to know nothing. They've always been inside the main house. What could they possibly know about the outside situation? It's more important that we move quickly now." Tudor's point was valid. Having infiltrated this far, they had no time to interrogate maids who knew nothing. Nightwalkers swiftly passed through the shadowed corridors and headed for the spiral staircase. Soon, they saw the master's quarters down the darkened hallway, the room where the ailing Cervantes lay. Two knights stood guard at the entrance. "Who goes there?" "The master is not receiving any visitors at the moment, Ga." The knights gasped in surprise at the sight of Tudor, but their surprise was short-lived. Their eyes turned blood-red. Their mouths stretched to their ears and their tongues split into two, protruding out. "How is the young master here?" "Well, welcome nonetheless." The knights immediately transformed into Magians upon seeing Tudor's face. It was more than just the effect of brainwashing. Bianca's arrows flew without hesitation. Thwack! She was at least 2 steps faster than the knights. With arrows embedded in their foreheads, the two demonized knights were instantly speared through the throat and heart by Tudor's lance. "I ended up using mana, what now?" "It should be masked by the demon's aura. Still, we should break through as quickly as possible." Tudor and Bianca turned their heads. Dolores, sensing the flow of mana around them with her eyes closed, nodded in agreement. It seemed they hadn't been detected yet, as there was no sign of alarm. Stepping over the corpses of the demonized knights, night walkers pressed on further. "Is father going to be all right?" "Of course, he's the great general, even if he's unwell. As long as we get him away from the demon's influence, he'll recover quickly. Plus, we have Senior Dolores with us." Tudor and Bianca were leading the way. Then, everyone felt it. Within, a warm sea breeze blew in through the window, carrying a musty odor. Ugh, the smell of drying fish. Bianca covered her nose, but Tudor's expression hardened. This wasn't the smell from the coast. The stench was far worse than drying warm-water fish. It was emanating from the cracks of the door, from where Lion King Cervantes was. Crack! Tudor shattered the locked doorknob with a squeeze of his hand and burst into the room. And then, Tudor and everyone else realized why the maids they met earlier had reacted the way they did. Chapter 431. The Lion King, 2. Chapter 431. The Lion King, 2. Whoosh, as the fishermen predicted. Perhaps due to a volcanic eruption in the distant sea, a strange warmth had been carried by the fierce sea breeze for the past few days. The stench of dried fish carried by this warm sea breeze spread throughout the entire castle of the Quixote clan, built atop the coastal cliffs. This smell came from the process of drying the unusually large catch of warm-water fish, a result of the increased water temperature. The excess fish were dried by the fishermen all along the coast, and the stench spread over a wide area, even reaching the Quixote clan's castle. However, the stench now wafting through the hallway was of a completely different kind. Lion King, Cervantes Quixote, head of the Quixote clan and one of the Empire's 7 pillars. He was the maritime emperor who commanded the invincible cavalry and navy fleet, ruling the blue seas. He was also the father of one of the most notable young heroes of this generation, Tudor Quixote. Tudor could see his father as soon as he opened the door. However, the first emotion Tudor felt upon seeing his father was neither sadness nor joy. It was curiosity. It was nothing special. It was the pure curiosity of not understanding what he was seeing. The unlit bedroom. On the large, desolate bed, something dark was moving. Though it had a human shape, its slight trembling suggested something unusual. As Tudor took a step forward to see what it was, rattle, 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 sensing a human presence, it began to move wildly. Countless black waves spread out from the bed in all directions. Tudor finally realized what those dark things were. They were cockroaches, flies, ants, centipedes, and various small beetles. Buzz, the stench grew stronger as the unpleasant sound of wings filled the air. An obscene scene was revealed on the bed, swarming with a tremendous number of insects. King of the Seas, Lion King Cervantes, the superhuman who could pierce mountains with a single spear thrust and split the sea with a single swing. A figure who possessed the most vast territory among the Empire's 7 great clans. The king of sailors who ruled the seas. He lay on the bed with only his skull and dried skin remaining. His body, teeming with insects, was reduced to nothing but bones, and his 2 skeletal arms tightly gripped the long spear piercing his belly. The stench and the insects originated from that very spot. Thud, Tudor collapsed on the spot. "Father," his voice muttered in a daze, a demeanor that suggested he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Silence, a dreadful silence. Even a grave would be quieter than this. In the face of the horrifying scene before them, no one dared to speak. No one dared to approach Tudor, who had collapsed. His best friend, his greatest teacher, his beloved father. Tudor's eyes, having witnessed the tragic end of such a figure, were trembling like a sailboat caught in a storm. At that moment, "Hold on!" Someone covered Tudor's eyes from behind. It was Bianca. With a trembling voice, she spoke softly into his ear. "Just stay like this for a moment." "Okay." Bianca held Tudor tightly, desperately. She covered his eyes with her shaking hands. After a long silence, Tudor finally spoke, as if a dam had burst inside him. "Fatherer!" He couldn't continue speaking for a long time after that. Dolores, who was standing nearby, stepped forward. She began to clear the bugs crawling over the bed with her bare hands. Once most of the insects were gone, Dolores covered Cervantes' face with her handkerchief. "This is my body which I give for you. I, Missa Est, rest in peace and go to a better place." It was a short but heartfelt farewell from the saintess. As soon as Bianca let go of his eyes, Tudor collapsed onto Cervantes' mummified body, struggling to contain his sobs. The sound of tears, emotions of pain, sorrow, hatred, and regret swirled within him. He took his own life. Everyone, including Dolores, could infer Cervantes' final moments. The cause of his death was obvious to anyone. Weakened by poison and inner demons, he used his remaining strength to turn his spear on himself before the demon could take over. With superhuman willpower and endurance, he drove the spear deep into his abdomen, piercing through to the floor below. The blackened swirls on the bed, walls, floor, and ceiling showed how fiercely the demon had fought to claim Cervantes' soul. Dolores used her holy power to cleanse Cervantes' body. All traces of malevolence, including the poison, were purified. Even with his weakened mind, he resisted the demon to the end. I knew, I had expected it. To some extent, Tudor responded with a voice thick with emotion. Cervantes' mental strength was legendary. He was the ruler of the seas. The question was what had caused his once strong body to fall ill. Dolores examined the floor beneath the bed. There were the rotting corpses of insects, dried up and reduced to powder. These were likely the first to feed on Cervantes' poisoned body. "I can feel the poison, a strong plague as well," Dolores said as she touched the remains of the insects. The long-decayed insects had clearly died from consuming Cervantes' poisoned body. Even now, a faint trace of poison could be sensed from his remains. The poison had faded over time, but it was still possible to discern what had tormented him to death. Dolores recognized it immediately. The Red Death. Memories of her first encounter with Vikir surfaced. A plague is spreading in the slums. Back then, Dolores had been suspicious of Vikir and reluctant to meet him, but the severity of the situation he described forced her to listen. It was then she first learned of the terrifying plague known as the Red Death. "The experience I gained dealing with the Red Death back then is proving invaluable now." Dolores had first-hand experience purifying this plague. The Red Death was a virulent poison-based plague created by the poison clan Reborn. The poison that had infected King of the Seas Cervantes appeared to be a more advanced version of what she had previously encountered. It has become even more potent and insidious, to the extent that even King of the Seas couldn't overcome it. Even the lingering traces of the poison after all this time were enough to make her break into a cold sweat. Dolores committed the sensation of this poison from Cervantes to memory. Meanwhile, Tudor clenched his teeth in rage. Poison clan Reborn. These were the enemies who had poisoned his father, the fiends who created the hateful poison and plague known as the Red Death. Tudor's gaze eventually fell upon the spear embedded in Cervantes' abdomen. The spear symbolizing the head of the Donquixote clan. Gungnir. Cervantes' spear technique, as swift as lightning and as heavy as a tidal wave, could not be managed by ordinary spears. While all other spears crafted by renowned artisans broke under the strain, only Gungnir was sturdy and robust enough to handle Cervantes' technique. Though heavy, it had a high mana-conductivity and never sustained even a scratch, making sharpening unnecessary. With tears of blood, Tudor grasped the shaft of Gungnir. "I will avenge you, father. I will kill Monty and ensure that every person involved in this atrocity pays dearly." Then something incredible happened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Gungnir began to tremble slightly, and then slowly it slid out of Cervantes' body. It was as if Cervantes himself was moving it. Clunk like a magnet finding its pair, Gungnir settled into Tudor's hand. The spear's weight nearly caused Tudor to stumble, but he held on firmly. Even though Cervantes had wielded Gungnir with both hands, Tudor managed to hold it with one, despite its substantial weight, and stood up without hesitation. And just like that, as if it were a lie, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. SSSHHHH. Cervantes' body, which had maintained its posture despite being devoured by countless insects, began to crumble into powder. His remains turned into black and red ash, collapsing with no trace of the previous stench. Only the sharp, familiar scent of the tobacco he had loved in life lingered. At that moment, clap, 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 from the dark corner, someone stood up applauding. The 6 night walkers, who hadn't sensed anyone else in the room until now, quickly assumed defensive stances. Eventually, the face of the intruder was revealed in the dim light. A tall, slender man with a white mask. It's finally been pulled out, Gungnir, Monty Donquixote. No, it was the appearance of the 4th corpse. Chimera, Chapter 432. The Lion King 3, Chapter 432. The Lion King 3, Isla Misión del Verdadero Caballero. Su deber, no, su privilegio, that is the true knight's mission and duty. No, not duty, but privilege. Soñar lo imposible soñar, dreaming the impossible dream. Vencer al invicto rival, defeating the invincible foe, sufrir el dolor insufferable, enduring unbearable pain. Morir por un noble ideal, dying for a noble ideal. Saber enmendar el error, knowing how to mend the mistake, amor con pureza y bondad, loving with purity and kindness. Currer en un sueño impossible, falling in love in an impossible dream, con fe. Una estrella alcanzar, having faith and aiming for the stars. A romantic poem straight out of chivalric literature. The one reciting it was a nobleman with beautiful blonde hair and blue eyes, Monty Donquixote. He raised his pale face to look at his nephew, Tudor, standing before him. Who taught you this poem that you love so much? Tudor remained silent. Dolors, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair knew the answer. Since his first days as a freshman at the Colosseo Academy, Tudor had always loved and recited chivalric literature and epic poems. Among them, he particularly favored that verse. Monty spoke again, pretending to be sad. Didn't you learn half of your chivalry from me? Your uncle, but what tragedy is this? To think you'd try to stab the uncle who gave you all his love. What a heinous act of treachery. Tudor stayed silent again. Monty continued. Hand over Gungnir. It is too dangerous for someone as young as you to handle. I, your guardian and uncle, will keep it safe until you grow up and become a proper knight. Now, a white palm extended in front of Tudor. Finally, Tudor spoke. You never managed to pull Gungnir from my father's body. Because this clan heirloom only responds to one who is worthy of becoming the head of the Donquixote clan. Tudor raised the Gungnir spear and lightly struck the ground with it. It was heavy but reassuringly so. The spear's blade was as sharp as Tudor's resolve. Finally, Gungnir crackled with blue lightning as it was pointed at Monty. Did you plan to capture me alive to make me draw Gungnir? Gungnir wouldn't respond to anyone but Tudor. Did Monty need Tudor to get his hands on this spear? The symbol and proof of the clan head. At Tudor's fierce words, Monty winked at him. You're somewhat right about my intentions, about half, actually. There were other purposes as well. Then, in a tone full of laughter, he continued. To be honest, I haven't been feeling very good these past few months, my dear nephew. Don't call me nephew, you vile demon. Oh, calling a nephew is now treachery. Very well. Then what should I call you? Mr. Tudor. Monty retracted his hand extended towards Gungnir and kept smiling broadly. But unlike his smiling face, his voice was tinged with deep regret. Why I haven't been feeling well, it's because I lost the body I'd spent over 10 years preparing to transfer into. Right at the last moment. Everyone's eyes widened. It was clear what Monty was referring to, the Lion King, Cervantes Donquixote. The demon had planned to abandon Monty's weak body and transfer into the strong physique of Cervantes. However, Cervantes, with his superhuman willpower, destroyed his own body before the demon could take it over. He completely shattered his core and firmly sealed the Gungnir spear within it. With this final act of resistance, Cervantes ensured the demon would leave empty-handed. I even borrowed poison from Reborn for this. I looked away for just a moment. and he took the opportunity to kill himself. It was a perfect example of even a wise man stumbles. Monty spoke with a feigned, melancholy expression and gesture. In the end, I got neither the soul nor the body of Cervantes. It's a tragic thing, but... His blue eyes began to turn pitch black. The excessively enlarged pupils seemed like openings to a deep abyss. Just meeting his gaze felt like being dragged into an endless, dizzying void. The disorientation and nausea made everyone around him, night walkers, stumble. All the starlight, moonlight, and light from human emotions were drawn into that dark abyss, into that dreadful emptiness where nothing existed, or rather where unknown horrors lurked. With such eyes, Monty looked at Tudor and grinned so widely that the corners of his mouth nearly touched his ears. But it's okay. Here is a body even younger and fresher than Cervantes, with even greater potential. A body not yet fully matured, but with endless possibilities for growth. Finally, night walkers understood what Monty truly desired. A body with the highest qualities, comparable to the spear King Cervantes, but much younger, with a bright future and limitless potential for growth. Moreover, a body with a relatively immature and weak will, perfect for being overtaken. That's right. After failing to possess Cervantes's body, Monty now targeted Tudor's body. Why does he want to capture me and Tudor alive? If his goal was simply to eliminate us, he could just take our heads. That would be much easier, wouldn't it? No, I really don't know. He didn't tell me anything. There was a reason why Pedro had desperately avoided answering Bianca's question. Whether he knew this or not was uncertain. It's a trap, Dolores bit her lip. The small group of Don Quixote cavalry that had attacked them, the somewhat flimsy brainwashing, the lax vigilance, and the mastermind revealing himself so easily. All these were Monty's bait to lure Tudor into the inner sanctum. If it had been Vikier, he wouldn't have fallen for such a trick. Dolores blamed herself, but dwelling on it wouldn't change the situation. They had to do their best regardless. It had been a disadvantageous fight from the start, and that hadn't changed. First, let's get to a wider area. There are knights outside the stronghold who have broken free from the brainwashing. If we join forces, we might have a chance. However, Dolores' thoughts were abruptly interrupted. Yeah, Tudor suddenly charged at Monty with Gungnir in hand. Whoosh, lightning fast with the weight of a tidal wave. Tudor's strike aimed straight for Monty's heart. Oh, this is beyond my expectations. The sturdiness of the bones, the elasticity of the muscles, the freshness of the organs, truly a great body. Monty twisted his waist to dodge Tudor's spear. At that moment, thud, 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 Bianca's arrows flew, embedding themselves into the wall. Ha! Bianca, like Tudor, was wildly attacking. Strangely, it wasn't just Tudor and Bianca. Sancho, Figgy, and Sinclair were the same. My body is moving on its own. I feel like I can do something. There's no basis for it. But I feel an inexplicable exhilaration. This is wrong, something's wrong. Hearing her comrades, Dolores realized she had been mistaken as well. Come to think of it, I too have been feeling increasingly confident. Could it be? She quickly looked up at Monty. There he was, smiling broadly. Have you figured it out now? I have the ability to make my opponents reckless, like a frog trying to wrestle a bull. Irrational and daring. Monty had used this brainwashing ability to make the Don Quixote clan fall into his hands. From the moment Pedro discovered the fortress of the Night Walkers, the demon's cunning power had been at play. The Night Walkers, as if spellbound, had come to the Don Quixote stronghold of their own accord, only to find themselves about to lose everything to the terrifying demon. Vikir's warning was right, Dolores deeply blamed herself. Before leaving for Nouvelabag, Vikir had given a brief explanation of the abilities of the 10 corpses. However, the demon's power was so mysterious and peculiar that even experiencing it firsthand often didn't make one realize it was a supernatural ability. The Night Walkers were confused, not knowing at what point they had fallen into Monty's trap. It now seemed that their very presence here might have been the demon's manipulation. Once that thought took hold, the confusion became uncontrollable, and the demon never misses the moment when humans lose their insight and fall into confusion. Now, with things suitably chaotic, shall I proceed to completely shatter your minds? To take over a body, one must first destabilize the mind. It's a basic principle. Crackling, Monty spread his arms wide. As he did, the floor began to crack. soon forming deep fissures that caused it to collapse. Crash, boom, through the thick darkness beneath the floor, something began to surge upwards. Its identity was a pure malevolent intent designed to destroy the human mind and spirit. Seeing what lurked below, the faces of Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair turned pale in an instant. Abyss Tree. The sight below was a trauma-inducing scene that anyone who had attended the Colosseo Academy would recognize, striking fear into their hearts. Chapter 433, The Lion King 4, Chapter 433, The Lion King 4, Rumble. Amidst the collapsing ground, a gigantic horse's head emerged, along with a body covered in pitch-black bark. Having a horse appear in the presence of knights was not unusual, but the horse that appeared now was eerily familiar. For those who graduated from the Colosseo Academy, it was impossible not to remember this bust. 5th Corpse Amjusia's, danger level, S+ size. Discovery location, depths of the Gate of Destruction. Womb of the Serpent, also known as the 5th Corpse, one of the 10 corpses. Take away the lives of those born in that year. 10 Commandments 10-1 Amjusia's, the unicorn of the abyss, the 5th corpse. This demon, in the form of a giant horse, was roaring with its mouth wide open towards night walkers. How is this possible? Vicyr already killed him, didn't he? Hearing Tudor and Bianca's astonished cries, Monty chuckled and responded. It's not the real one. It's a remnant thought of Amjusia's. It can't exert the full power of the original, but it can reproduce some of its abilities similarly. Amjusia's remnant thought scattered into countless fragments after he was shattered. Monty seemed to have picked up a sizable fragment from those. Amjusia's was always a noble steed I wanted to tame. What could be more honorable than taming a beast-class demon, who was treated as my equal? It's all thanks to your friend. Monty climbed onto Amjusia's back. Die, demon, Tudor wielded Gungnir, but if you have a good horse, you need a good body and a good weapon, right? Ah, Tudor, recklessness is the privilege of the young. I've waited so long for your courage to mature beyond your physical form. This only made Monty's grin widen further. At the same time, swoosh, the rough bark covering Amjusia's body began to rise like tentacles. Everyone could tell that these were not ordinary trees. Abyss Tree, Dolores exclaimed in horror. It seemed Monty had also obtained Amjusia's ability to control plants. Though only a few remnants of the Abyss Tree were present, it was enough to recreate a dream world once more. Abyss Tree is perfect for destroying the minds of prey, ideal for taking over a body without leaving a single scratch. Ah, you must be well aware, having experienced it yourself. Monty's voice flowed smoothly. The remnants of the Abyss Tree extended rapidly, entwining the night walkers. Creak, everything was just as it was on that day. The roots of the abyss bound Dolores and everyone else tightly, dragging their minds to the deep, distant depths of the abyss. Now I understand why Amjusia's was so obsessed with souls ripened within the Abyss Tree, Monty muttered in a low voice. I'll let you slowly ripen until you are almost worn out. Then I'll pluck you. Souls are like fruit. They are sweetest and softest just before they rot. Tudor clutched his throbbing head and looked up. Dry, barren earth, a desolate wasteland. A crimson sky. He woke up in the world within the Abyss Tree for the first time in nearly 4 years. The fortunate thing was that he wasn't separated from his companions Dolores, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair. They all woke up in the same space. Where are we? The harsh landscape they encountered upon awakening left everyone in shock. Parched, blackened soil, skeletal dead trees, scorched earth, and thick, rising smoke blocking their view. While they all had experienced being trapped in the Abyss Tree before, they had never been thrown into such a harsh environment from the start. Beyond the hazy atmosphere, a shadowy figure could be seen. It was a rather large statue, worn down by the passage of time, making it difficult to discern its original form. Despite the many broken parts, the statue's face was somewhat recognizable. Bianca, with her keen eye, was the first to speak. It's the figures of the iron-blooded sword clan. Baskervilles, it looks like Patriarch Hugo Le Baskerville and young Lord Osiris Le Baskerville. This gave them a clue about whose mindscape they might be in. Could it be that this is a visual representation of Vicyr's inner world? At Tudor's words, everyone slowly nodded. Vicyr, their friend who killed Amjusia's on his own. They had heard that Vikyr fought the final battle with Amjujas in a space that visualized his inner mind. The landscape Vikyr had vaguely described from his mindscape looked exactly like this. Every tree's leaves burnt to ashes, the soil dry, insects dead, and animals reduced to mere bones, this desolate mountain. 5 such mountains rose tall. Everyone instinctively knew upon entering this mindscape. These enormous, accumulated mountains were the embodiment of the burdens and responsibilities Vikyr carried in his heart. But there was more that shocked dolers, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Sinclair. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, a swamp of flesh and blood, mountains built from piles of bones, rivers, lakes, and seas formed from blood. Demon and human corpses intertwined to form hills, knolls, valleys, and canyons with lava and sulfur continuously erupting everywhere. Starving monsters fought over corpses, and the endless cries of despair, wails, and death throes echoed ceaselessly. A scene beyond human comprehension, utterly brutal and horrific. The immense chain of chaos, the vortex of hatred, where did all these terrifying sights originate? What kind of world has Vikyr been through? Dolers, filled with sorrow and pity, carefully observed everything. Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, and Figgy were speechless as well. How could anyone see such a landscape in their life? I always thought he wasn't an ordinary guy, but what on earth? Having lived in such an environment, it's no wonder his personality was so detached. I feel so sorry for Vikyr. Sinclair could only take in all of this with a wistful gaze. Just then, footsteps could be heard treading upon the ground. A scraggly horse came into view, trudging from beyond the burning horizon. Doler's eyes widened. Amjujas, the 5th corpse, a demon in the grand and imposing form of a horse/unicorn. Yet now it was walking on the ground in the guise of an old, decrepit donkey. It looked like it might collapse at any moment, as if it was on the verge of complete exhaustion. Tudor extended his spear and stood in Amjujas's path. "Hey, stop!" At that moment, thud, Amjujas collapsed to the ground, before Tudor could even block its path. "What? I didn't do anything." Tudor hurriedly waved his hands, trying to dispel Bianca's narrowing gaze beside him. Meanwhile, Dolers inspected Amjujas's body as it lay on the ground. It appeared to be a minuscule fragment of the many remnants left by the real Amjujas. Exhausted and on the verge of disappearing, it opened its mouth. "Run, he is coming." Everyone tilted their heads in confusion at these words. Amjujas continued, tears of blood streaming from its eyes. "This is the realm of that monster that destroyed the abyss tree and trapped me within his own mindscape. I don't know how you ended up here, but you'd better run. This monster's inner world is so desolate and barren that even a demon's mind will break if trapped here for too long. He. Those were the final words of the fragment of Amjujas's will. Tsutsutsu, Amjujas's soul fragment crumbled into black dust and scattered. It seemed Monty had managed to harness the fragment of Amjujas within Vikyr's inner world. "I don't fully understand, but it means we're trapped in a fragment of the abyss tree that copied Vikyr's inner world. This landscape is Vikyr's inner mindscape, right?" Everyone nodded at Tudor's summary. It was hard to believe, but given the situation, they had no choice but to accept it. "It seems like a result of the combined powers of the 4th corpse and the 5th corpse. Our priority is to find a way out of this world." No one disagreed with Doler's statement. Monty intended to confine them here and gradually break their minds. In this harsh environment that could even shatter a demon's will, humans wouldn't last long. "Damn it, since this is a mindscape, we can't even take our own lives. If we lose focus, Monty will take our bodies." Tudor looked around, sweating nervously, but the bleak, monochrome landscape of this world was maddening just to behold. What kind of life has Vikyr lived? This was the only thought that ran through everyone's mind. Just then, "Demons!" A voice came from behind, freezing everyone in place, but their bodies didn't react out of fear or dread. It was a voice they longed to hear, a voice they desperately wished to hear again. "Demons must!" It was the voice of an old friend, a comrade they thought they'd never hear again. "Vikyr!" Figgy was the first to turn his head. Dolers, Sinclair, Tudor, Sancho, and Bianca quickly followed, turning to face the source of the voice. Standing there was the person they all thought of. Vikyr van Baskerville, the exemplary student who had never lost his position at the top, and the notorious villain known as the Night Hound. who had thrown the entire imperial city into chaos. All demons must die. He stood there, looking exactly the same as he did years ago, in this desolate and lonely place, all this time. Alone. Chapter 434, The Return of the Night Hound 1, Chapter 434, The Return of the Night Hound 1, All demons must die, Vikir murmured in a low voice. Dolors and the other graduates of Colossep Academy initially greeted Vikir with delight, but soon realized something. This was not Vikir. It was a fragment of the inner world that hadn't been dealt with 4 years ago when Amjujas was eliminated. The residual thought inside merely mimicked Vikir's form, but even so, he looks exactly like Vikir. Tudor and Bianca broke into a cold sweat. Over the past 4 years, everyone had undergone many changes both internally and externally, but the Vikir in front of them appeared exactly as he did 4 years ago. Seeing him now, Vikir was really young. Did he really hunt those terrifying demons with that young body? Sancho and Figgy also sighed. Dolors and Sinclair remained silent, their mouths shut. However, the sadness, affection, and longing were clear in their gazes as they looked at the residual thought that was once part of Vikir's subconscious. But then, something happened that shattered everyone's tender emotions. All demons must die, Vikir's residual thought. Once a part of Vikir's inner self, it began to swing a sword at them. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-boom! A terrifying slash swept across the ground. Dolors and the others felt a chill down their spines and hurriedly dodged. Indeed, this was no time to pity Vikir. Regardless of how desolate Vikir's inner self had been, he had been an absolute powerhouse who had reached the level of a swordmaster. Why is he attacking us? Has he become so aggressive because he's been trapped here for the past 4 years? Tudor and Bianca, being at the forefront, were the first to be attacked. Croc-rock-rock-rock-raw, watching the fangs flying around, shredding everything in their path, made them feel like small herbivores being hunted by a giant predator. Overwhelming fear, an oppressive presence that defied resistance. Their instincts screamed wildly to run away immediately. Rumble a storm of ferocious fangs, an aura like pitch-black flames, through it all. Vikir's eyes blazed with deep emptiness. They could only think of fleeing. They had no will to fight against such terrifying eyes. All demons must die. A wildfire-like hatred towards demons. But the target of that hatred was not only demons, but everything in the world. Well, in this world, there are only demons. He's moving to kill everything he encounters. Dolors gritted her teeth. The burden and sense of responsibility that Vikir carried could be guessed by looking at the towering mountains and mountain ranges in the background. He must have carried an unimaginable burden on his shoulders, one that an ordinary human couldn't even begin to comprehend. I felt it from the first moment I met Night Hound. The faint emotions she felt watching him serve the sick in the slums. Dolors was now definitively reaffirming those feelings. Meanwhile, Sinclair was closely analyzing Vikir before her. That form, it has to be that. What do you mean by that? A human-shaped monster that lives solely for battle, a noble knight who has turned dark, becoming a crystallized remnant of thought. Sinclair wiped the cold sweat from her forehead as she answered Bianca's question. A death knight. At her words, everyone turned their gaze to Vikir's face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and they counted the number of fangs Vikir currently displayed. During the Abyss Tree incident, Vikir had fought Amjujas to a standstill. Everyone clearly remembered the trajectory of the fangs his sword carved. 8, that was the number of fangs Vikir had drawn. And now, the number of fangs Vikir was drawing in front of them was 9. The Vikir before them was swinging his sword, drawing 9 fangs. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-boom. 9 streaks of slashes tore through the earth and sky, chaotic and disorderly. Yet, the destructive power of this swordsmanship was utterly terrifying. We have to survive this, in this already harsh world. Now I understand why that fragment of Amjujas dried up and died. Tudor and Bianca hastily retreated, Baskerville's 9th style. For some reason, Vikir's residual thought had managed to use it, exuding terrifying killing intent as he twisted his head left and right. Crack, crack, no matter how you looked at it, this wasn't the movement of a living human. It seemed that Vikir's fragment of consciousness had wandered this devastated world, enduring endless battles and pain, leading to some form of awakening. We have no choice but to fight. Dolors bit her lip as she spoke, Flash, a holy barrier blocked Vikir's path. Vikir's residual thought flinched at the unfamiliar energy. Different from that of demons, however, boom, no exceptions. A Death Knight destroys everything that stands in its way, Baskerville's fourth style. 4 streaks of slashes hammered at Dolar's barrier. Big Brother, Sinclair joined the fray as well, drawing up the gold veins from beneath the ground. She reinforced Dolar's holy barrier with her golden shield. Thud, a massive impact shredded the barrier as it broke through. At that moment, Dolars and Sinclair felt a powerful wave of emotions crashing into their hearts. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, who were brushing away fragments of the aura, felt the same. Each clash of swords, each spatter of blood brought a searing wave of emotion through their chests. These were the wounds of Vikir's heart, accumulated over his lifetime, not physical injuries but a totality of pain, loneliness, hatred, solitude, sorrow, and loss. Everyone had focused only on the visible pain, failing to see the shadow of emotions beneath. The resolve Vikir always held, the countless times he revisited and replayed his past, filled everyone's hearts. True empathy. Dolars, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair understood. The loneliness of one raised as a hound amidst discrimination, the sense of loss from losing comrades he was attached to, the sorrow of being betrayed by someone he trusted, the desolation of being abandoned and executed by a master he was loyal to, the powerlessness of watching those he wished to protect die like trash. Losing, being tortured, fighting, tearing apart, dying, killing, struggling. Yes, struggling, always struggling in life. A bastard, the child of a discarded concubine, even his middle name, Van, reflected his status. He had to fight 100 times harder than his half-siblings who were born with surnames like Law or Le, yet he lived a life of loneliness and pain. This is the life of Night Hound. This was Vikir's past, synonymous with war, a reflection of the age of destruction. Drip, tears flowed from their eyes without knowing who cried first. Their bodies were being shredded in the storm of slashes, but the pain in their hearts was even greater. Vikir lived with these emotions in his heart all this time. It's unbelievable, even while experiencing it firsthand. To have gone through this and still overcome it. Damn it, how can a human endure all this? Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were deeply shaken by the newfound understanding of their comrade's inner world. Sinclair, who was maintaining the barrier, bit her lip until it bled. I had no idea my brother's past was like this. Honestly, she thought she was the saddest and loneliest person in the world. But now, feeling the emotional blades cutting through her, she understood. She understood all too well. This is not the time to think about love. Not now. Not now. But maybe after my brother achieves his goal, will he have some peace? My goal is far and arduous. To achieve it, there's still a long way to go. I know. Someone like you must have huge ambitions. They must be truly great. So, if one day my brother achieves everything he desires, will you accept me then? How childish those words were. How much of a burden they placed on him. If that day comes, and how heavy-hearted yet sincerely heartfelt, his seemingly casual response, given just to end the conversation, truly was. Meanwhile, Dolars barely held back her trembling. Vikir, stay strong, you are a strong person, she shouted inwardly, facing the storm of slashes. It was fortunate that these slashes were aimless. If they had been a bit more accurate, her barrier would have been shredded like paper. She carefully navigated between the sword strikes. Though the blades that pierced the wall left long cuts on her body, Dolars remained undeterred. Eventually, she pulled out an artifact from her chest, the Mirror of Truth. It reveals the true nature of whoever it reflects. Dolars wanted to show this to Vikir's rampaging residual thought, to help him see who he truly was, how valuable and radiant he was. At that moment, as if by miracle, the storm of slashes paused. Dolars, seizing the moment, held up the mirror towards Vikir as her final act. Flash in the mirror. Vikir's reflection appeared. Not the youthful face from 4 years ago, but a man's face, more defined and mature, stared back at Vikir's residual thought. A face marked by sincerity, uprightness, strong conviction, and firm resolution. Dolars felt her strength wane and managed a faint smile. Yes, this clean and handsome face, this is your true self. She spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Even if she turned to dust in this moment, if she could lighten the burden of this lonely man even slightly, But reality unfolded a bit differently than Dolers had imagined. "I know." The vicar in the mirror opened his mouth and spoke. Dolers was momentarily stunned. Did the mirror of truth have this feature? But her thoughts didn't last long. Swish, a quiet hand covered the mirror. That's right, Dolers, having lost strength in her hands, hadn't managed to pull out the mirror at all. Then what was the vicar standing before her? Dolers lifted her head again to take a closer look. All demons must die. I agree. Vicar's residual thought, emitting terrifying killing intent, stood in the shadows, and another vicar facing his own self. It's been a long time. Everyone? The figure addressing them with a short greeting was unmistakably him. It was the real vicar. Chapter 435. The Return of the Night Hound 2. Chapter 435. The Return of the Night Hound 2. It's been a long time. Everyone? A low, deep voice. Dolers, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair widened their eyes as if they had witnessed something unbelievable. Vicar, the infamous Night Hound, the old friend who had been imprisoned in Nouvelebeg over 4 years ago, was standing right before their eyes. His height had increased, his chest and shoulders had broadened, and his jawline had become even sharper. It was one thing for a pretty boy who looked almost androgynous to grow into a handsome young man, but the density of the aura emanating from his well-built frame was on another level entirely. It felt as though a massive mountain, no, a mountain range was placed before the Night Walkers. The change was so drastic it was as if he had become an entirely different person, but that made it all the more real. The vicar standing before them was the true vicar who had endured those 4 years in Nouvelebeg. But how? Dolers and Sinclair mouthed in disbelief as they looked at vicar. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca also wore dazed expressions. Overwhelmed by the sudden reunion, Tudor was the first to come to his senses. "Vicar, is it really you? Is it really my friend Vicar?" "Maybe," Vicar smiled. "You bastard, we were worried, but how did you get out? What happened? It's a long story." "Then give us a short version." All right, here's the short version." Vicar, stepping back slightly from the eagerly advancing Tudor, briefly summarized. "I was imprisoned in Nouvelebeg. I escaped. I came here to assassinate Monty. I was lurking around the main fortress for the past few days, waiting for a chance to sneak in, and then I saw you all enter, so I followed." "You left out a lot, didn't you?" Everyone, including Tudor, had the same thought, but as Vicar had said, there was no time for a detailed explanation. Kill demons. The Death Knight version of Vicar began to move. Boom, Baskerville's fourth style. 4 fangs flew toward Vicar. Each fang was powerful enough to split the earth and tear the sky. Moreover, the proficiency was beyond the master level, yet Vicar remained calm in the face of the massive slashing vortex. The fourth style. I'm quite confident in that too. Vicar also deployed the Baskerville fourth style, having practiced this swordsmanship his whole life. The movements were as natural as breathing. The 4 fangs viciously tore at each other's space. Crack! A few strands of hair and droplets of blood scattered. In an intense exchange where neither side gave an inch, Death Knight Vicar gritted his teeth. Roar! A dark aura surged even stronger. Death Knight Vicar raised his swordsmanship to another level, Baskerville's fifth style. 5 fangs bore down on Vicar. In response, Vicar also elevated his swordsmanship to the next level. A storm of slashes, like facing a mirror. As the fifth styles clashed, slash, schlick, flesh flew and blood spurted. Slight asymmetries led to minor injuries on both sides. Kill! Death Knight Vicar once again elevated his swordsmanship to another level. Baskerville's sixth style. The ferocious onslaught characteristic of fangs ensued. In response, Vicar also countered with the sixth style. Blade met blade, tip met tip, sparks flew, and the battle was once again evenly matched. Next came the Baskerville seventh style, then the eighth style, each matched by an equal number of fangs from the opponent. Eventually, Death Knight Vicar revealed his ultimate card. Baskerville ninth style, the ultimate intent to kill that slashed everything into pieces. Crack, crrack. The crimson aura surged violently, carving away the surrounding rocks and hills. Vicar, faced with the slashing net tearing the world apart, murmured in admiration. The ninth style, is this the realm beyond the threshold of death? Perhaps because this was a dream world. The boundary between life and death was ambiguous. Moreover, The fragment of his inner self before him included experiences of death from before his regression, making it even more so. As a being rampaging without reason, it was natural for it to be indifferent to life and death. All these factors combined to create the extremely rare and coincidental emergence of the Baskerville ninth style. Vikyr was limited to the eighth style. That was the limit of the living, those with much to lose. But in the end, it's just a remnant, a dreg left behind by the wheel of fate. With that brief assessment, Vikyr drew his cursed sword Beelzebub to its full length. Flash, Baskerville 8th style, the 8 fangs created by Vikyr roared towards the 9 fangs before him. Vikyr, I'll help you, Dolers stepped forward. It's fine, I can handle this alone. Vikyr declined Dolers' help. He needed to conserve her holy power for the upcoming battle against the 4th corpse. Moreover, Vikyr wanted to test how much his 8th style had matured. Facing the Baskerville 9th style, which no one other than Cane Corso had ever reached, was a perfect opportunity. Boom, boom, boom. Vikyr's 8th style clashed with Death Knight Vikyr's 9th style. Different trajectories, but the essence was the same, after all. Fangs exist to bite and wound others. Crack, the balance broke. Surprisingly, it was Death Knight Vikyr's 9th style that wavered first. For the first time, Death Knight Vikyr, who had never been pushed back, retreated, his expression twisted with bewilderment. Seeing this, Vikyr felt assured in his judgment. This is nothing compared to Cane Corso's 9th style. Indeed, the 9 slashes created by Death Knight Vikyr were each powerful and destructive. However, they moved in separate directions, lacking a clear intent and purpose. 8 hunting dogs working in unison to strike and retreat can capture a much larger and stronger prey than 9 dogs acting independently. This was exactly the current situation. Crack, the 8 fangs created by Vikyr rotated in a circular formation. Black Sun. This was the most efficient killing method he had indirectly learned from Cane Corso. As it spun fiercely and converged into one point, it shattered the irregularly protruding fangs and drilled into the core with rough, heavy force. It was like throwing a solid bowling ball into the mouth of a predator with bared teeth. Crack, snap, crunch, boom. The 9 fangs created by Death Knight Vikyr were all broken. In contrast, the 8 fangs created by Vikyr surged forward, without a single one breaking or falling out, heading straight for Death Knight Vikyr. Even as he was sucked into the center of the Black Sun and his body was slashed and torn apart, Death Knight Vikyr did not utter a single scream. He only glared at Vikyr with burning eyes. Demon. Eventually, Death Knight Vikyr crawled out from between the slashes. I will kill you, however. One must be careful not to become a demon while fighting demons. Waiting for Death Knight Vikyr, who emerged from the cracks in the Black Sun, was an even larger Black Sun. Sadly, you have become no different from a demon. Another Black Sun stacked on top of the first. Crack. The 2 gigantic black spheres interlocked like clockwork gears, turning together. At last, a scream burst from Death Knight Vikyr, crushed beneath the mass of slashes. Arg! His body was shredded into a pitiful state. But even worse was the uncontainable rage boiling in his chest with nowhere to vent. Demon, die, die, demon, die, even as a blood-soaked, tattered mess, Death Knight Vikyr clawed at the ground, desperately struggling to kill his opponent. Those who endured the era of destruction harbored deep-seated anger and resentment towards demons, and those born as hunting dogs, surviving such times, often ended up in similar ways. Shattered egos, unimaginable hatred, and suppressed rage exploding in the end. Vikyr looked down at him silently. Lost in thought, Dolers watched Vikyr's profile and wondered, what is he thinking? Death Knight Vikyr was another fragment of Vikyr's subconscious, an embodiment of his deep-seated grudge and animosity towards demons. What thoughts ran through Vikyr's mind as he looked at a being that was essentially himself? He must be sad, melancholic. Dolers shed tears as she looked at Vikyr, who could remain unaffected watching their own reflection being destroyed so terribly, who could stand before such a horrific scream and dreadful struggle and not be moved. Right here. This is perfect. Vikyr looked at the struggling Death Knight Vikyr with a faint smile. The perfect material. It was worth it to enter this fragment of abyss tree. Ignoring the bewilderment of Dolers and the others, Vikyr untied the pouch from his waist and held it in his hand. Thud, 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 he dumped the contents onto the ground. Feast. They were objects that looked like black kidney beans. Dolers Sinclair. and the others widened their eyes in surprise. The black masses wriggled toward Death Knight Vikyr the moment they hit the ground, drawn by the intense scent of blood emanating from his entire body. Leeches, a secret weapon Vikyr had brought from Nuvalebeg. Chapter 436, The Return of the Night Hound 2, Chapter 436, The Return of the Night Hound 2, Black Town's special leeches, a secret weapon Vikyr brought from Nuvalebeg. They were like small vampires driven by insatiable hunger and gluttony. These creatures, which began to swell after drinking the blood on the ground, soon craved even more blood, specially bred by the Black Tongue to seek only their owner's blood. Despite their small size, they consumed an enormous amount, so much so that even Vikyr, with his super regenerative abilities, could not handle them. Then, an opportunity arose. A substitute with the exact same blood composition as Vikyr appeared, providing a perfect chance to grow these leeches. "Eat up, all of you," Vikyr spoke generously, and the leeches moved as if they understood Vikyr's words. Leeches, squeezing through torn flesh, exposed bones, and dangling tendons and fat, ravenously increased their size. Even Death Knight Vikyr, who had reached the 9th level, was helpless against their relentless gluttony. Death, damn demon, die. Even the mighty Death Knight was no match for the swarming leeches. Simultaneously, the leeches clinging to the Death Knight began to change. Crack, snap, pop, the leeches, growing from the size of beans to the size of fingers. But it wasn't just their size that increased. Buzz, bzzz, cackle, cackle, the leeches grew small heads, bodies, arms, and legs, and their features began to resemble Vikyr's. Although their appearance was still rudimentary, like crude dolls made by children, the more blood they sucked, the more they resembled Vikyr. Cute, they looked just like Big Brother. As Sinclair reached out to one leech that had lost the feeding competition, hiss. Suddenly, the leech glared and bared its teeth, causing Sinclair to recoil in fright. "What's with that? I was just trying to help because it looked so pitiful." Sinclair pouted slightly as she watched the leech waddle away to suck more blood. At least the good thing was that those creatures showed no interest in anything other than Vikyr's blood. Meanwhile, die, you damn demon, die. The Death Knight was slowly collapsing. Having exhausted all his mana with the 9 fangs and being struck twice consecutively by the Black Sun, he suffered severe external injuries and massive internal damage from mana overload. With the special leeches developed by Black Tongue, there was no way even a Death Knight would survive. Eventually, Vikyr's inner self crumbled. All demons must die, all demons must. Even with his disintegrating self and body, Death Knight Vikyr tried to stand up one last time. Vikyr looked down at himself calmly, and then, "Don't worry," he reached out and closed the eyes of his inner self. "The era of destruction will never come again." And then something astonishing happened. The expression on the Death Knight, stained with black veins and even darker shadows under its eyes, began to soften slightly. Tsutsutsu. Gradually, Vikyr's body turned into dry ashes and scattered on the ground, and with a gust of wind after a few flutters, there was nothing left. Vikyr gazed dryly in the direction of the wind. The era of destruction. Even the most accomplished warriors who had lived a lifetime in hatred and chaos do not know the final destination of life. At that moment, scuttle, scuttle, a sensation of small things crawling up his feet. As Vikyr turned his gaze, he saw the bewildered leeches, now having nothing to feed on, scurrying around on the ground. The leeches, now as big as fingers, had become miniatures resembling Vikyr. "Come on back." Vikyr, having dropped a drop of his own blood into a leather pouch, shook it on the ground. Scenting Vikyr's blood, the leeches immediately drooled and leaped into the pouch. Vikyr nodded as he watched the squirming leeches inside the pouch. Hatred towards demons, with the appearance and power of the original. They're strategically handy if I can control their gluttony properly. While an ordinary person might have indulged in sentimentality after encountering their past self-image, Vikyr did not even bother with such luxuries. Rather, he utilized his painful past wounds and the burden of duty he carried as materials to fulfill his mission. With his indifferent and composed demeanor, Tudor, Garam, Figgy, and Bianca could say nothing. "Once upon a time, you would have just thought of me as a boring and stern guy. But now, after witnessing the pile of resentment piled up like that," Vikyr was saying something but was interrupted. "I feel sad for Vikyr. It seems like he's carrying too much on his own. I want him to rely on us. It was as they said. Dolers and Sinclair also just stared at Vicier's back with moist eyes, unable to utter a word. Eventually Vicier turned their way and spoke. "Yeah, you asked me something, right?" "Huh, oh yeah," Tudor nodded vigorously. The friends were curious about how Vicier ended up here. "As you all know, I was trapped in Nouvelebeg about 4 years ago. I escaped. Wait, is that even possible so easily? Well, it was quite a challenge. I almost died a few times." Vicier briefly explained the events that had transpired. Hard labor in Nouvelebeg, solitary confinement, and the volcanic eruption. A story so unbelievable, riding pillars of fire from the volcano to the surface. If the speaker hadn't been Vicier, everyone would have considered it mere boasting. "When going up, I thought I was going to die. But when falling down after being flung to the atmosphere, I was certain that I'd be dead. After falling, I wandered around for a while, sometimes losing my memory due to the fall. I did odd jobs like catching fish in a coastal village or drying seafood." Vicier furrowed his brow. "It was fortunate that 2 comrades who had escaped with me found me. Seeing familiar faces made my memories come flooding back. So, I moved right on to assassinate Monty. Fortunately, he was too focused on you guys, leaving many openings." "Whoa, that's too much. You could have given us a heads up." "I deliberately didn't tell you because it seemed like you guys were already somewhat affected by the demon's indoctrination. Sometimes, to deceive the enemy, you have to deceive your allies first." Everyone nodded at Vicier's words. Indeed, at some point, they had all completely fallen into Monty's scheme. "Damn, he has a hypnotic-like ability that makes the opponent reckless. It was incredibly dangerous to experience that firsthand." Vicier nodded as if he already knew Tudor's words. At that moment, seeing Tudor and Vicier conversing, Bianca burst into laughter. "You guys, you've become quite similar while I wasn't looking, haven't you?" Her words weren't limited to just Tudor. Over the past 4 years, all Night Walkers had gradually become more like Vicier, in tone, speech, and even personality. It wasn't just because Vicier had a significant presence in their hearts. The characteristic changes unique to those living in an intense and harsh era were gradually affecting everyone. It seems like as the era of destruction approaches, people's personalities tend to become more alike. "You haven't even seen the real thing yet." "Ha ha, then will I be talking like you in a few years?" After seeing that thing, Vicier faintly smiled at Tudor's playful remark. Indeed, before regressing, most of his comrades had similar personalities. In extreme situations, individual characteristics or qualities that one possesses may gradually wear away and conform to the overall average. At that moment, Sinclair suddenly remembered something and asked, "What was your personality like before experiencing such harsh ordeals, big brother?" With that question, all eyes turned towards Vicier. Although no one said it out loud, everyone seemed incredibly curious. It was an easy question, so Vicier gladly opened up to answer. "According to the testimony of the nanny who raised me during my childhood, I was shy and introverted. My favorite hobbies were playing with dolls and flower arranging. Of course, those were soon prohibited due to my upbringing. PR/N, from Benita to Sigma." "Wow, that doesn't really suit you, does it?" Everyone could only nod slowly in agreement at Tudor's words. Eventually, Vicier gathered everyone's attention. "It's time for us to leave now. But how do we get out? We'll have to use the same method as last time." Vicier turned his head to look at Figgy. There's a mystical power in Figgy's blood. It acts as a lethal poison to demons, ultimately distorting and closing the space created by demons. The moment Vicier met Figgy's gaze, "He's a good person." A strange voice momentarily flashed through Figgy's mind. "Huh!" Figgy was startled, looking around. But aside from Vicier, there was no one else who had spoken to Figgy. What was that just now? Though he sometimes heard things, it had never been as clear as it was now, so Figgy looked somewhat puzzled. As Figgy was lost in thought, Vicier brought up the matter at hand. "Figgy, can I borrow some of your blood?" "Of course." Vicier quickly obtained a few drops of Figgy's blood with his cooperation. Soon, Vicier drew a long bloodline in the air with Figgy's blood. Zip, the space within the abyssal waters began to twist and tear. It was the same phenomenon as before. "As soon as we exit, we attack Chimera. He won't be expecting us to come out." Everyone's expression hardened with tension. Attacking the opponent preemptively, who they had already lost to once, was undoubtedly a burden. But unlike the first time, everyone's expressions were much brighter this time. This time they had a dependable ally with them. Vikyr concluded with a brief sentence. "Let's go out there and destroy him." Just like 4 years ago, his voice was truly reliable. Chapter 437, Dreaming the Impossible 1. Chapter 437, Dreaming the Impossible 1. Crack, crack, crack. The sudden appearance of a rift in midair was enough to terrify Monty. "What the hell is this?" Amjujas was the only one who could know what was happening inside the abyss, so Monty couldn't see what was going on. Monty was horrified to see the blazing portal and the blades emerging from it. For a moment, a thick fog clouded Monty's vision, and strange sights and sounds began to assault his senses. A good person, a voice, as weak and unstable as the final breath of a dying beast, with an unclear origin and identity. As Monty scratched his ear, bizarre visions started to appear before his eyes. A swamp of blood and flesh, a mountain of bones, an atmosphere completely drained of mana, a massive mushroom cloud rising beyond the distant horizon, and an endlessly sprawling barren desert. A colossal tower standing tall in the middle of the desert. An old man in black clothes walking desolately towards the tower. Each vision pierced Monty's mind in fragmented pieces. These are Amjujas's memories. What did he see before he died? Monty rubbed his temples in disbelief. An unprecedented substance that twisted causality. A power capable of closing the space opened by a demon. It was likely related to the rift before him. Finally, Vikyr emerged through the door leading from the abyss tree. Monty asked in disbelief, "What did you use to tear the abyss? It doesn't seem to be your sword's inherent power." "Blood." "Whose?" Monty expressed repeated bewilderment at Vikyr's brief answer. But Vikyr wasn't obliged to answer. Drawing his blade, Vikyr said, "Find out for yourself." Simultaneously, Vikyr executed the fourth style of the Baskerville sword technique. Monty had no choice but to stand up in response to Vikyr's swift and natural killing move. Boom! The stone pillars were severed into pieces, and dust filled the air. Behind Vikyr, Dolores, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair stood with resolute expressions. As the dust settled, the true enemy hiding within the Quixote clan revealed itself before them. Black armor and dark skin made its eyes and nose invisible, but sharp white fangs were clearly visible. Holding a large spear, its lower body fused with that of a dark horse, with the horse's head reduced to a skull. The Black Knight, enveloped in a blazing aura, was no longer known as Monty Quixote. Fourth Corpse Chimera threat level, S+ size. Location, deep within the Gate of Destruction, Womb of the Serpent, also known as the Fourth Corpse. One of the 10 calamities known as humanity's nemesis, the unfathomable, and the unkillable. The reckless frogs will rise. 10 Commandments 10, Up, the Reckless Knight Chimera, the appearance of the 6th key figure who led the era of destruction. Vikyr briefly warned his comrades behind him. Breathing in his aura will fill you with unfounded confidence and euphoria, clouding your judgment. Avoid close combat if possible. Like the frog that swelled its belly trying to match the size of a bull, only to burst and die, Chimera possessed a bizarre ability that rendered his enemies recklessly bold. When this ability was combined with the military strategy and tactics of Dantalion and Belial, the resulting disaster was beyond imagination. He was one of the main reasons the allied human forces suffered repeated defeats. In Vikyr's past life, Quixote's invincible cavalry, under Chimera's brainwashing, charged at windmills only to be utterly annihilated, a testament to his devastating power. As we approach the great cataclysm, this bastard must be eliminated, and Quixote's restoration must be achieved. With resolute determination, Vikyr took a step forward. "Sir Vikyr, I'll support you." Dolores stood beside Vikyr, offering her blessings. The now perfectly synchronized souls of the two gave Vikyr an amazing boost in aura. Boom! Vikyr's sword clashed with Chimera's spear. The result was a stalemate. Neither Vikyr nor Chimera gave an inch, continuing their fierce exchange. Boom, clang, crackle, the dark aura created by the spinning spear twisted and bent, forming the shape of a giant serpent. The sword's fang-like trajectories converged into a large sphere-like aura. It resembled a serpent opening its jaws to swallow the sun. In the midst of this fierce battle, Vikyr and Chimera endured the overwhelming pressure, continuously colliding. Whoosh, Each thrust of the spear punched holes through the layered walls. Boom! Each swing of the sword cut through everything behind, revealing the landscape outside the fortress. Astonishing. How can a human possess such power? Chimera muttered in disbelief while Vikir was also deep in thought. Chimera's power is almost at the same level as my past. The desperate demons are rapidly amassing power. Delaying further would be dangerous. It wasn't just about the fourth corpse. The real threat lay in the third, second, and first corpses lurking behind. Vikir decided to expedite matters. Let's attack together. Normally, he would handle the situation alone regardless of circumstances, but now was different. Dolors, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair's faces lit up at Vikir's call for help. Let us assist. Trust me, friend. I've trained hard enough not to be a burden. Use my blood. Show me an opening. Just one. Big brother, keep a bit of distance. I'll support with magic. Dolor's holy shield, Tudor's spear, Sancho's axe, Figgy's sword, Bianca's arrows, and Sinclair's magic all flew at Chimera, each radiating a different aura. Ugh, these annoying pests. Chimera swung his spear around, aiming a slash at his rear. Long time no see. Chimera, a crimson inverted pentagram created by De Carabia intercepted Chimera's strike. Before Chimera could shout anything, thunk, Night Hound sank its fangs into its prey's neck. The fangs, now larger and sharper thanks to the Saintess's blessing, dug unhesitatingly into the demon's flesh. Gah! Black froth began bubbling from Chimera's mouth. Rip! Chimera retreated, sacrificing chunks of his neck's flesh. Soon, Monty's face emerged from the horse's chest. It began to speak, shedding tears of blood. Fine, I'll admit you're troublesome sons of bitches. His tone remained calm, naturally so. This was Chimera's stronghold, meticulously prepared over a long time. Currently, Chimera wielded the entire power of the Quixote clan. In that case, I shall respond with my full strength. Chimera then produced a blue horn, placing it in Monty's mouth. Tudor was the first to recognize what it was. That's the horn to summon the invincible cavalry. Chimera had already recalled the invincible cavalry, who had been dispatched to the Civil War zone, back to the main house, and soon the results began to show. Too, the horn's sound echoed, and the ground started vibrating subtly. Rumble, 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 small pebbles bounced and danced on the floor. Dolor's and Sinclair's expressions hardened. That sound! It's the sound of horses running, the sound of countless horses galloping from afar, responding to the summoning command of their lord. The Quixote clan's invincible cavalry, their strongest force, was returning. The two pillars symbolizing the Quixote clan, the invincible cavalry and the invincible fleet, were now being reunited with the cavalry's full strength. Tudor shouted, Vikir, the Quixote clan's invincible cavalry is powerful enough to rival the Baskervilles' 7 counts. If they join the battle, we stand no chance. Fortunately, the sea level was too low for the invincible fleet to reach this shore. Had the fleet's bombardment been added, there would truly have been no hope. Blocking an incoming spear, Vikir spoke, The invincible cavalry, I'm well aware of their might. Moreover, they would be recklessly bold due to Chimera ability. No matter how strong Vikir was, facing the entire invincible cavalry charging blindly was impossible. However, even with all these adversities, Vikir remained calm and unshaken. However, there is no need to worry. I've prepared a countermeasure for the invincible cavalry. Soon, the invincible cavalry of the Quixote clan appeared beyond the devastated wall, galloping across the vast horizon. They exuded an overwhelming aura even from a distance. But then, thud, a peculiar incident began to unfold. One of the leading knights, charging fiercely at the front, fell off his horse and tumbled to the ground. The horse had tripped over something. Crash, crack. The same phenomenon started happening repeatedly. The formidable cavalry, charging with terrifying momentum, began to tumble to the ground along with their horses. The reason was the iron rods sprouting from the ground. These structures, resembling small, arch-shaped iron skewers, were perfectly sized to trip up the horses. They were scattered densely across the ground, unable to withstand the speed of their charge. The invincible cavalry tripped over these traps and fell. Their charging speed decreased drastically. Their formation collapsed. What the fuck is going on? Chimera's mouth hung open in disbelief as he saw the invincible cavalry struggling to even reach the coastal area, let alone the fortress. Even a demon found this unexpected situation shocking, and at the same time, flaming red hair fluttered from the rooftop of a distant tower. "Hey, hubby, over here," a clear voice rang out, drawing all eyes to the spire. The owner of the traps, who had driven countless stakes into the ground and bent them to make them almost invisible. A woman stood there proudly, her expression reflecting the culmination of 4 years of patience and conviction. Camus Morgue. Chapter 438, Dreaming the Impossible 2, Chapter 438, Dreaming the Impossible 2, flaming red hair fluttered like fire. A tall, slender figure with mature curves. 4 years had passed, and Camus's face had lost much of its baby fat. "Hey, hubby!" As soon as she saw Victor, she began waving her hand, her eyes sparkling. "Kaya, my dear husband, how long has it been?" When Camus waved her hand, dark clouds began to gather around. Flap, flap, flap on closer inspection. These were birds with black feathers. Countless crows and magpies gathered to form a bridge. Camus crossed the bridge, which must have been hundreds of meters long, and walked towards Victor. Her stride was as confident as a model's runway walk. Victor remained silent for a moment. His expression was unreadable, but there was a slight tremor. Finally, Camus hugged Victor tightly. "You've become so much more handsome. Well done." After staring at Victor for a long time, Camus finally turned her head to look at the others. "Oh, well, hi, everyone." Her greeting was much more curt. Dolors, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair all greeted Camus in return. Camus was also a member of the Night Walkers, and even though she had only been with them for a few months, she was a fellow student of the Colosseo Academy. "Why should I attend here if Victor isn't around?" Camus' legend of dropping out right after transferring persisted at the Colosseo Academy for a long time. Dolors greeted Camus with a calm voice. "It's been a while, Queen of the Night." "Yeah, it's been a while, but isn't calling me by that nickname a bit cringe, bro? It's derived from Victor's alias Night Hound." "Kaya, of course. My sexy Night Hound is awesome." Camus grabbed Victor's arm again. Seeing this, veins subtly appeared on the foreheads of Dolors and Sinclair. Sinclair stepped between Victor and Camus and asked, "By the way, how did it go? You said you would bring reinforcements." "Of course, I'm the head of the dark side of the Morgue clan," Camus answered with a gleam in her eye. Camus had long promised the Night Walkers her unwavering support as a leader of the Morgue clan. However, that support was strictly limited to one task: tracking Victor's whereabouts, ensuring his safety, and guiding him to a specific location. That place being wherever Camus herself was. "I heard you escaped from prison. I expected that, of course. Though I didn't anticipate the method of your escape anyway. It took a while because we searched every island and coastal area where you might have drifted to with the full force of the Morgue clan's army." Finishing her sentence, she turned to Tudor, who was standing awkwardly, and showed him something. It was a steel skewer, a small and simple yet deadly tool that had stopped the charge of the invincible cavalry. "Your clan doesn't have this, right? Of course not. Why would we have something like that? Be grateful. I could have left this iron rod in without bending it with the tip up." If Camus had done that, Don Quixote's invincible cavalry would have met a grim fate. One could only be thankful that the horses and knights hadn't turned into skewered sausages and rice cakes. With a complex expression, Tudor gazed at the chaos beyond the horizon. Under normal circumstances, the invincible cavalry would have easily avoided such a trap, but under the brainwashing of Chimera, they blindly charged forward, making it impossible. Eventually, all eyes turned to the mastermind behind the current crisis. Chimera, the fourth corpse, one of the main players leading the era of destruction. He ground his sharp teeth within the gaping hole in the middle of his neck. "As expected, you had ambush forces. Are you the black mage who absorbed Seer?" Chimera seemed to have detected Seer's energy emanating from Camus, but a demon is indeed a demon. Chimera seemed prepared even for the slightest variables. "You humans would undoubtedly strive to reclaim Don Quixote's stronghold. Did you think I wouldn't foresee this?" Chimera lifted the face of Monty from within his chest. His gaze was directed at Bianca, standing next to Tudor. "Bianca Usher, let me tell you why I aim to capture you along with Tudor." Monty smiled as soon as he finished speaking. An anomaly appeared on the outside wall and the castle walls that surrounded the tower. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Archers cloaked in gray cloaks raised their bows and arrows, all aimed at them. Bianca's face turned pale upon recognizing them. The Divine Archer Squad, a group of archers consisting solely of Usher's direct descendants, a terrifying group specialized in assassination, particularly through long-range sniping, accounting for over 90% of Usher's power. Their presence here signified an alliance between the demon who had swallowed Don Quixote and the demon who had swallowed Usher. Why are they trying to capture Tudor and me alive? If the goal is to eliminate rivals, they could just take our heads. Wouldn't that be easier? Now Bianca fully understood why Pedro had attempted to capture her, following Tudor. With a desperate expression, Bianca turned to Vikier. This is serious. Usher's archer squad is here. Dad said they could even kill a god if they all gathered together. Vikier silently agreed. Despite being the smallest of the Empire's 7 great clans, Usher's power was unmatched due to the existence of the Divine Archer Squad. Chimera laughed, his mouth wide open. Once you're caught in the ambush of Usher's Divine Archer Squad, even the leaders of the other great clans cannot avoid annihilation. Everyone knows that, right? Due to the numerous obstacles obstructing their view, the full extent of the Archer Squad's ambush wasn't visible. However, the sharp killing intent felt from all directions indicated that they were completely surrounded. Obstacles were meaningless. The archers of the Divine Archer Squad could pierce through several centimeters of iron armor with ease. Hiding was futile. Chimera shouted loudly so all the ambushed archers could hear. "Fire! Kill them all!" Encased in iron armor, Chimera gave the order for concentrated fire without a moment's hesitation. And then, bang, the first shot rang out. The powerful arrow, piercing through several layers of walls, embedded itself into the floor below. Then, a shower of thick arrows followed. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of the arrows hitting the ground was as loud as the hooves of the invincible cavalry pounding the earth. Zing! Vikier poured all his aura into Dicarabia. The wall of despair blocked the arrows from the Divine Archer Squad one after another. Camus and the other Night Walkers gathered around Vikier, using Dicarabia's shield to protect themselves. Bang, boom, thud. Each time an arrow from the Divine Archer Squad struck Dicarabia's surface, a loud explosion and violent tremor erupted. Watching the barrage of archer fire, all the Night Walkers had the same thought. What's this? It's more manageable than expected. The Divine Archer Squad's shots were fast, powerful, and accurate, but there were too few of them. Their rate of fire was slow, and the intervals between shots were scattered. No, it seemed that each archer wasn't using many arrows. It was evident from the lack of follow-up arrows from the same direction. Was this the fearsome Divine Archer Squad that made Usher House the strongest in the Empire with such a small number, while everyone harbored doubts in their hearts? The fuck? Chimera thought the same. He stretched his neck and surveyed the outer wall. Indeed, there were very few archers engaged in shooting. Even for an elite force, the number was too small, diminishing the effectiveness of the ambush and concentrated fire. This isn't an elite force, it's just a small group. Where is everyone? Dolors, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and Sinclair were equally puzzled seeing Chimera's confusion. At that moment, Camus's voice, hugging Vikier tightly, reached everyone's ears. But husband, I really missed you, so stop running away. Chasing you is getting tiring. Although I can usually guess where you'll go. Everyone turned to Vikier with curious expressions. Tudor was the first to ask. Vikier, was the backup plan you mentioned Camus? From the conversation, it seems like you're meeting for the first time now. No, she just happened to come. Vikier immediately denied it. Camus laughed sheepishly. I've just been combing the coastlines and deserted islands. I didn't really prepare anything. In any case, Camus was not the secret contingency Vikier had mentioned. Then what is it? As everyone pondered the same question. Boom, a tremendous explosion echoed from the outer wall. Waves of auras shook violently. The corners of the collapsing wall and the assassins of the Divine Archer Squad were blown away. The sight left Chimera gaping. So much dust. Move aside. Old man, keep quiet or I'll arrest you again, you dumbass escapee. A skinny old man with a whip laughed heartily. Beside him stood a burly old man wielding a heavy club. The two elderly men walked along the wall, casually chatting, but the results of their actions were anything but casual. Crack boom. With a flick of the whip, the assassins of the divine archer squad were thrown aside, and with a single strike of the club, sturdy walls crumbled. Both the archer lineage and the sea dragon lineage have lost so much strength. That revolution should have succeeded back then. Revolution? It was a damn riot. Stop your nonsense and finish the job you were asked to do. Anyone would think you're the one giving orders. I'm different from you. I earn my keep. The two old men walked forward, scattering Usher's elites like mere kids. They were Marquis Sade, the main culprit of the 47-person incident, and Orca, the warden of Nouvelebag prison. Standing side by side, they looked up at Vikir. Chapter 439, Dreaming the Impossible 3, Chapter 439, Dreaming the Impossible 3, Marquis Sade and Warden Orca. Two individuals, each possessing the combat strength of an entire army, joined forces. HMPH, the ushers who used to chase me were a bit spicier. This is rather bland. Cut the chatter. SKP, there are still a lot left. Marquis Sade and Warden Orca were strolling through the midst of the Usher family's divine archer squad as if they were merely out for a walk, but the changes occurring around them were nothing short of astonishing. Swish! Sade's whip moved like a giant snake, striking and flinging assassins from the castle walls. The coiling whip, twisting and bending grotesquely, slashed and tore everything it touched, bringing a storm of blood in its wake. Bang! Bang! Boom! Orca's club effortlessly deflected incoming arrows, and when not deflecting arrows, was swung toward the castle walls like a drumstick. Each time it struck the castle walls, a thunderous boom accompanied by a heavy seismic wave sent enemies plummeting from the walls. Sade's attack and Orca's defense. Their combination was a far superior version of the pairing of Dorjum and Swara Vikir had faced in Nouvelebag. Moreover, Sade was not only good at attacking, and Orca was not solely good at defending. Sade's whip moved like a monster's tongue, coiling around incoming arrows, while Orca's club turned any approaching assassins into a bloody mess with a single blow. A truly perfect blend of offense and defense. A circle spanning dozens of meters centered around the two old men, into which no one could enter. Bianca's jaw dropped at the sight of all this. Who are those people? They easily took out the divine archer squad. Her astonishment was understandable. The divine archer squad was the core force of the Usher house, one of the 7 great clans. However, Chimera, who recognized the faces of Marquis Sade and Warden Orca, had an expression twisted in dismay. Aren't those the relics from the 47-person incident? Why are they here? At that moment, Sade and Orca's gazes turned towards him simultaneously. As if on cue, relics, are you talking about us? Is it because you're a demon that you don't understand the world? Come here for a moment. Simultaneously, Sade's whip and Orca's club flew through the air. Wham! The snake-like aura and a surging aura like a tidal wave struck Chimera together. It was a powerful shockwave that managed to topple Chimera completely. Gah! Chimera leaped into the air to escape the aura storm. Who are you calling a relic? He was startled by the eerie voice suddenly coming from above. Sade was grinning ominously from above Chimera's head. Whack! The coiled whip struck Chimera on the head like a lightning bolt. Without even a chance to scream, Chimera fell towards the ground. Below him, Orca awaited with his club. Smash! Struck by the club, Chimera was sent flying, crashing through the castle wall. Swish! As Chimera's body flew. It was once again ensnared by Sade's whip. The extended whip coiled tightly around Chimera's waist, and Sade swung it around like a pendulum. Crash, crash, crash. Chimera, bound by the whip, spun in circles, smashing all the protrusions on the castle wall and destroying the surroundings. Aag, when Chimera finally managed to free himself from the whip, staggering out from the debris. Crunch! 8 fangs sank into Chimera's neck once more. The shadow looming behind Chimera like that of the Grim Reaper belonged to Vikir. All demons must die. You dare, human. Just as Chimera began to speak. Thwack, 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 numerous iron spikes erupted from the ground, piercing Chimera's body. Behind Vikir, Camus smiled sweetly. A perfect reunion gift for my hubby. Perched on Camus' shoulder, Seer, now very small. Looked tearful. See, Seer, you dare betray me? Sobbed Sniff. I didn't do it because I wanted to. Silence. When he learns of this, you will. Chimera couldn't finish his sentence. Crash, because Sancho's axe, Figgy's sword, and Bianca's arrow fell upon him in succession. CRR Runch, A golden hand emerging from the ground gripped Chimera, immobilizing him. It was Sinclair's magic. Grrr. Chimera tried to escape by turning into black smoke, but it was futile. Flash, dolors enveloped him in a white flame. Trapping him, stick your fucking neck out. Vicky's 8 fangs savagely slashed Chimera's entire body. Chimera attempted to retaliate with a spear, but Dicarabia blocked it. HMPH, we're done here. Vikyr looked up to see Sade and Orca standing above. In the center, where countless spears and arrows lay broken, the 2 old men were looking down, holding the heads and necks of the Donquixote and Usher attackers. Vikyr instinctively knew it was time to end everything. Grrr, if only it weren't for that blood. Damn it. Now I see why Amjujas fell, Chimera cried out in despair. But Vikyr left no room for any possibility. He severed Chimera's ankles and wrists. Preparing for the final blow, he aimed to destroy the heart cleanly. At that moment, Vikyr, wait a moment. A voice interrupted Vikyr, Tutor Donquixote, approaching quietly. He watched Vikyr intently, with his lone arm firmly gripping Gungnir. I'll do it. In Tutor's gaze there was a firm and resolute determination, but Vikyr refused. No. Why? Tinged with disappointment. Tutor's voice carried a sense of grievance, but Vikyr remained adamant. If you spill the demon's last blood, your fate will change. The causality will twist. No matter how fortunate one is to be born, bathing in the last drops of a demon was never a good thing. Twisted and distorted causality leads the demon hunter's fate to an unfavorable place. So the end of a demon hunter's fate is usually dark and lonely. But it's okay. This is what I choose. Tutor volunteered to become a demon hunter himself. It's an inevitable matter to speak so sternly. Furthermore, Tutor, even in his past life, lived a life that was heavily reliant on spilling demon blood, so perhaps this is also his fate. After a brief silence, Vikyr quietly stepped back. In his own way, it was an expression of trust. Thank you. Tutor bowed his head to Vikyr. Eventually, Tutor turned to Figgy beside him. Figgy, could I get a little of your blood? For some reason, demons are scared of your blood, even though I don't know why. Of course, responding to Tutor's request, Piggy nodded and lightly cut his own arm with a knife. The dark crimson blood flowing from Piggy's body stained the blade of Tutor's Gungnir. Tutor looked down at Chimera lying on the ground. Below Chimera's face, with his mouth gaping open, the remnants of Monty's face still remained on his chest. Surrounded by wounds torn open by Vikyr, his heart was visible through the torn flesh and sinews. Finally, a parched voice escaped Tutor's lips. Dreaming the impossible dream, Tutor lifted Gungnir. Defeating the invincible foe, tears of blood flew from Demon's eyes, enduring unbearable pain. The heart, seeming to burst, squeezed out the strength of its early days, dying for a noble ideal. All of this was the true duty and obligation of a knight. No, a duty, not a privilege. With Tutor's final words, the spear that belonged to the Lion King Cervantes pierced through the air. Thud. Tough leather tore apart, and the vile flesh inside was destroyed. The dangerous malice coursing through Monty's veins severed, releasing all the venomous contents. Chimera scratched at the ground, struggling violently, but Tutor's spear, piercing through his heart and into the ground, showed no sign of movement. The grand task, the gate, the era of demons, Chimera muttered as his voice faded away, collapsing completely. And then he moved no more. It was the moment when the 4th protagonist, who led the world to destruction, exited the stage, and the focus shifted to the new protagonist. Black blood, black demonic blood. Tutor's eyes shined through the demon's black blood, completely clear, pure, and righteous. Vikyr had seen it before. In his past life, in the era of destruction where everything burned to ashes, the gaze of the hero who had lived most fiercely and passionately at the forefront of that era. The king of spears, Tutor Donquixote. He was the great hero who would lead the future era. Chapter 440, Dreaming the Impossible Dream, 4. Chapter 440, Dreaming the Impossible Dream, 4. The recovery of Donquixote's clan was in progress. Knights roaming the vast plains with a bag of sticks were released from the demon's control. Tutor Donquixote, the legitimate heir to Cervantes and the true master of the Donquixote clan. The young lion, who had been driven out, grew up and returned as the head of the family, killing his wicked uncle and avenging his father's enemy. It would have been a major event that could have turned the entire empire upside down in the past, but given the current circumstances, such issues hardly spread beyond a certain extent. It was an era of civil war where thousands, even tens of thousands, died every day. But the liberation of the Quixote clan was a great boon to the Night Walkers. Finally, the supply routes have reopened, Dolors said in a cheerful voice. The supply routes that demons had cut off were reconnected. Finally, food and water began to be supplied to the Tachka fortress. There was a risk of great chaos due to the increasing number of refugees. Vikyr was looking out at the view of Tachka through the window of the conference room, tall and thick walls, plateaus where oxygen was scarce, rocky areas surrounded by cliffs as if they had been carved out. It was indeed a fortress of high and lonely iron walls. The only problem is that there is insufficient water. It would be great if we could get water on our own. At the very least, there should be areas beyond one mountain where water is presumed to exist. Dolors muttered with a hint of regret as she looked at the map, but Vikyr showed no sign of unease. The water issue will be resolved soon. A pardon? Everyone, including Dolors, looked puzzled, but Vikyr didn't elaborate further. At that moment Tudor, who was sitting at one end of the table, spoke up. I've fully assessed the power situation of the Quixote clan. As the newly appointed head of the Quixote clan, Tudor decided to fully cooperate with the Night Walkers. It was only natural. We've completely rooted out all the individuals associated with demons through this incident, and we've reinstated all those who were previously punished wrongly or dismissed. How many fighters do you have? When Vikyr asked. Tudor immediately disclosed all the confidential documents without hesitation. The situation isn't as bad as we thought. About 60% are in good condition. However, most of them are concentrated in the fleet. The cavalry suffered too much damage. Tudor G-speared discreetly at the side as he spoke. Camus was sitting there with her arms crossed. Well, how is it my fault that your family's cavalry suffered such a devastating blow? Oh, no, not at all. It's not like that. The invincible cavalry suffered so much damage because they were continuously circling the war zone under demonic influence. Apart from my incompetence and those wicked demons, who else could be blamed? Tudor chuckled slyly. But it wouldn't be just laughter. Despite avenging his father's enemy and removing the skin from the demon's hide to make a rug for the spear, the debt would never be fully paid. Vikyr looked at the leather strap from Chimera hanging under Tudor's spear with a heavy heart, and said, it will make those around you courageous. Carry it with you at all times. Thank you. Tudor nodded towards Vikyr and continued speaking. Still, Quixote's invincible fleet has hardly suffered any damage and remains fully operational. It seems that the sea level has dropped significantly, preventing the fleet from approaching the coast. They won't be much help in the civil war. Vikyr's eyes sharpened upon hearing Tudor's words. That's perfect. The invincible fleet of Quixote had been the subject of Vikyr's greatest interest. Many had doubts about this point. But, big brother, what's the reason for needing the invincible fleet? We're currently in the midst of a civil war in the heart of the continent, and there doesn't seem to be any imminent naval battles. Is there? Even if it's because of the supply routes through the sea, with the sea level significantly lower now, the fleet wouldn't be of much use. Would it? Sinclair's question mirrored the curiosity of everyone gathered in the conference room. To address this point, Vikyr shifted his gaze from the map and raised his head. The fleet will soon become very important, and when that moment comes, Tachka's water shortage will also be resolved. Just then, someone interrupted Vikyr's words. Fucking meetings, meetings, meetings. What a damn boring kids they are, aren't they? Originally, there weren't many among these members who could interrupt Vikyr. Marquis Sade. He was looking bored to death as he stared at Vikyr. Vikyr, my friend, you know right, now there are only 2 left. Sade smiled, raising 2 fingers. When escaping from Nuvalebag, Sade owed Vikyr a debt. In return, Vikyr asked Sade to kill 3 people of his choosing, which is why Sade continued to follow Vikyr. Orca, who was sitting next to Sade with his arms crossed, was in a similar situation. Unlike this SKP, I keep my word. You said you'd get me to protect up to 3 people. Now there are only 2 left. Sade referred to Monty, and Orca referred to Tudor. Although they indirectly killed and indirectly protected, it was helpful in any case. I remember. Vikyr nodded and turned his gaze away. Is Cindy Wendy still not here? We need to know the news from Usher to plan the next move. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Sir, as soon as Vikier finished speaking, the door of the conference room ominously opened. Cindy Wendy, carrying a stack of documents, walked over to the corner of the table and sat down. Aren't you making your sister-in-law overwork too much? Can't believe you married into the family. I think you said you want nothing to do with the Baskervilles. Cindy Wendy responded to Vikier's words with a wry smile. The relationships between people tend to change. I was able to let go of Baskerville hate a while ago. How about you? Are you still carrying it? In response to that question, Vikier remained silent for a long time. Cindy Wendy had allied herself with Baskerville, the house that destroyed her own family. Though she claimed to become its mistress and rule over Baskerville, in reality, it was an act of giving up revenge and compromise. Stop the nonsense. Rarely did Vikier's voice, which had become harsher, startle everyone in the conference room. It felt like she touched a nerve, didn't it? Even the mighty Sade and Orca seemed taken aback by Vikier's sharp voice. This was the real Vikier, a sight rarely seen except when confronting demons. But Cindy Wendy, with her usual charm, smoothly changed the subject. Oh my, how terrifying. It's just like standing outside the prison bars back in the day. Nothing's changed. She pushed some documents towards Vikier. Let's get to the point quickly since it's scary. As usual, Cindy Wendy cut straight to the chase with the essential points. 1. Signs of deeper internal strife within the Empire. 2. Alliance between Morgue and Baskerville. 3. Alliance between Quavadis and the bourgeois. 4. Alliance between Reviedon and Usher. 5. Don Quixote declared neutrality and withdrew from the Civil War. Other than that, Quo Vadis is declaring a holy war against Reviedon over the Red Death incident. Don Quixote's declaration of neutrality and withdrawal from the Civil War was directly proclaimed by Lord Tudor himself, so you should be aware of that. Quo Vadis had declared a holy war against Reviedon long ago, following the Red Death incident. Movements of large groups usually start slow but gain tremendous speed once initiated. Don Quixote decided to feign seclusion for a while, citing various procedures related to the change of lordship. Of course, this was merely a nominal seclusion. It was natural for Don Quixote, now under Tudor's lordship, to covertly support night walkers. Camus looked at Vikier with her chin resting on her hand. So, our families have joined hands. It seems Mother has decided to actively support the second prince. Talking about a second prince who may not even exist, let alone his whereabouts. Perhaps it's more about restraining the emperor than actually following the second prince. Quo Vadis is in a similar position to us. Dolers spoke up from across the table, looking at Vikier. As their eyes met in the air, Sinclair reached over Vikier's shoulder from behind and pointed to a map. Our bourgeois is also searching for the second prince. The rumor about him enrolling in the academy seems to be the most credible lead for now. The Civil War is ultimately a struggle for legitimacy. While demons rally under a single goal, humans confront each other with various principles. Vikier thought of the elusive second prince, whose existence was shrouded in rumors. Before his disappearance, the second prince never revealed himself, a mysterious figure whose very existence remained unconfirmed. If he truly exists somewhere, perhaps he could unite humanity sooner than we think. Vikier, his thoughts racing, lifted his head to look at Cindy Wendy. Among the 7 great clans of the Empire, which one is the most well-informed? That would be the Usher House. They employs a significant number of operatives specialized in assassination and infiltration, so naturally, they are the most knowledgeable. As Cindy Wendy finished speaking, the door to the conference room swung open. As if on cue, Bianca, her expression deeply agitated, addressed everyone present. The magic on the Divine Archer Squad members has been undone. They now know everything about the internal affairs of our houses. Simultaneously, Vikier's gaze grew intense. The Usher house remained ensnared by the demons and stood as a central pillar in this civil war. With Don Quixote restored, there were no clans as threatening as Reviedon and Usher. And currently leading the clan was Madeline Usher, a figure presumed to be the third corpse. Swish, upon hearing Bianca's words, Tudor was the first to rise from his seat. It was Bianca who rescued Tudor at the moment of Don Quixote's downfall. And now Tudor, along with Vikier and all their friends, extended their hands towards Bianca. "Let's go together. It's time to restore Usher." A spark returned to Bianca's eyes, which had been dimmed for so long. Simultaneously, her eyes were beginning to glisten with tears. "We must hurry, strike before the rumors of Don Quixote reach them." At Vikier's words, the resolve in the eyes of the night walkers ignited with determination. "Swoosh, so. Is the second target now decided? This should lessen our debts." Sade and Orca also rose to their feet, following Vikier. The second demon hunt was about to unfold in quick succession. It was highly unusual for Vikier, who usually left long intervals between hunts, to act so promptly. Chapter 441, The Fall of the Usher House. 1. Chapter 441, The Fall of the Usher House. 1. As the night walkers took advantage of the darkness, they headed towards the Usher estate, a land scattered with barren wastelands, marshes, and tall rocks. In the center of a deep swamp stood the imposing mansion of the Usher clan. The mansion, Masyaf, was as grand as a fortress. Its Gothic architecture, shrouded in mist rising from the marsh, appeared eerie and foreboding. Under the walls and windows carved directly from stone, withered ivy clung lifelessly, making it seem as if the walls were cracked. The windows, clouded and pale like the eyes of the blind, stared vacantly into the void. A sticky and gloomy humidity from the swamp pervaded everywhere. Moreover, the reddish-black aura spreading like a phantom through the fog made all the night walkers frown. "The Red Death, it's far worse than before." Dolores swallowed hard as she spoke. The deadly plague, or rather, the poison that had even brought down King Cervantes, cast a heavy shadow over the entire Usher mansion. "Is father safe?" Bianca bit her lips until they bled, holding back her tears. Tudor, placing a hand on Bianca's shoulder, remained silent. The head of the Don Quixote clan, Cervantes, had been both an old friend and a rival to Roderick Usher, the head of the Usher clan. Now, with Cervantes having met a tragic end due to the Red Death, hoping for Roderick's safety seemed a luxury. Yet, acknowledging this reality and speaking it aloud were different matters. Even Camus, known for her bluntness and not being particularly close to Bianca, stayed silent out of consideration for her feelings. However, the only one who paid no heed to others' feelings, Marquis Sade, continued speaking as usual. "What foul air! At this rate, everything inside the mansion must already be dead." "Shut that mouth of yours, you old runaway, before I bash it in with a club," Orca warned, but Sade kept talking. "Hey, Vikier, do you think it's worth reclaiming the Usher estate at this point? With that strong poison, I bet there are only skeletons left inside." "That's something we don't know." Surprisingly, Vikier's answer was hopeful. Usually cynical and prone to negative predictions, Vikier uncharacteristically offered a positive opinion this time. Bianca urgently asked, "So does that mean there's hope, right?" "Yes," Vikier nodded. Then, addressing everyone, he spoke. "Since ancient times, the Usher house has been famous assassins. Before the Empire's unification, they were a meritorious clan of a hostile nation. After the unification, they became one of the 7 major families due to the exceptional skills of their members. There was no clan that better embodied the term elite few. The intelligent Sinclair recounted a legendary tale about the Usher clan. When the Emperor went to subjugate the Usher clan, they requested that all attendants step back, wanting a one-on-one conversation between the head of the Usher clan and the Emperor. The Emperor agreed, but insisted on keeping his 2 most trusted generals by his side. Everyone knew the story that followed. The head of the Usher clan asked the Emperor, "Will you really not send those 2 away?" The Emperor replied, "These 2 are like brothers to me. They are my second selves, inseparable from me." At this, the head of the Usher clan silently smiled before asking the 2 generals behind the Emperor, "Can you kill the Emperor right now?" In response, the 2 generals, who had been steadfastly standing behind the Emperor, simultaneously drew their swords and aimed them at the Emperor's neck. Their eyes showed that they had been waiting for this command. This incident greatly enhanced the Usher clan's reputation. The Emperor, recognizing their powerful and covert strength, treated them generously. As Sinclair recounted the story, Bianca nodded. With her inherent pride in her clan, tales of past glory seemed to momentarily lift her spirits, but reality was harsh. The once great Usher clan was now at the brink of extinction, devoured by the demon. Vikyr coldly analyzed the current situation. Each member of the Usher clan is strong. Though few in number, their individual skills are outstanding. Hence, it's likely there are more people who can resist the demon's influence. Moreover, the Usher clan mansion, Masyaf, has the potential to be fortified into a stronghold. Strategically, it's as valuable as a fortress. It's a place that must be reclaimed before a major war. I know the geography of the estate and the layout of the mansion inside out. I'll guide us. Bianca spoke with a determined expression. It was fortunate that both Tudor and Bianca were knowledgeable about their clan's affairs, unlike many other young nobles who were often ignorant of their own households. However, Vikyr shook his head. The Usher mansion is filled with mazes and traps. Moreover, the poison is too thick for a large group to enter. A small team must go in first, lure the demon out, and deal with it outside the mansion. This left the question of who would enter the poison-filled mansion. Normally, Vikyr would have taken the lead, but this time it was different. I cannot go in, Vikyr shook his head. I need to be prepared for when the demon is lured out. Thus, the number of people who could enter the Usher mansion was limited. Dolores spoke hesitantly. I can make a strong holy water to protect 2 people from the poisonous mist. Even if she used all her holy power, that was the limit. There would be 2 people infiltrating the Usher mansion to lure the demon. One of them was clear, Bianca. She knew the mansion's layout and was a target of Madeline Usher, who now controlled the clan. Aunt Madeline was known to be frail as a child. It was said she was buried alive once after collapsing from a seizure because they thought she was dead. In retrospect, she probably died then. The demon must have taken over her body when she was buried. Muttering to herself, Bianca seemed to make up her mind and looked up. The demon is likely after my young and healthy body. If I go into the mansion and then escape, it will surely chase after me. Hearing this, almost all the night walkers raised their hands. I'll go with you. I want to help. Let's go together, Bianca, Sancho, Figgy, and Sinclair offered. But then, everyone's gaze turned to one place. Tudor stepped forward. Let me go with you. I have to repay yesterday's debt. Tudor lifted his spear with his one arm, smiling slyly. Bianca, her eyes reddened, also smiled faintly, still as reckless as ever. Sometimes a knight must be reckless in front of a lady. Isn't that what chivalry is about? Tudor and Bianca exchanged teary smiles, creating an atmosphere that everyone else had to respect and step back from. However, Vikyr, always calm and collected, broke the mood without a hint of tact. Can you 2 really do this alone? This isn't something love can accomplish. The odds of dying are much higher than surviving. What love? Anyone hearing that would get the wrong idea. This is about loyalty and friendship. Startled, Bianca and Tudor hastily denied Vikyr's implication, making him tilt his head slightly in confusion. He then continued. Fine, you seem determined, so I'll trust you, but there are crucial things you must remember. Vikyr's instructions were simple yet daunting. 1. Enter the mansion and lure the demon outside. 2. Confirm the fate of Lord Roderick Usher. Just 2 missions, however. Whether they succeeded or failed, the likelihood of dying was extremely high. The Red Death has evolved further. It seems more varied and my holy power won't last long. At most, about an hour. Dolores spoke hesitantly, lacking confidence, but Bianca grasped Dolores' hand tightly and shook her head. That's enough, thank you so much. Bianca, seeing tears welling up in Dolores' eyes, Bianca forced a smile. At that moment, Vikyr called Bianca, take this with you. Bianca tilted her head in confusion. Vikyr placed a heart-shaped hairpin in her palm before she could ask what it was. Vikyr turned and handed something to Tudor. Take these as well. He handed Tudor 2 fireworks, one red and one black. Vikyr spoke with a serious tone. After confirming the fate of Lord Roderick Usher, if he's alive and can escape with you, set off the red firework. If he's already dead or alive but unable to move, set off the black firework. This was closely tied to a strategy Vikyr was preparing outside. Bianca, representing everyone, cautiously asked, Why are the fireworks different colors? What do they mean? Vikyr gave a brief, chilling response. It's better if you don't know. His answer sent a shiver through everyone, reinforcing their resolve. Chapter 442, The Fall of the Usher Family 2. Chapter 442, The fall of the Usher family, too. The Usher family's mansion was indeed fitting of the term fortress. If the Torchka fortress was a natural stronghold created by the environment, the Usher mansion was an artificial fortress filled with all sorts of extraordinary traps. Books or picture frames that occasionally fell, curtains that fluttered without any wind, the slow-moving gears of the grandfather clock, statues that suddenly burst into laughter, withered plants trapped in pots, taxidermied animals, roughly stacked brick walls, an overly grand chandelier, and so on. Everything was a trap filled with malice towards intruders. However, Bianca, who was born as the rightful owner of this mansion and had lived in it all her life, naturally knew how to bypass all these traps and make her way inside. When the bookshelf collapses and the books fall, that's the best time to pass through the hallway. Ah, this only applies to horror novels. If books from other genres fall, it's no good. Only when books like The Mask of the Red Death, The Black Cat, The Cask of Amontillado, Hop Frog, The Telltale Heart, and The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym fall to the floor. When the curtain flutters even slightly, you must lie flat on the floor. It doesn't matter whether there's wind or not. When the grandfather clock strikes the hour, the secret door in the hallway opens. But just because it opens doesn't mean you can go through right away. You have to wait exactly 5 minutes after opening the door, or you'll end up in a completely different place. When that statue laughs, be cautious all around. It doesn't trigger any traps, but it gets excited when it thinks an intruder is about to die miserably. Never pass by a withered plant in a pot. You can pass by the taxidermied animals, but if you see any with moving eyes, cover your ears and run forward quickly. Be careful not to touch the red brick walls. If you must touch them, run away immediately from that spot. Never look back, even if someone calls your name. Under no circumstances should you walk under the chandelier. If you absolutely must, never look at it. Instead, keep your eyes on the chandelier's shadow on the floor at all times. Bianca navigated through numerous traps and labyrinths, penetrating deep into the mansion. Following closely behind her, Tudor muttered softly, "I kind of understand why you have such a twisted personality." "What did you say, you bish?" Bianca gave Tudor a light smack on the head before turning her head away. "HMPH. Well, this place is quite far from a typical home," she added in a very small whisper. "Thank you for following me this far." "What? Nothing, let's go." Bianca pulled Tudor along. Soon, Bianca and Tudor stood in front of the bedroom of the head of the family, Roderick Usher. This place, too, was thick with the aura of the Red Death. A suffocating miasma, unbearable for any human, spread throughout the mansion like a mist, swirling and leaping through the empty corridors like a crimson jester or a dancing demon. Despite having drunk the holy water created by dolers, Bianca and Tudor could hardly suppress their rising nausea. At last, the bedroom door opened. Creak, the rusty hinges, corroded by the mist, groaned like a dying creature. The scene inside the slowly opening door made Bianca and Tudor's eyes widen in shock. "Father!" Bianca cried out involuntarily. Sitting upright in a chair was undoubtedly Bianca's father and the current head of the Usher family. Roderick. He looked so pale that he could be mistaken for a corpse, and his body was as emaciated as a mummy, but his eyes were wide open and he was very much alive. However, it seemed he was not in a state to speak. Although his blackened tongue moved a few times inside his shriveled lips, all that emerged from his parched throat was the sound of a broken clockwork mechanism. "Father, how did you come to be in such a dreadful state?" Bianca stroked Roderick's cheeks with an expression of disbelief. But there was nothing in Roderick's eyes as he looked at her. Only blank, cloudy whites with a glint of fierce intent fixed straight ahead. Watching Roderick's condition, Tudor bit his lip. "He's exactly like my father." Just as Cervantes succumbed to the Red Death and died in a debilitated state, Roderick was in the same condition. However, while Cervantes used his last bit of strength to end his own life, Roderick was stubbornly clinging on until the end. The Red Death is spreading through the mist inside the mansion. It seems the demon has poisoned the swamp. The mansion, built over the swamp, is gradually being engulfed by the poison. Having assessed the situation, Tudor pulled out fireworks from his coat, one red, one black. After confirming the status of Roderick, the head of the Usher family, if he is alive and able to escape with us, set off the red firework. If he is dead or alive but unable to move, set off the black firework. Vicyr had instructed them before infiltrating the Usher mansion. Tudor, after much hesitation and with trembling hands, bit his lip. He's alive. Lord Roderick is alive. Finally, Tudor chose the red firework. He was just about to take it to the window when, thwack, a hand grabbed Tudor's wrist. It was Bianca. Are you crazy? She snatched the red firework from Tudor's hand and threw it into the swamp outside the window. Do you want to kill all the others too? No, Lord Roderick is alive. Don't you remember what Vicyr said? Father can't move anymore. Bianca lowered her head and trembled. At this moment, no one wanted to light the red firework more than she did. Tudor, too, could only bow his head, seeing Bianca like this. Just then, ho 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 ho, aren't you giving up a bit too easily? A voice sharply drew the attention of Bianca and Tudor. Turning their heads, they saw a woman with a similarly pale complexion standing with an imposing demeanor. Madeline Usher, Roderick's sister and the current acting head of the family. She was the mastermind who practically held all the power in the Usher family. Like father, like daughter, treating a living relative as if they're already dead. Madeline glared at Bianca with corpse-like eyes, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Are you going to bury your father alive too, just as he did to me? Madeline had suffered a severe fever as a child. Roderick, thinking she was dead due to her corpse-like heartbeat and pallor, had buried her underground, but somehow Madeline had survived. After being buried alive, she broke out of her coffin, dug through the earth, and emerged from the grave. Afterwards, Roderick was tormented for life by the guilt of nearly burying his sickly sister alive. He granted her every request and endured anything for her. Gritting her teeth at this realization, Bianca spat out. You were a demon from the start, weren't you? You took over Aunt Madeline's body after she died of fever and have been deceiving father ever since. Isn't that right? Ho ho ho, who knows? When did I become a demon? When I was buried alive? Or was I one from the very beginning? Or perhaps, am I even a demon at all? Madeline steadily closed the distance between herself and Bianca. Just then, a line was drawn between Bianca and Madeline, blocking her path. Don't cross the line. It was Tudor. He stood firmly, blocking Madeline's advance with a determined gaze. Madeline's eyes narrowed as she looked at the Gungnir spear, and the leather ornament hanging from its blade held in Tudor's only hand. Using Monty's skin as a decoration for your spear, playing with the corpse of your uncle who lost in the royal succession battle. That's quite a macabre taste for a knight who supposedly upholds justice and integrity, isn't it? Despite Madeline's taunts, Tudor remained focused on their mission. Tudor took Bianca's hand and began running. Run, Bianca, we need to get out of here. However, their attempt to escape was in vain. As Madeline extended her hand, the surroundings froze over, and a thick ice wall surged up to block the window. Damn! Tudor halted for a moment. Madeline's seductive voice wrapped around Tudor's ear. You wish to leave the mansion, don't you? But that's impossible without my permission. Ho ho ho, don't look at me so fiercely. Madeline covered her mouth and laughed elegantly. Then, as if granting a favor, she spoke again. Actually, it's not that hard to let you leave the mansion. You just have to pass my test. Forget trying to deceive me with your words. Tudor clutched his spear tightly, standing firm against the ice wall. However, Madeline's next words were unexpected. It's true, if you can pass a very simple test, I'll let you leave this place. Seeing Tudor's frown, Madeline continued. You just need to prove that you are brave enough to pass my test. They say knights of the Quixote clan are very brave. Surely you're not afraid. It was a blatant provocation, but Tudor had no choice. Eventually, Madeline spoke. If you can say this out loud 3 times, where is the one who can kill me? I will acknowledge your courage and open the mansion door for you. It seemed like an easy deal. There were no ambushes here besides Madeline. Tudor and Bianca exchanged determined glances. After confirming once more that there were no immediate dangers, Tudor opened his mouth. Where is the one who can kill me? Where is the one who can kill me? Where is the one who can kill me? Tudor's words were filled with firm belief. Besides the demon before him, there was no one who could harm him. It was an obvious fact. However, upon hearing Tudor's words, Madeline's eyes softened, as Tudor felt a drop of cold sweat on his forehead in front of her ominous smile. Here, a voice, sounding as if it were entranced, came from right behind Tudor, near his ear. Chapter 443, The Fall of the Usher Family 3, Chapter 443, The Fall of the Usher Family 3, Tudor recalled what Sinclair had said. When the Emperor went to subjugate the Usher family in the past, the Ushers demanded that all attendants be dismissed so the Emperor and the family head could speak one-on-one. The Emperor, firmly believing no one could harm him, experienced betrayal from his two closest aides. The assassins of the Usher family were incredibly secretive and meticulous. From this story, Tudor learned that the Usher assassins had been striving to gain the trust of their targets for a long time. But reality was advancing a step further. Swish, feeling a cold wind from behind, Tudor quickly turned his head to the side. Bianca's dagger grazed Tudor's side. "Bianca!" Tudor's voice seemed not to reach her. In her dazed, unfocused eyes, there was no sign of her former sharpness. Madeline laughed as she looked at Bianca, who acted like a puppet. The Usher family's members become unknowingly brainwashed when inside the mansion. The path leading into the mansion is essentially a magic circle of brainwashing. Walking that path triggers the brainwashing. She winked at Tudor and continued. "The last line you spoke was the trigger. Once the brainwashing is activated, they consider any outsider as the primary target for elimination." "Damn it!" Tudor raised his spear. With a blank expression, Bianca drew her bow and shot arrows. Whiz, whiz, Tudor's spinning spear deflected the arrows. However, Bianca's rate of fire was so incredibly fast that even Tudor had to keep retreating. "Ugh, she's stronger than when she's herself." Tudor forced a grin and made a joke, but Bianca's expression remained icy. Madeline laughed as she watched Bianca, who had turned into a puppet. "Finally, that young and fresh body will be mine. I've always been troubled by this half-rotten body." With that, Madeline ripped off the bandage covering her belly. Her decayed and rotting abdomen with an empty cavity inside was fully exposed. "So, the real Madeline died a long time ago." "Ho ho ho, yes. I've worked hard to mask the stench, always filling it with perfume or dried flowers, but now I can say goodbye to that." Madeline turned to look at Roderick, who was seated in a chair. "Poor Roderick, if you had just given me your body, your daughter wouldn't be paying the price now." Roderick's pupils trembled at her words. Tudor called out to him with a sliver of hope. "Lord Roderick, your daughter is in danger. You must wake up. The demon is after Bianca's body," dodging Bianca's arrows. Tudor kept shouting, but Roderick remained motionless. His pupils wavered briefly, but soon a misty fog and the red death enveloped him again. Madeline cackled. "Ho ho ho ho, what did you expect? Did you think he'll just get up and start shooting arrows?" She was making fun of Tudor. The demon had released poison throughout the swamp, which mixed with the rising mist and engulfed the entire mansion. Tudor knew this too. Unless the entire mist enveloping the mansion grounds was removed, purifying the mansion was impossible. That's why Vicyr had advised that they needed to lure the demon outside, as fighting inside the mansion would be futile. However, with Bianca charging at him, even that plan seemed impossible. Even if Tudor managed to escape outside, the demon would remain inside, having already secured the body it desired, Bianca's. "Get a hold of yourself." "Bianca," Tudor pushed Bianca back with his spear and then aimed its tip at Madeline. Rather than confronting Bianca, he intended to target Madeline directly. "But ha, do you really think that will work?" Madeline remained motionless, exuding an aura of absolute confidence and arrogance. Creak, Bianca, now aiming her bow at Tudor's back, prepared to shoot. At that moment, Madeline's eyes widened slightly. Surprisingly, Tudor continued to charge at Madeline without glancing back, despite Bianca aiming at his back. A blue aura began to surge at the tip of Gungnir like a tidal wave. It was evident that he was pouring all his strength forward, disregarding the threat behind him. "Ha, what do you trust your girlfriend? Do you think she won't shoot?" "Shut up." Tudor kept rushing towards Madeline. Bianca, standing behind him, aimed her bow and arrow at Tudor's back. Showing no hesitation, Madeline's eyes glinted seductively. "Poor fool. Like a true Don Quixote, you'll die by the arrow of the woman you love. Love always ends in the grave." Eventually, she coldly commanded Bianca. "Dear, shoot him, put him out of his misery." Following Madeline's command, Bianca immediately drew her bow. Without a moment's hesitation, she aimed at Tudor's back and released the arrow. Thud! Bianca's shot, infused with all her power and mana, created a gray-white whirlwind. The arrow traced a graceful arc and embedded itself into Tudor's back. Thwack, the sound of flesh tearing and blood spurting echoed through the room. Ha ha ha, look at you. Pitiful humans, this is the end for both the Usher and Donquixote clans. Madeline burst into manic laughter upon seeing Bianca's arrow lodged in Tudor's back. However, her laughter abruptly stopped. Thwack, red streams of blood spurted from Tudor's back and abdomen. Bianca's arrow had indeed pierced through Tudor's body. At that critical moment, Tudor, as if anticipating the arrow's trajectory and position, twisted his body, causing the arrow to graze his side instead of hitting vital organs. The arrow, now stained with Tudor's blood, left only a shallow wound as it flew past him. Thwack, maintaining its momentum, the arrow shot forward and astonishingly embedded itself right in the middle of Madeline's forehead. Madeline was aghast as the arrow pierced through her skull and exited the back of her head. Her vision darkened, and her thoughts were momentarily severed. Her entire body trembled and staggered. No matter how demonic, being unexpectedly pierced through the head would unsettle anyone. Moreover, the dark blood coating the arrowhead, what was it? May you find peace. With a strange hallucination echoing in her mind, memories other than her own began to emerge in the darkness of her fading vision. A cold, dying body, rough hands covering her view, a face and voice full of scars. Such a kind person. Simultaneously, Madeline felt her entire body trembling violently, like an insect curling up as it dies. Her fingers and toes twisted grotesquely inward. Grrrrhh, as Madeline writhed in agony. At that moment, run! Bianca's eyes returned to normal. Despite bleeding from her side, she grabbed the nape of Tudor's neck and started to run. The ice wall shattered by Madeline's shock, allowing Bianca and Tudor to throw themselves through a window beyond it. Simultaneously, whoosh, Tudor had lit a black firework. This can't be, the brainwashing didn't work. How? Despite being shot through the forehead and the back of her head, Madeline did not fall but charged forward. She failed to stop Bianca and Tudor from jumping out the window toward the swamp. Splash! The mire and sludge of the swamp enveloped them. They kept sinking down in the swamp. They felt a disturbing sensation as if the red specter of death was licking their entire bodies with a long tongue. Even amidst this, Tudor and Bianca reassured each other as they faced each other. Eventually, Tudor's arm, which had been above the surface, reached high. Bianca held on, preventing Tudor from sinking into the swamp. Whoosh, bang, the firework exploded. A black pillar of smoke rose high into the sky, visible even over the ridge where Victor was waiting with his preparations. Success! Without needing to say who first, Tudor and Bianca embraced each other. Well done, Bianca, that last arrow hit perfectly. Figgy's blood already smeared on the arrowhead. Saved us from failure. But the task was far from over. Ag, these insolent insects. The cry from the window was unmistakably inhuman, a voice that pierced through the listeners' eardrums and struck fear like a stake into their hearts. The voice of the demon. Hearing it, Tudor and Bianca nodded as if reaffirming some unspoken agreement. Their original purpose was to lure the demon out of the mansion, so Tudor and Bianca swiftly dove underwater into the swamp. Splash! It was too far to swim to the bridge connecting the mansion to solid ground. Risking being caught by the demon, they moved slowly underwater, holding their breath as long as possible. Amidst the black reeds swaying underwater, Tudor and Bianca swam. Above the surface, eerie will-o'-the-wisps danced around, casting an eerie glow over the unsettling underwater scenery. Crash, splash, 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 splash. From behind, the sound of windows shattering in the mansion echoed, and debris from the broken windows fell onto the swamp's surface. The water's surface rippled violently. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? For some reason, the demon's voice carried directly across the water's surface. Tudor and Bianca suppressed their spine-chilling fear and dove deeper, among the black reeds reaching out like water ghosts. Avoiding the eerie glow of the will-o'-the-wisps, Tudor and Bianca stealthily moved deeper into the forest of reeds underwater. They navigated through the heavy muck and waves of the swamp floor, where many things had sunken, inching forward slowly, ever so slowly, to lure the demon out of the mansion. They were getting close to the ridge where Victor and their allies waited. Chapter 444, The Fall of the Usher Family, 4, Chapter 444. The Fall of the Usher Family, 4, Phew. When Tudor and Bianca crawled onto land, it was already midnight. The air was so cold it could freeze ice. The wind blowing was as sharp as a knife. Turning their heads, they saw the Usher mansion casting a gloomy shadow over the swamp, where red death spirits were writhing. "Take my hand." "Okay." Tudor grabbed Bianca's outstretched hand, holding hands. They ran through the mountain path. Flap! They heard the sound of birds flapping their wings behind them. Tudor and Bianca ran frantically through the dead trees that stood like the charred spines of burnt corpses. Their faces and bodies were scratched by sharp branches and thorns, but there was no time to care about such things. The red death spirits, along with sulfur fires and mist, danced over the swamp. Relying on the fading blessing of the saintess, Tudor and Bianca sprinted desperately through the darkness. Flap! The sound of wings flapping came closer. Then, thud! Tudor suddenly fell to his knees while running. Bianca, startled, helped Tudor up. "Tudor, are you okay?" "Ah!" A red stain was spreading from where Bianca's arrow had grazed his side. Even though it was a graze, it was a severe wound. After a moment of hesitation, Bianca spoke resolutely. "Get on my back." But Tudor shook his head. "We never know when the demon will catch up. Vicyr told us not to let our guard down until we cross the mountain ridge." "Do I look like I'm letting my guard down right now?" "Yes, you do." Tudor quietly pushed Bianca away. "Go ahead, I'll rest for a bit and catch up." "Stop talking nonsense." Bianca closed the distance Tudor had created, grabbing his collar. She said, "You know this isn't impressive, right?" "I'm not trying to be impressive. Don't you know me by now? And do you know me?" Tudor and Bianca locked eyes for a moment. In a small voice, Tudor said, "That night, you saved my life when I almost died in the family. You risked your life too. Now it's my turn. I can't walk any further anyway. Let me do something for you. One last time." A spark of determination flared in Tudor's eyes, dimmed by blood loss and hypothermia. It was the final light only those sensing their end could emit. "However, if you have the strength to talk nonsense, then walk." Bianca's gaze was far more intense than Tudor's. "That night, I saved you, but you also saved me. Do you know how relieved and grateful I was to see you alive at the end of my desperate run?" Bianca yanked Tudor by his collar and growled, "So live, somehow, as long as I'm alive. I'm not letting you die. If I die, then you can die or whatever." Tudor couldn't say anything against Bianca's threat-like command. Eventually, they started climbing the mountain path again. His mana had long been depleted, and his body was covered with wounds large and small from breaking through traps in the mansion. From his thoroughly soaked body, heat continued to seep away. Flap! Once again. The sound of wings flapping came from behind. Demon was catching up to them. "Bianca!" Tudor, leaning heavily on his spear, barely managed to speak as his voice faded. Bianca also looked up. "Thank you. What an ominous thing to say at a time like this. I felt like if I didn't say it now, I might not get another chance." Really?" As Bianca sharply turned her head, thud, Tudor collapsed to the ground. Bianca quietly watched him lying there. Then, she too sat down quietly next to Tudor. "You did well. This was impressive enough." There was no response from Tudor, who had fallen. Seeing Tudor like that, tears finally welled up in Bianca's eyes. Her dignified and proud expression crumbled quickly, revealing the appearance of an ordinary woman her age. She held Tudor, whose breathing was becoming faint, tightly and bowed her head. Although they hadn't crossed the promised mountain ridge, they had succeeded in luring out the demon and setting off the black fireworks. The plan hadn't been crafted with the expectation of their survival, given they were originally used as bait. "Thank you for being with me." She kissed Tudor on the lips, flap, and gradually, the sound of an ominous mystery drew nearer. Bianca lifted her head with a resolute expression. She had no more strength left, but she gathered her last bit of resolve to resist. "I'd rather die than let you be taken." She stood in front of Tudor, holding her bow defiantly. Eventually, beyond the thick darkness, two eyes burning crimson red became visible. The eerie red glow it emitted made it seem like the embodiment of the legendary Hound of Death. However, Flutter, the figure that appeared before Bianca, wasn't a demon at all, but an entirely different entity. "You still look lively, thank goodness," said Vicyr, the Night Hound. Revealing himself from the darkness, Bianca's eyes widened in surprise. "Vicyr, How did you get here? The rendezvous point is beyond the mountain ridge. I came to meet you. Well, I took on some risk. Having finished speaking, Vikier raised his hand. There were werewolves, ghouls, giant spiders, mountain turtles, griffins, and several other monsters, all with severed necks, dripping blood. It was then that Bianca truly realized they had made it here without being attacked by any monsters, thanks to Vikier. He had silently cleared their escape route all along. Initially, when they made their plans, they spoke as if abandoning the two of them was a possibility, but in reality, Vikier had cared for them more than anyone else. Vikier, Bianca spoke with a trembling voice, but Vikier waved his hand dismissively as if it were nothing special. Meanwhile, Vikier turned his head and looked back towards the trajectory of the black fireworks rising above the Usher mansion. The meaning behind those fireworks was clear. Roderick Usher was dead, or rather, he had fallen into a pitiful state where death was a mercy. Bianca continued explaining, "My father is still alive, but due to the poison of the Red Death spreading throughout the entire mansion grounds. I understand the situation roughly. From now on, save your strength." Eventually, Vikier approached the fallen tutor. After checking his pulse, Vikier nodded. "He'll be fine. A potion and some divine healing will have him up in no time." Can we really do that? We need to go beyond the mountain ridge, if you stay still." "It's possible." What do you mean?" Before Bianca could finish her question, thwack, Vikier lifted Tudor right then and there. With Bianca clinging to his side, he began to sprint up the steep cliff path. Whoa, 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 Bianca was startled, but soon closed her eyes tightly. Vikier's strength and speed were tremendous, allowing him to scale the steep cliff with Tudor and Bianca in tow in the blink of an eye. It was like the speed of a soaring bird. Thank goodness! Even Vikier was somewhat relieved in the current situation. This place was where Tudor was supposed to die in history, and where Bianca's mind was supposed to deteriorate. The Usher restoration operation. Originally, this event should have happened much later than now, but the location was undoubtedly confirmed to be here. Before rescuing Usher, Tudor tried to stop brainwashed Bianca and suffered serious injuries as a result. Unable to break through the demon army's blockade alone, he valiantly defended his allies before perishing. Bianca, unable to reclaim her lineage and burdened with guilt for harming Tudor, her childhood friend and beloved, began to lose her sanity. But fate changed. Tudor survived and Bianca didn't lose her sanity. It was a pivotal moment, made possible because Bianca hadn't succumbed to Madeline's brainwashing. "I should thank Lovegood." Vikier quietly examined a brooch pinned in Bianca's hair, a hairpin with a pink heart-shaped brooch attached, commonly known as the Shield of Love. This artifact was obtained by Lovegood when she participated in the National University League for exceptional performance. "The artifact I acquired is the Shield of Love. It's a hairpin with a heart-shaped brooch. If you wear it, it can block any powerful brainwashing or mental magic at least once, but it only works if your true love is by your side. The effect of this artifact, the Shield of Love, is to block any powerful brainwashing at least once. However, it requires one's true love to be present for activation. To serve Vikier with Love Heart Suit, P.S. President Marilini Lovegood, perfume, skin lotion, shoes, belts, hats, sunglasses, shirts, bags, fountain pens, ties, wallets, sneakers, hairpins, goodness, there's even an artifact from the University League mixed in. And what's this? A carriage key. In the past, out of fan sentiment, Lovegood had sent this artifact she received to Vikier by mail, and Vikier had carefully kept it until handing it to Bianca before infiltrating Usher's mansion. "Take this." Bianca received the hairpin, while Tudor received red and black fireworks. Thanks to Vikier's preparations for emergencies, Tudor and Bianca could escape from under the cruel wheels of fate. Reflecting his face in a puddle on the ground, Vikier turned his head. Clasped tightly were the two hands of unconscious Tudor and Bianca, looking at each other. Eventually, Vikier found the temporary campsite in the mountain pass and retrieved the potion he had prepared in advance, feeding it to Tudor amidst a heap of autumn leaves. Why am I still alive?" As Tudor woke up with a groan, Bianca burst into tears. At that moment, fluttering wings, the sound of a bird flapping its wings came from far behind. Standing where the hill rose, Vikier looked down at Usher's mansion at a glance. As expected, "Chase them! We must find them!" The venomously sharp voice of Madeline and the sounds of Usher's knights beginning to move echoed around them. In an instant, Tudor and Bianca's expressions hardened. "Get ready." Victor spoke up. "It's time for payback." Chapter 445. The Fall of Usher House 5. Chapter 445. The Fall of Usher House 5. Madeline Usher. Madeline gathered the remaining members of the Divine Archer Squad and set off in pursuit of Tudor and Bianca. Riding hard, she crossed a bridge over the swamp and soon reached the foot of a steep slope. "Abandon your horses and climb the mountain. It's fine if you kill that scoundrel Tudor, but Bianca must be captured alive." Madeline, consumed by rage, could no longer disguise her true voice. From her mouth, which was split to the ears, came a sound like a trapped animal's cry. Her eyes were sharp and vertical like a reptile's. The fierce general of the demon army, who once led the vanguard of humanity's downfall during the Age of Destruction, was gradually revealing her true nature. Fudajuduk, with each movement of Madeline, there was a sound like feathers brushing against each other. "I can smell it. The scent of young, fresh meat." Madeline climbed the mountain faster than anyone. The scent trailed across rocks, piles of leaves, and the ends of sharp branches. Madeline was tracking the blood trail left by Bianca as she fled. Ha! She must have been in quite a hurry, to run without even erasing her scent. The increasing number of traces clearly indicated that the prey was losing its composure. Sweat, saliva, and mucus had fallen to the ground. The most distinct scent, however, was that of blood. Not only had they failed to cover the spilled blood with leaves or soil, but there were also unmistakable traces of footprints and hair everywhere. Broken branches and disturbed grass also clearly showed the direction the prey had fled. "Finally, I can say goodbye to this decaying body. The first thing I'll do when I change bodies is whip this creaky body into pieces. It's been so frustrating and tiresome." With a bright smile, Madeline reached the ridgeline. Soon, the lake area on the other side of the mountain came into view. Lake Dock. This is the largest lake in the vicinity, along with the swamp surrounding the Usher family's mansion. Madeline and the Usher family's Divine Archer Squad exited the forest and headed towards Lake Dock. What they saw there was somewhat unexpected. Where there was supposed to be a beautiful lake brimming with water, there were piles of stones and mud. Lake Dock had turned into a barren wasteland. Continuous wildfires and drought had caused the water to vanish entirely. Has the drought been this severe? The lake bed was oddly dry. If the water level had merely dropped, it would have been one thing, but for the lake bed to be cracked and parched to this extent was strange. Here and there, small puddles of water remained, and in them large fish were swarming. Splash, crack, Madeline reached into a puddle, pulled out a large catfish, and began eating it raw. This is strange. No matter how severe the drought, Lake Dock never dried up before. Does this mean the approaching era of destruction will be that harsh? Madeline threw the chewed catfish to the ground and turned her head to gaze at the glowing flames on the horizon. The wildfire spreading in the distance was, of course, not a natural disaster. Droughts, wildfires, and monster outbreaks were just the beginning of the omens to come. This was a phenomenon resulting from the concentration of magic to open a massive dimensional gate in the sky. The gate of destruction will soon open. Due to the growing anxiety over the continuous loss of their comrades, the demons decided to open the gate to the demon realm, which was originally scheduled to open decades later, a bit earlier. This was also the reason they incited the Empire's civil war sooner than planned. For that time, I must quickly change my body to something young and fresh. Thinking of the numerous plans she had after taking over Bianca's body, Madeline felt her body heat up. "Oh, I'll have to create many children first. How delicious will the children made from my flesh and blood be? I'm already drooling." She swiftly descended to the bottom of the lake and headed towards the center. As she passed between the towering piles of stones and dirt, the barren landscape inside came into view. Suddenly, a humid wind blew from somewhere. Madeline turned her head in surprise, her expression changing. A sense of foreboding filled her mind. Looking back at the piles of stones she had just passed through, she noticed that the path she had walked had changed slightly. Madeline's eyes narrowed. "Oh, are you trying to confront me with a formation?" Indeed. The piles of stones scattered across the lake bed formed walls of a labyrinth. The paths between them traced a peculiar geometric pattern. Walking these paths would inevitably lead to hallucinations and illusions, causing one to lose all sense of direction and become trapped. The structure was similar to the formation inside the Usher mansion that activated Bianca's brainwashing, but far more complex. Ha ha ha, I'm also a member of the Usher family, you know. How cute, challenging me with a formation. Despite falling into the trap, Madeline remained very composed. Looking around, she saw that the sharp, towering rocks and the walls of dirt and stone completely surrounded her. Her eyes glinted with a sinister light. Heh, not bad. It's exactly like the 8 trigrams formation depicted in the Hell Scroll, created by Belial and Dantalion. Could they have betrayed and sided with the humans? But that couldn't be. Belial and Dantalion had already been killed. However, the formation before her eyes was undoubtedly one of the traps they often used in large-scale wars. How mere humans had managed to replicate it was a mystery. Who is it? That Bianca woman? No. There's no way a mere human could imitate a demon's formation this well. After pondering for a moment, Madeline chuckled. Well, it doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with me. I am unaffected by such formations. After all, I already learned the structure of this formation from Belial and Dantalion. Let's break it instantly. The opponent had likely set this trap to buy time, but Madeline, having absorbed all the knowledge of the Usher family's formations, and even those of the demons, was confident she wouldn't be trapped by such a low-grade maze. I'll render all of this futile. Madeline lifted her head proudly. Chinese letter rest, Chinese letter life, Chinese letter wound, Chinese letter stop, Chinese letter view, Chinese letter death, Chinese letter fright, Chinese letter open. Among the 8 trigrams gates entering Chinese letter life, Chinese letter view, or Chinese letter open, leads to survival, Chinese letter wound, Chinese letter fright, or Chinese letter rest, leads to injury, and Chinese letter stop and Chinese letter death lead to death. Right, Madeline knew well which paths were exits and which were traps. It was a technique famous even among demons. Ha ha ha, to those who don't know the formation, it has a tremendous effect, but to those who understand it well, it's nothing more than scribbles on the ground. It may seem impressive, but it's useless. Madeline confidently strode forward, breaking through the paths of the formation. But then, in that moment, Madeline spotted the head of a catfish lying on the ground. It was the catfish she had eaten at the beginning of the maze, from the puddle near the entrance of the formation. For some reason unknown to her, she found herself back in the area where the maze had started. Of course, the exit was still nowhere in sight. No, that can't be. Madeline immediately moved. She tried to exit through the gates she knew, Chinese letter life, Chinese letter view, Chinese letter open, but the scenery kept repeating itself. Wary of potential injuries, she tried Chinese letter wound, Chinese letter fright, Chinese letter rest, yet faced the same results. Instead of finding a way out, she only felt increasing confusion, as if the sky and earth were turning upside down in her mind. She didn't dare enter the definite paths of death, Chinese letter stop, and Chinese letter death. What's going on? Wasn't this the 8 trigrams formation? If so, I should be able to find my way out like this, The formation drawn with dried blood on the ground was distracting Madeline. Instead of finding an escape route, all she could see around her were dense walls. If it comes to this, I have no choice but to advance towards the center of the lake. To think there's someone who knows the demon's formations. Who could it be? Could it be that demon hunter who's been killing off our comrades, but isn't he imprisoned in Nouvelebag? But the more she pondered, the further she went, the darker her surroundings became. Madeline found herself reluctantly drawn deeper into the heart of the formation. There stood a strange tree with a small torch hanging from it, and on the ground beneath, writings were inscribed in black blood. Suppressing rising anger and impatience, Madeline walked towards the tree. Eventually, she noticed inscriptions on the floor at the very center of the maze. The demon dies beneath this tree. Upon reading those words, Madeline snapped. How dare these wretched creatures provoke me? However, it wasn't just a mere attempt to ruin her mood. Madeline quickly realized the true meaning behind it. Crash! A heavy object smashed into the ground, resonating with the sound of a giant rock striking. Thud, thud, thud. The dry, cracked floor trembled violently, sending fragments of stone and dried mud swirling into the air. Madeline's expression contorted in dismay. Now she understood why the bottom of Lake Lakedock had dried up so severely. Shaya, water attack. From afar, a colossal surge of water was rushing towards her at an astonishing height. Chapter 446, The Fall of the Usher House 6, Chapter 446, The Fall of the Usher House 6. The demon dies under this tree. Vikyr stood on the distant embankment. How dare these wretched creatures provoke me? At the moment the demon's cry echoed from the center of the lake. Vikyr immediately issued an order. Open the dam gate. Members of the Night Walkers and the Knights of Donquixote each raised their spears, cut the ropes, and pierced the earthen wall. Tudor and Bianca faced each other and unleashed their mana powerfully. Boom! The embankment made of mud and wood collapsed, releasing the waters of Lake Lakedock that had been held back. Even though the water level had dropped significantly due to drought and wildfires, Lake Lakedock still held a tremendous amount of water. Roar! The broken dam released a torrent of water, creating numerous whirlpools as it rushed towards the lake bed. Down below, the demon could be seen floundering. Madeline had broken through the life gate, view gate, and open gate according to the principles of the 8 gates formation, but no escape route was found. She tried exiting through the wound gate, fear gate, and rest gate but met with the same result. However, she didn't attempt to enter the certain death routes of the stop gate and death gate, indicating she had some knowledge of the 8 gates formation. Indeed, this formation caused great damage to the human alliance during the era of destruction when Belial and Dantalion used it, so they must have some familiarity with it. Vikyr was returning the torment that the human alliance had once suffered at the hands of the demons. But the 8 gates formation Vikyr used was a slightly improved version compared to what Belial and Dantalion had employed. The reason this was possible was, see, I told you it'd be better if you followed my advice. It was thanks to Marquis Sade, who was laughing beside Vikyr. He was a person who shouldn't have been there according to his original fate. He should have failed to escape Nuvalebag and become food for deep-sea monsters 10,000 meters below the sea. But Vikyr changed fate and rescued him from the depths. As a result, Marquis Sade was able to fully display his talents as a strategist and tactician, which were not available to the human alliance during the era of destruction. It's an interesting formation, but I see a few gaps. If I incorporate the 8 trigrams I used during the 47-person incident, I can create an even more malicious formation. Marquis Sade had a demonic, more than demonic talent for tormenting others and putting them in difficult situations. Add the elements of Zhen, Chinese letter, Zun, Chinese letter, Li, Chinese letter, Kun, Chinese letter, Dewey, Chinese letter, Cayenne, Chinese letter, Can, Chinese letter, and Zhen, Chinese letter. With the forces of thunder, wind, fire, earth, marsh, heaven, water, and mountain combined, no demon would be able to escape once they set foot on the ground. I can't wait to see how the one trapped inside struggles in agony. The formation he created was far more cunning and sinister than the one devised by the demons. Not even a demon can escape this. Look at her scurrying away like insects. You're still as twisted as ever, Marquis Sade, reveling in his delight, was rebuked by Major Orca standing next to him. They both looked at the crumbling embankment with mixed feelings of satisfaction and regret. Vikyr, too, had experience in building large-scale flood control projects to prevent the Red Death in the village of Balak, so constructing the dam wasn't difficult for him. Once the released water began to surge uncontrollably, it swept over the ridgeline. The unstable ground, already weakened by drought, crumbled, generating an enormous amount of soil and sediment. The resulting landslide caused the entire ridgeline to collapse. Then, the massive floodwaters from Lake Lakedock surged down the mountain slope, pouring into the marshland where the Usher family mansion was located. Ah, the mansion! Bianca exclaimed in shock. The waters had already surrounded the marshland around the Usher estate, swirling around it violently. The whirlpool eroded the ground beneath the castle, carving it away in a circular motion. The island in the middle of the marsh, where the Usher mansion stood, was gradually sinking. "Father!" Bianca screamed and rushed forward, but Tudor stopped her. "Bianca, get a grip, you saw the state of the mansion yourself." "Allah!" Bianca collapsed as if her legs had given out. If Tudor hadn't held her tightly, she might have fallen off the cliff and been swept away by the raging currents. Dolors, Sinclair, Sancho, and Piggy finally understood why Vicyr had distinguished the colors of the fireworks. Confirm the status of Roderick, the head of the Usher family. If he's alive and can be rescued, set off the red firework. If he's dead or alive but cannot be moved, set off the black firework. Why distinguish the colors? What do they signify? It's better you don't know. It was just as he said. If the red firework had gone off, other plans could have been considered, but with the black firework having been set off, the choice was clear. Vicyr made the decision the moment he saw the black firework, to completely sweep away the Usher mansion, which had been fully eroded by the Red Death. Father! Bianca looked down at the raging currents below the cliff, the fall of the house of Usher. The mansion collapsing into the center of the marsh was reflected in Bianca's tear-filled eyes. The beloved home where she had lived her entire life, the proud family estate, was being buried in the shifting sands of history in real time. Just then, amidst the collapsing ground and swirling muddy waters, a piercing scream was heard. Everyone, including Vicyr, looked up to see several shadows emerging from the torrents, rushing onto solid ground. A giant wing replacing a missing hand, sharp teeth protruding from a beak-like mouth, claws resembling a mix of blades and hooks and grotesquely swollen chest muscles. Enormous humanoid birds crawled out of the currents onto the ground. Among them, the largest and broadest-winged monstrous bird was immediately recognized by Bianca. Isotrope! How could she forget? The traitor who had betrayed the head of the family and sided with the demons. The pursuer who had poisoned the marshlands, driven Roderick to ruin, and relentlessly hunted Bianca, clawing at her body and soul. Transformed into a demon, Isotrope glared at Bianca with bloodshot eyes. How dare you devise such a scheme? I almost drowned while chasing you. Die! Bianca immediately drew an arrow. A lightning-fast shot, boom, but the transformed Isotrope swung his enormous wing and deflected the arrow. Heh, you think you can fight a demon with your puny human strength? Still as delusional as ever. Any wounds would heal quickly, Isotrope boasted, flaunting his now even larger and more muscular body. At that moment, "It's been a while." Vicyr stepped forward. Vicyr had encountered Isotrope once before during his transfer to Nouvelebeg, where Isotrope had been a guard. Despite not flinching at Bianca's rage, Isotrope shuddered at Vicyr's call. This was because he had a past experience of being brutally defeated after instigating a mutiny on a ship. However, soon a slow smile spread across Isotrope's lips. "Back then I was alone, but not now. With my followers by my side, I have no reason to fear the likes of you." As Isotrope said, demons crawled out of the vortex, gathering behind him. "What's this? Why are there so many birds? They don't look particularly strong, but they sure are annoying." "Don't let your guard down. SKP, those things self-destruct when cornered." The presence of the demons was enough to make even Marquis Sade and Commander Orca wary. Camus, who was dismantling the steel frames inside the dam, clicked her tongue regretfully. "Ah, it's a shame the water level is low due to the drought. If it weren't for that, we could have swept them all away cleanly." The prolonged drought and wildfires had reduced the water in Lake Lakedock, which was a critical variable. Despite the powerful landslides and debris flow, a significant number of demons survived, and even the Usher family estate, which had been half eroded, saw a reduction in its collapse. Isotrope laughed darkly. "Lady Madeline is different from a fool like Monty." While Monty was infatuated with some random seeds he happened to find, Lady Madeline trained the demon army properly. Behold the result. Among the Usher family's knights, those who had willingly become demon servants roared fiercely, shaking off the water from their feathers. "As long as we live, Lady Madeline is certainly safe. Now your end has come." Even now, the number of demons crawling ashore continued to increase. Isotrope's confidence was not unfounded, however. "Well, I think we have the upper hand in numbers." At Vicyr's calm remark, Isotrope's eyes widened. What nonsense is this? No matter how much he looked around, he couldn't see any additional forces. Only a few night walkers and a handful of knights from the Donquixote clan were present. "Stop bluffing. Attack!" At Isotrope's shout, the demons behind him simultaneously spread their wings. Bats, eagles, owls, hawks, and other birds of prey all soared into the sky. However, they soon understood what Vicyr meant. Shl Ruuruk, something had emerged from the water's surface, grabbing the demons by their ankles. No, it had been gripping their ankles since they came out of the water. Vines, long and tough. As the demons took flight, they felt a powerful force pulling them back by their ankles. What is this? Isotrope also looked at the vine coiled around his ankle. The vine radiated a formidable strength, rooted in obsession. No. Hunger, following the vine's length, he saw water at the end of his gaze. The vine extended into the water, and soon a massive face-like figure emerged from beneath the surface. Shlayak, a huge, round face pushed through the swirling water. Slurp, a face devoid of eyes, nose, or ears, but filled with a gaping mouth and countless teeth. The blood-soaked jade flowers. Countless seeds of this flower were sprouting below the water. Chapter 447. The Fall of the Usher Family, 7, Chapter 447, The Fall of the Usher Family, 7, a massive face emerged from beneath the surface. Its wide-open mouth revealed sharp teeth, with the corners of its mouth stretching into a grotesque grin, as if something was delighting it immensely. Though it lacked eyes and a nose, it was clear what it felt. An intense hunger, an insatiable appetite, and the joy and ecstasy of knowing it could soon satiate all those cravings. The blood-soaked jade flowers beneath the water opened their mouths wide, waiting for the demons. What is this? Arg, what power is this? Save me! The demons, who transformed into birds and soared into the sky, found themselves being dragged towards the water's surface by tenacious vines that had already ensnared their ankles. Crunch, one blood-soaked jade flower closed its mouth. A demon was caught inside, instantly turning into a bloody pulp. Ah! The demon trembled as he looked down at his lower body, now crushed like meat about to be made into haggis. Crushed flesh, shattered bones, and dark blood mixed together, streaming down. The more their prey despaired and panicked, the more the blood-soaked jade flowers shook with delight, extending their vines once again. Schlorp, the demons who had ascended to the sky, were dragged down once more. When did these vines wrap around my ankles? It must have happened when we fell into the water. We can't break free. Damn it, they're so tough. Ayeg, I'm being dragged again. Aya, countless blood-soaked jade flowers formed a colony, devouring the demons one by one. Splash, 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 the river quickly turned black with the blood of the demons. Watching this hellish scene, Isotrope could only gape wide. Hanging on for dear life in midair, his ankles, wings, and torso were all entwined with blood-soaked jade flower vines. This can't be. Where did these things come from? Isotrope looked at Vikir with trembling eyes, but Vikir didn't bother to answer. Before Madeline and the demon legion of the Usher family pursued Bianca, he had planted the seeds of the blood-soaked jade flower in the dried-up lakebed of Lake Dock during the waterworks. No matter how severe the drought, the bottom of Lake Dock doesn't crack like that. Lake Dock had never dried up in thousands of years. Seeing such a lakebed dried and cracked should have raised suspicion. It happened because the seeds of the blood-soaked jade flower absorbed even the minimal moisture from the lakebed as they sprouted. And now, having finally encountered water, the blood-soaked jade flowers were blooming magnificently, devouring the demon colony to satisfy their hunger. You weren't vigilant enough. At Vikir's words, Isotrope's eyes bulged in fury. You bastard, don't act so nonchalant. Do you think humans can escape these monsters? The blood-soaked jade flowers clearly favored humans. Judging by the size of their mouths and the array of teeth inside, they were unmistakably carnivorous. However, something astonishing happened. A soldier from the Donquixote clan who had accidentally slipped into the water was caught by a blood-soaked jade flower. The lotus, trying to draw the soldier into its mouth with its vines, suddenly paused, stuck out its tongue, and licked the soldier once. Then, as if it had touched something inedible, it threw the soldier back onto the water's surface. As Isotrope watched a soldier desperately crawl ashore, he blinked in bewilderment. It seemed he couldn't even speak, trying to withstand the pull of the vines. Well done. Seeing the blood-soaked jade flower spit out a human, Vikir nodded. Then behind Vikir, someone stood with a confident expression and puffed-out chest. Minipin Baskerville, an expert on monster ecology, he spoke with pride. Ah, it was a lot of work. You know, modifying their taste preferences. We changed it so that humans would taste disgusting to them, while demons would taste delicious and savory. This did reduce the size of the individual plants, but over generations, this has been largely compensated for. And well, Minipin explained his extensive efforts in detail, but Vikyr filtered out the core points. Minipin had conducted many experiments in the underground safety facilities of Tochka, cultivating the blood-soaked jade flowers Vikyr brought. Banshee Morg, a professor of demonology, also sent his dedicated research team to support these experiments fully. As a result, Minipin was able to select and breed blood-soaked jade flowers that had less of a craving for human blood. Over generations, their aggression towards humans diminished. Additionally, when feeding them human blood, a foul-tasting substance was added, while demon blood was supplemented with other foods the blood-soaked jade flowers preferred. This led to the blood-soaked jade flowers being tamed both naturally and artificially. These blood-soaked jade flowers, now tamed both innately and through conditioning, had fundamentally changed. Thwack, blood-soaked jade flowers would now shy away from humans as if losing their appetite, but their frenzy for demon blood was almost maddening. Ugh, ugh, Isotrope, entangled in 4 vines, frantically flapped his wings. Using his immense demon strength, he broke free from the vines. Schlorp, even with 2 thick vines tightening around his neck, Isotrope did not relent. I am the last loyal retainer serving Lady Madeline. I will subjugate and rule over inferior humans. I will not die here. I cannot die. The world is mine. My time has come. I have waited so long for this day. For this era, however. An opportunity, a cold voice interrupted from in front of Isotrope. Bianca, the last heir of the Usher family, stood there. She raised her bow and arrow. Facing Isotrope, opportunities don't come just by waiting. Isotrope's shaky eyes turned towards Bianca below. Bianca aimed her arrow at Isotrope. You seize them like this. Simultaneously, Bianca squeezed out all her remaining aura. Thwack! An arrow shot through the air, piercing through the gap and struck precisely between Isotrope's eyebrows. Thud! His skull cracked and its contents spilled out. Ugh, ugh! Even so, Isotrope endured. He held on, despite his head breaking and his brains spilling out. He survived with the supernatural vitality unique to demons. However, Bianca's fury towards the traitor of her family was not something that could be quenched so easily. Thud! A second shot followed the first. Thud, then a third. Thud, 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 thud. Countless arrows targeted the same spot. In the end, no, even Isotrope, who withstood 6 vines, fell. Below him, many blood-soaked jade flowers gathered, drooling and smiling. Crunch, crunch, crackle. Though Isotrope's body was singular, the mouths eager to chew, bite, and savor it were numerous. Isotrope's demise marked the beginning. The demons started to be systematically cleansed. Blood-soaked jade flowers danced, entwining the pieces of demon bodies with their vines. The water darkened and became even more foul-smelling. Vikyr watched the blood-soaked jade flower colony and asked, "How should we collect those? Do I need to handle it myself?" There's no need for collection. The modified blood-soaked jade flowers have a short lifespan and will wither within a month without demon blood. What about the possibility of spreading seeds and disrupting the surrounding ecosystem? None. They're all seedless. To put it in human terms, they're like men without their 2 peanuts. For some reason, Vikyr thought it was not a pleasant analogy. In any case, the demons hiding within the Usher family started to be purged completely. Those knights of the Usher family who were merely brainwashed and couldn't escape the current were caught by the roots and vines of the blood-soaked jade flowers downstream and managed to survive. However, something doesn't feel right. Decarabia, sitting on Vikyr's chest, began to roll its eyes. What is it? Most of the demons seem to be eradicated, but the core source of the demonic energy hasn't been purified at all. Almost simultaneously, Camus, who had been standing nearby with a bored expression, glanced at Seer, who was tapping her shoulder. "What's with you, brat? Do you want to die?" At Camus's words, Seer immediately looked crestfallen, but despite the scolding, she mustered the courage to point her finger. Vikyr and Camus's gazes followed. There, the current was raging violently. Some of the larger blood-soaked jade flowers seemed to have found an especially enticing scent and hurriedly extended their vines and jaws towards the center of the whirlpool. Just then, boom! The blood-soaked jade flowers that had gathered in one place were torn to shreds, falling petals. Even the larger specimens were shredded like tissue paper, as something shot up into the sky like a beam of light. Ho 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 ho, seems like it took a while to manifest in my true form due to the decayed body. Madeline Usher, no, the main culprit behind the downfall of the Usher family, the usurper who persistently sought to take over Bianca's body, and one of the key figures who led the era of destruction in the past. Third corpse, Andreophis, danger level, S+ size. Location found, deep within the gate of destruction. Womb of the serpent, also known as the third corpse. One of the 10 calamities known as humanity's arch-nemesis, the inexplicable, the unkillable, hail will fall. 10 Commandments 10, up the third corpse. Ice Duke Andreophis. The third of the 10 demon lords had finally revealed his true form. Chapter 448, The Fall of the Usher Family 8, Chapter 448, The Fall of the Usher Family 8, The Demon Lord, who had the appearance of a giant bird, spread his 4 massive wings. With the flamboyant appearance of a peacock, his body was covered in eyes, ice, and frost, looking as if he was armored. In a large eye socket, numerous blood-red eyeballs were clustered, each emitting a strange light, and his long, sharp beak was filled with teeth. The third corpse. Ice Peacock, the Ice Lord Andreophis, a key figure from the era of destruction, a vanguard of the demon army that inflicted immense damage on the human alliance, had finally revealed his true nature. A water attack, huh? Clever. But Andreophis shook his enormous wings and soared into the air in an instant. A long tail feather made of ice and frost left a white trail in the sky. It's useless against me. As Andreophis said, a bird flying in the sky is unaffected by water attacks. It could have turned out differently if there had been more water, but due to the severe drought, the water level of Lake Lakedock had dropped significantly, preventing Madeline from being destroyed. What can you earthbound creatures possibly do? Ho 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 ho, Andreophis ascended high into the sky, mocking everything below. Neither water attacks, formations, nor encirclements had any meaning against Andreophis, who ruled the sky. Even the blood-soaked jade flowers stretched their vines but couldn't reach, and the improved 8 trigrams formation by Marquis Sade lost its effect. A bird boasting just because he can fly. Funny. Marquis Sade and Major Orca stepped forward. Boom, 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 a whip and a club extended with terrifying force, creating a storm of aura. Ridiculous. Ho ho ho, Andreophis easily dodged Sade and Orca's combined attack. A flying-type demon freely soaring through the sky. Attacks from the ground were mostly futile against Andreophis, who could effortlessly ascend to dizzying heights and then descend in a flash. Miss, are you all right? What in the world is happening? Some of the knights from the brainwashed Divine Archer squad gathered around Bianca. Bianca quickly took control of the situation. Divine Archer squad, pull yourselves together and take down that monster. Bianca grabbed her bow and arrows, aiming at Andreophis. The knights of the Divine Archer squad, though dazed, also prepared to shoot. However, even for the marksmen of the Archer squad, hitting Andreophis moving at incredible speeds in the sky was a daunting task. Ho 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 ho, no one can catch me when I'm serious, ugh. But Andreophis' self-praise was short-lived. Whoosh! Vikier, who had been lying slanted on a dead tree by the cliff, leaped up. Vikier jumped to an unbelievable height. It was as if he defied gravity. All that time spent in the gravity chamber at the academy has paid off. In the blink of an eye, Vikier reached right below Andreophis and unleashed the Baskerville 8th style. Flash, a black sun roared violently. Crack, terrified. Andreophis quickly halted his flight and twisted his body to escape in a near-vertical trajectory. Vikier had to be content with tearing off one of the demon's wings and a leg. Kag, you wretched creature dare? Andreophis' eyeballs turned even redder. Finally, the demon began to exercise his innate powers to the fullest. Boom! Dark blue magic circles formed around Andreophis. Eventually, they twisted and tore open a dimensional portal, revealing massive chunks of ice. Hail, but these were far too large to be mere hailstones, enormous chunks of ice, almost akin to drift ice. Glaciers and icebergs over 10 meters in diameter began to pour down like countless raindrops. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, the ground was instantly devastated. Those below couldn't even dream of attacking Andreophis. Swoosh, Vikier swiftly raised his head after slicing through a massive chunk of falling hail. Andriolphus sneered with his lips twisted as if declaring that he would never descend to the ground. From now on, I will never give you an opening, die crushed under this hailstorm, ho 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 ho. Andriolphus summoned hailstones with determination. House-sized chunks of ice continued to fall. Camus, who had been smashing the hailstones with fiery hot iron stakes, spoke irritably. This is annoying, isn't it? We're just getting hit unilaterally. If he runs out of magic, he can just fly away. I agree. Dolores nodded in agreement with Camus. She was frustrated because her holy shield was ineffective against physical impacts like hail. Sinclair, who had been extracting gold from the ground to create barriers, was also showing signs of fatigue. Brother, we can't hold out much longer. 5 minutes at most. That was indeed the case. As the hailstorm continued, the night walkers were growing increasingly exhausted. In this situation, Andriolphus drove in the final nail. Should I just open the gate of destruction now? Everyone's expressions turned to confusion at those words. Andriolphus burst into laughter. If I let my remaining magic run wild, I could open the gate of destruction, albeit imperfectly. I'd lose my life in the process, though. Vikyr silently gazed up at the sky, seeing Vikyr's gaze. Andriolphus spoke mockingly. It seems you're the only human here who understands my words. I don't know how a mere human knows about the gate of destruction, but don't worry. I'm not planning to open it just yet. Andriolphus closed his mouth with a snap. Why would I push myself to open the gate when I have such an advantage? Ho 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 ho. Once again, countless hailstones began to fall. Once you're all gone, I'll join forces with my remaining 2 allies to safely open the gate. Eventually, I'll cover the entire world with demons. In a world overflowing with trash-craving power, it's such an easy task. Andriolphus spread his remaining wings wide, and amidst the storm of hail that seemed to engulf the whole world, he continued to scorn and mock his enemies to the end. Die, you trashy humans, everything you've done is worthless and in vain, I will make it so myself. At that moment. Are you that confident? Vikyr's mouth opened. Despite the dire situation, he stared at Andriolphus with unwavering eyes. Andriolphus looked down at Vikyr with the gaze of a cat watching a caught mouse. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you really that confident? I've learned that overconfidence often hides anxiety. Ho 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 ho, anxiety, me? Andriolphus laughed incredulously and continued. What in this situation could possibly make me anxious? You all crawl on the ground like insects, while I rain from these lofty skies, unleashing hail. Although I lost a wing and a leg due to a moment's carelessness, that's nothing, a few hundred human children and I'll be as good as new. Is that so? But I still see a glimmer of anxiety in you. If you're truly that confident, prove it. How dare a worm like you provoke me with such triviality? As Andriolphus began to turn his head dismissively, Vikyr shouted, "Who can kill me?" The words Vikyr uttered were the same ones Andriolphus had once said to Bianca. Who can kill me? Say this 3 times, and I'll acknowledge your courage. I'll even open the mansion doors for you. Surely you're not afraid. Looking directly at Andriolphus, Vikyr continued. If you can say this 3 times, I'll acknowledge your confidence. I'll accept defeat and kill myself. Surely you're not afraid. HMPH, what does it matter if you worms accept it or not? But I admit, this is amusing. If your goal was to capture my interest and buy time, you've succeeded. With a sneer, Andriolphus turned to Bianca. But the situations between Andriolphus and Bianca were different. Their powers and circumstances were so vastly different that they couldn't be compared. Thus, Andriolphus shouted for amusement one last time. Who can kill me? Who can kill me? Who can kill me? The arrogance and confidence of someone in an absolute position of power. Andriolphus boldly shouted from the center of the sky. At that very moment, as soon as he finished the last phrase, Andriolphus experienced something strange. Flick, suddenly his vision in the left eye went black. Numerous eyes lost their function all at once, as Andriolphus tilted his head in confusion. Boom, with a delayed explosion, Andriolphus' head snapped forward. Thud, 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 his face shattered, eyes burst, and the left side of his skull was completely blown off. An archer shot with terrifying power had blown out the back of his head. Ayeg, what is this? As Andriolphus screamed in shock, Vikyr's mouth opened. I didn't just set this up to catch you. It was true. The unleashed water stream had swept through the marshlands and cleared away the mist and aura of red death that had been surrounding the Usher mansion. And then, a figure stood proudly on the sharp tip of the collapsed mansion's roof, a gaunt frame, a deathly pale complexion, but in those deeply sunken eyes the same brilliance as before shone. Roderick Usher, the head of the Usher house. The master archer of Usher stood with his bow and arrow aimed at the sky. Chapter 449, The Fall of the Usher Family 9, Chapter 449, The Fall of the Usher Family 9, Crash. A powerful blow to the back of the head was followed by darkness in the left eye. What the? Andriolphus quickly turned his head. On top of Usher Mansion's pointed spire, a man stood tall. A gaunt figure, tall and skeletal, with a pale complexion like a corpse, large, somber eyes, thin, bloodless lips, and long, spider-like hair. Roderick Usher, the man known as the Bow Demon. He, who had been cursed by the Red Death, picked up his bow and arrows. Now, he was gazing intently at the sky with his usual expression. Roderick, how is he still sane? Oh no, Andriolphus's face contorted in horror. The rushing waters of Lake Lakedock surged into the marshy swamp of the Usher Mansion, temporarily washing away the aura of the Red Death. Roar, the red specters dissolved in the blue foam. The deathly, plague-ridden atmosphere surrounding the mansion briefly cleared, letting fresh air in. Creak, Roderick drew his bowstring once more. His extremely cold and dry gaze was fixed solely on Andriolphus. Hovering in the sky, Madeline. A voice emerged from his fragmented intestines and collapsing body. At the same time, the arrow shot by Roderick pierced Andriolphus's chest again. Boom! A massive hole was punched through, beyond mere penetration. Andriolphus screamed in agony as flesh and blood scattered everywhere. Skriech, brother, what are you doing? How could you do this to me? In desperation, a demon takes on the voice of its human host, but this only made Roderick's bloodshot eyes even redder and sharper. Madeline, Roderick drew his bowstring once more. Bang, Andriolphus's head exploded again, with the right side of his face completely blown off. Only his lower jaw and tongue remained. Brother, it's me, Madeline, the sister you buried alive when I was a child. Are you going to kill me again so recklessly? The monster, reduced to a lower jaw and tongue, continued to spew Madeline's voice from its throat. The sister who had closed her eyes due to a fever in her childhood. The sister who was delicately buried in the grave by a weeping Roderick. But one rainy night, the sister who clawed her way out of the grave. The sister who was thought to be dead but was actually alive. The sister who overcame the terror of being buried alive and escaped her grave by her own strength. The sister who regained her health and grew up vigorously. But in truth, the sister had indeed died from the fever back then. What had been wearing her shell all this time was that hideous and repulsive demon. Confirming this, gray flames flickered in Roderick's eyes. Andriolphus. Roderick no longer uttered the name Madeline. Having finally released the sister he should have let go of long ago, he now sought to repay the deception he had endured. With interest, crack Roderick. He pushed his body, already consumed by the Red Death, to its absolute limits. Veins bulged on his corpse-like, emaciated body. The sound of bones breaking echoed loudly. Bianca cried out as she watched Roderick. Dad, don't overexert yourself, you're not in good health. In that moment, she saw her father's gaze directed at her. It was the look of someone ready to face death, with a solemn resolve to give everything he had. A silent message passed between Bianca and Roderick. Dad, Bianca staggered, her legs seemingly giving out. Tudor, standing beside her, supported her. Why is Lord Roderick? Dad is, Bianca responded to Tudor's question with a bewildered look. He intends to sacrifice his life here. Everyone was shocked and turned to look again. There, the bow demon Roderick was preparing his final strike. Crackle and aura gathered at the tip of Roderick's aimed arrow. A final strike, disregarding even his own life. The result of his aura erupting violently from his entire body. Finally, boom, an explosion so loud it was hard to believe it came from the release of an arrow. A massive whirlwind formed, filled with countless bolts of lightning. The wind swept away the dark clouds in the sky, and the sniping arrow cutting through the center created a pillar of light like a falling comet. The strike of heaven's reversal. The strike was even more powerful than when Hugo had killed Andromalius' 10th corpse in the past. The arrow Roderick shot flew with a terrifying aftershock towards Andriolphus. Finally, crash, boom, the arrow obliterated not just the heart of the giant monster bird but its entire chest. Screech. Even after being hit by such a fearsome shot, Andriolphus did not die immediately. However, the unexpected mortal wound made his flight path unstable and his altitude drop, and waiting for the falling Andriolphus were Marquis Sade and Major Orca. Ha ha ha, the young usher has given us a fine gift. It's payback for the hail this crow MF dropped earlier. The two elderly men, who had been tormented by the hailstorm, were furious. A whip writhing like a snake, a club crashing like a tsunami, the deadly aura surrounding the two soared into the sky. Whack, crash, boom, the whip and club tore through one of Andriolphus's wings each. The remaining wings were then barraged by the arrows of the divine archer squad. Thwack, 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 thwack. Andriolphus, now bristling with arrows like a porcupine, shook his head and screamed. Screech. It was an indistinguishable, horrifying death wail, neither fully human nor entirely bird. Creak, the final bowstring was drawn. The last shot belonged to Bianca. Thump, her arrow decisively extinguished Andriolphus's remaining strength. Boom, Bianca's arrow obliterated the monster's tattered final wing. A demon without any wings was falling from the sky. Andriolphus seemed unable to even scream, let alone fly away. The monstrous bird's body, plummeting towards the ground, headed for the Usher mansion. Roderick stood below. As Andriolphus fell towards him, Roderick asked Bianca, "Cervantes, what happened to him?" The one who answered was not Bianca but Tudor standing beside her. With closed eyes, Tudor shook his head. Roderick nodded, seeing the empty sleeve fluttering in the wind and the spear Gungnir in Tudor's right hand. "I see, so that's what happened." Tudor's appearance and demeanor alone provided a sufficient answer. Roderick, understanding all that had transpired, closed his eyes. In a dry voice he spoke, "Take care of the Usher house." These were his final words. Crash, the massive, broken body of Andriolphus crashed onto the Usher mansion. The mansion and the island, which had temporarily been free from decay, began to collapse again with Andriolphus's fall. Rumble, as thunder and torrential rain roared. The grand mansion of the Usher family started sinking into the swamp. Ah, my great ambition, my great ambition. The dying demon's flames flickered out. The final moments of the Ice Lord Andriolphus were pitiful and solitary. Eventually, the hail, storm, and thunder subsided. In the now quiet marshland, only ripples and foam remained. The fall of the Usher family. Bianca's eyes, watching the mansion disappear into the bottomless swamp, were filled with tears of blood. Turning to Tudor, who had placed a hand on her shoulder, Bianca spoke, "Those demons, I'll kill every last one of them. I will be by your side." Tudor, too, looked down at the heirloom Gungnir inherited from his father and replied. The two young heroes sharpened their hatred towards the demons. At that moment, thud, 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 footsteps approached from behind. Vikir, the night hound, a hunter who had secretly fought demons alone long before the world changed. Tudor and Bianca turned to look at Vikir, with a gaze filled with unwavering faith and trust, and the old, seasoned hunter spoke to the newly awakened novice hunters. "Now, there are only two left. Most of the 10 demons who caused the era of destruction have been killed, leaving only these two. The first and the second corpse. If these two are captured, it may be possible to prevent the age of destruction. It won't be easy, perhaps even more difficult than all the shit they've gone through so far, but they must succeed." And now Vikir was no longer alone. The Night Walkers followed the Night Hound, including their academy comrades Camus, Dolers, Sinclair, Tudor, Bianca, Sancho, Figgy, and even Marquis Sade and Major Orca from Novelebeg. Beyond them, numerous forces from Fort Tochka also wholeheartedly supported Vikir. Now is the final stage. Demons have lost too many comrades. They will not simply sit idle anymore. There is a high possibility that they will now mobilize all the time and strength they have cultivated so far. The Night Hound turned away from Andriolphus. Those who followed him did the same. With the era of destruction in sight, the prologue to a full-scale battle was underway. Chapter 450, Declaration of War 1, Chapter 450, Declaration of War 1, in a damp underground space. The only sound that occasionally breaks the silence is the drip of water falling from the ceiling and shattering against the stone floor. Then, suddenly the quiet is shattered by loud footsteps. Huff, huff, huff. A young man with a contorted expression was running down a hallway. He was naked, with large cuffs and shackles around his thin arms and legs. This was Juskin de Revieden, the eldest son of the poisonous Revieden clan. He hid himself tightly against the corner at the bottom of the underground stairs. Soon, he saw a few soldiers carrying spears patrolling the stairs. How did it come to this? Juskin lamented, clutching his head. As the young head of the Revieden clan, he was suddenly captured and imprisoned in an underground facility within the clan without any explanation. Juskin, being the future head of the poisonous clan, knew well what this facility was. It was a prison for the clan's most dangerous dissidents and political enemies, people who shared Revieden blood but were uncontrollable. It also served as a lab for horrific human experiments. It's because I investigated Thomas's involvement in the demon incident and the rampage of Principal Winston at the academy. It's clearly related to our clan. The principal of the Colosseo Academy. Winston went berserk, causing a demonic tree to grow, and Thomas, who attended as the escort of the night hound, turned into a demon. Seeing these incidents quietly covered up by the first prince, Juskin continuously pointed out the absurdity of the situation. He believed it was common sense that the Revieden clan shouldn't side with the first prince in this state of affairs. However, the price of that common sense was heavy. Before he could even open his eyes in bed, Juskin was overpowered and thrown into this underground prison. There, he met many members of the clan. They were all people who opposed the civil war. Only then did Juskin understand the situation clearly. Something terrifying and unknown had completely taken over the Revieden clan, and there was no going back to the past. Clack, taking advantage of the patrol soldiers' disappearance, Juskin ran through the darkness. He had endured countless brutal experiments in prison because he possessed a strong mind and body. Though Juskin was an arrogant man, filled with a sense of superiority and privilege, he never neglected his training. Eventually, he climbed the underground stairs and found a secret door hidden in a secluded spot. Only the head and the young head of the clan knew about this place. Hanging on to a thread of hope, Juskin pushed the door. Creak-heavy bricks moved, revealing a passageway leading deeper underground. Sensing the approaching footsteps of the patrol behind him, Juskin hastily closed the door and descended into the dark underground space. There's no separate exit here, but at least there's a space to rest for a while. I'll heal my body damaged by the experiments and then escape. With these thoughts, Juskin descended the secret stairs. But soon, he witnessed a horrifying sight, a pitch-dark underground room. The floor was covered with countless jars, and from the jars emanated an unsettling aura that gave him goosebumps just by looking at them. Jars exuding an aura like a red spirit dancing. Juskin immediately recognized what they were. The Red Death, how could he not know? A few years ago, the entire clan was consumed with developing a horrific plague. Initially, it simply caused a fever and spread through contact, but it eventually made people violent and ultimately led them to attack others indiscriminately. This can't be. Wasn't the Red Death scrapped after that maniac Sakath caused an incident? Juskin looked at the jars with disbelief. Each large jar contained a person, men and women, pickled in a red liquid, curled up like fetuses inside the jars, blinking up at him, presenting a truly eerie sight. Their gazes towards Juskin were all the same. Kill me! There was the maid who cleaned his room daily, the old man who tended the garden, the chef who made delicious desserts, the always strict butler, the instructor who taught him martial arts in his youth, the cousin he met only during holidays, and the distant elder from the maternal side of the clan whom he often greeted. All were familiar faces inside the jars. Juskin walked through the jars on trembling legs. Then, he saw the largest jar at the very end. Hiss inside the half-buried jar were the sounds of two beings breathing. When Juskin looked down into the jar, he saw two large snakes entwined together. Every time they exhaled, red spirits danced into the air. So, these are the source of the Red Death. Juskin broke out in a cold sweat. Then, the two snakes looked up at Juskin and began breathing heavily, just as Juskin was about to step back in shock. Isn't that a delightful smell? A sinister voice came from behind him. Juskin turned his head in shock and saw a man in a black robe standing there. He immediately recognized the man. Father, Hops de Revieden. head of the poisonous Revian clan. He smiled faintly at his eldest son, Juskin. I am not your father, Juskin. I'm merely a demon that devoured your father and took his shell. Juskin's face turned pale at the rare, honest admission. He had suspected as much, but to have it confirmed so plainly was shocking. Gritting his teeth, Juskin asked, "What did you do to our youngest? He has already become like your brother Thomas." "Don't be ridiculous. Thomas was corrupt to the core, but our youngest is different. He's so kind and innocent. Unlike any of us, he would never become a demon." But Juskin's words were cut short. Swish! The two snakes from the jar lunged at Juskin, biting his neck and waist. Dragging him into the jar, Juskin disappeared into the jar without even having a chance to scream. I had spared that body to transfer into. Hop sighed as he confirmed Juskin's body was twisted in abnormal directions inside the jar. It's a shame to turn him into a poison human, but there's no choice. After all, there's still one more body left to transfer into. The red spirits drifting inside the jar began to dance and crawl into Juskin's body. Juskin's eyes, which had been rolling in different directions, started to turn a bright red, and red spots began to appear all over his body. At that moment, "Is it going well too?" Another voice came from the top of the underground stairs. A man cloaked in a black robe was looking down at Hops. Hops smiled and replied, What brings you here? I came to discuss the Civil War. It's also time to start talking about the succession to the throne. There are still many eyes watching. If you have something to discuss, send an owl." "Sometimes. It's nice. It's been a while since we talked face to face like this. Now it's just you and me left. Yes, because of those damned demon hunters." Hops, or rather the second corpse, and the man with the black robe covering his face, first corpse, began to converse. It seems like Andriolphus was taken out. There are faint traces in my magic circuit that suggest he was trying to forcibly open the gate of destruction before he died. He should have just opened it if he was going to die anyway. What a pathetic fool. This is no laughing matter, even though we're solitary beings without a sense of camaraderie. This is a big problem. True, our purpose for opening the gate is the same. Exactly. All 10 of our comrades are dead, and now it's just you and me. It's time to make a final decision. Hops nodded. Don't worry about the Civil War. The mass production of poison humans is almost complete. Once they're ready, the war will be a piece of cake. Wasn't the first poison human that creature called Skit? HMPH. That one was a failure. Although it succeeded in enhancing physical strength and inducing violent behavior, it lacked the most crucial element, transmissibility. The ones currently being matured in the jars are improved versions. These are the real deal. Hops turned his head. It was in the direction of the two snakes that had poisoned Juskin. I've materialized the essence of my magic in the form of a beast. The poison cauldron or Ouroboros, an artifact that endlessly produces poison as the snakes bite each other's tails. As long as I have this, I can create as many poison humans as I want. That's reassuring. It'll be a great asset in the war, of course. They're a lunatic assault squad that spreads the plague with their bodies. They have immense tactical value. The man, who had been quietly listening to Hops, spoke up. Then why not test them out on the night walkers at the Tochka fortress? What's that? Recently, the demon hunters who killed the third and fourth corpses have taken up residence there. For some reason, many refugees are heading there as well. That place is high and sturdy, but it's not suitable as a base because there's no water source. Moreover, taking in refugees would make it even worse. But they're doing it. It seems they're stockpiling large quantities of food and water, preparing for a siege. Foolishness. There's no water source there. Once I release the poison humans, they'll die of thirst while trying to hold out. Hops laughed, baring his teeth. When he made a gesture in the air behind him, a regiment of venomous creatures appeared, their bodies covered with crimson spots. While other comrades fell victim to the demon hunter's ambush, I won't be one of them. If we know their positions, shouldn't we strike first? Be cautious. There are many refugees there. Demon hunters are ruthless men. They might use them as shields. The human shield strategy doesn't work for me. The more pathetic humans there are, the better. I'll infect them all and turn them into nasty creatures. Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe finally smiled contentedly. Indeed, for demon hunters burdened with so many duties, someone like you is akin to a natural enemy. So be it. Hops smiled faintly and spoke. Take all the poison humans. Depart exactly at this hour 1 month from now. Go and bring back the neck of some night hound or whatever it is. No. Would it be better to turn them all into poison humans? Reliable indeed. But may I ask a favor? A favor. From you to me? What is it? It's about killing a man. The man laid down a paper with a face drawn on it in front of Hops. If he's alive, he would look like this by now. What is this? He seems insignificant. I think so too, just in case I'm asking you. Though hesitant, Hops could only nod in agreement. The first corpse, also called the aftermath of discord. This was the first time in his life that he encountered such a lofty and arrogant being making such a request in such a humble manner. Chapter 451, Declaration of War 2, Chapter 451, Declaration of War 2, numerous documents lay scattered across the desk. Despite each report detailing different issues, the word written at the end of all of them was the same: defeat, 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 and the person staring down at them spoke in a heavy voice. The Western Front has collapsed, Respain Morgue. As the head of the Morgue clan spoke, the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. The iron-blooded swordsman clan Baskerville, the mage clan Morgue, the religious Quavades clan, and the influential bourgeois clan had gathered for a crucial alliance meeting. The main agenda was the current state of the ongoing civil war. The poisonous clan Reborn, a clan renowned for its poison-making skills since the era of the Warring States. Recently, Reborn had absorbed the power of the Quixote clan and the divine archer clan Usher, and they're rapidly increasing their strength. Respain frowned as she spoke. Dealing with the poison humans created by Reborn is more challenging than we anticipated. An army of crazed beings who have lost their sanity, spreading disease wherever they go, the Red Death. Those infected lose all vitality and eventually perish. After death, they become puppets, living corpses. If you will, it's difficult to even describe. Cardinal Martin Luther of Quavades also had a troubled expression. Morgue and Quavades, primarily dealing in magic and divine holy power, had suffered relatively fewer losses. On the other hand, the Knights of Baskerville, who fought directly with swords, had sustained significant damage from the attacks of the poison humans. Had it not been for Osiris, the young head, and the 7 counts excelling in various skirmishes, they would have lost a considerable portion of their territories. Eventually, everyone's gaze turned to Damien, the representative of the bourgeois clan. Wasn't the bourgeois clan allied with Reborn in the past? That was during the time of the previous head, so I'm not entirely sure. But aren't you the current head? Strictly speaking, I'm the acting head. The actual head of the bourgeois clan is currently elsewhere. Even so, didn't you obtain a significant number of the secret documents? We're not blaming you, but please share any information you have. At Cardinal Martin Luther's polite request, Damien began to speak. Many documents were lost, so I don't know the details. However, I do know that the Red Death was initially tested on native tribes of the Red and Black Mountains. When the natives surprisingly managed to contain it, Reborn, alarmed, developed a more infectious and lethal variant. The result is the poison human army currently defeating our troops daily. The monsters created by Reborn were as strong and fierce as demons, but lacked intelligence and moved solely under the control of their masters. Additionally, they exuded a red mist that drained mana and sapped vitality upon contact, turning even healthy people into monsters if inhaled for long. Reborn had even absorbed the remnants of their former allies, the Usher and Quixote families, to create more poison humans, growing stronger by the day. Adolph Morgue, the leader of the light side, spoke with a furious expression. Losing the Western Front means we've lost all the rubies we painstakingly mined. We've worked so hard to extract those ruby veins. Damn Reborn bastards. The world is becoming more chaotic with the rise of heretics and cults. It's giving us a headache. Wildfires, drought, famine, monster outbreaks, disease, and now heretics and cults. It's the end of times. Cardinal Martin Luther and Damien also had dark expressions. At that moment, a new voice spoke up. Didn't I tell you we should have prepared earlier? A sharp voice criticized the leaders of Baskerville, Morgue, Quavades, and Bourgeois. Professor Banshee, or rather Principal Banshee of Colosseo Academy, crossed his arms with a disapproving look. Not only are the young blood of the families dying, but innocent civilians are also being killed. People are what matters, not some worthless rubies. What did you say? When did I ever say people were less important? I only mentioned the rubies because I'm in charge of the mining. Adolf, the leader of the light side, and Banshee, formerly of the dark side, did not get along. Banshee scoffed at Adolf and the others. If you had thoroughly reinvestigated all the incidents when my student was unfairly judged in court, this wouldn't have happened. We wouldn't have let Revieden grow this powerful. Banshee had been one of the most ardent supporters of Vikir's release when he was imprisoned. He glared at those who had opposed, been indifferent to, or did not support Vikir's release back then. Blinded by personal interests, you ignored and silenced crucial issues, and this is the result. While demons run rampant, what have you all been doing? At Principal Banshee's words, many lowered their heads or averted their eyes. Then, representatives from other schools attempted to calm the situation with forced smiles. "Haha, this isn't the time to assign blame. Principal Banshee, please calm down, we have more pressing matters." Indeed, the immediate concern is how to stop the poison human army created by Revieden. Basilios, the director of Varangian, Hippolyte, the principal of Themyscira Women's College, and the Tower Lord Whitebeard Whale of Mage Tower, all looked anxious as they tried to soothe Banshee. They were worried that the United Alliance might fracture again. This issue also concerned Banshee, so he remained silent, merely looking displeased. Basilios, who had become the new director of the Varangian Military Academy, consoled Banshee. "Thanks to the involvement of our wonderful students, the situation has improved significantly. Yes, with more student soldiers joining the fight, our numbers have increased. While we may not be able to overwhelm the poison humans, we can at least balance the situation somewhat." Despite the words of Hippolyte and Whitebeard Whale, Banshee's expression remained displeased. "How fortunate you all must feel, covering the mistakes of adults with the sacrifices of students." Moreover, the notion that the intervention of the academies has balanced the situation is unfounded optimism. Realistically, students are just fledglings that professors must protect. The participation of student soldiers does not significantly boost our strength. It's merely a coincidence that the timing has worked out. No one could refute Banshee's accurate assessment. Principal Banshee's eyes gleamed as he continued. "Revieden is currently recalling their poison humans to their headquarters. There are numerous indications that they are deliberately losing battles and retreating to make it look natural. Why would they retreat in such a favorable situation after collapsing the Western Front?" Banshee paused for a moment. After a brief silence, Banshee spoke in a slightly more respectful tone than before. "They're consolidating their forces, making it appear natural by feigning defeat." At these words, the expressions of all the leaders grew serious. Revieden was secretly gathering their forces. No one was foolish enough not to understand the implication. Revieden was undoubtedly preparing for a massive, decisive battle to determine the outcome of the war. A force combining Revieden, Usher, and Donquixote. If their poison human army, spread across the nation, gathered and advanced, the might would be tremendous. It was likely to be the final showdown that would determine the fate of the war. The problem is, we don't know where, when, or how they will strike. Everyone nodded in agreement at Respain's words. Where, when, and how, out of these three, the most crucial was where. It was essential to station defensive forces in advance at likely battlegrounds. The scholars of the time began to put their heads together to figure this out. Soon, various regions were identified as potential targets for the attack. It might be Red Castle, where the massive ruby veins flow. Since rubies are the best conduits of magic, they would be eager to secure them. Or perhaps Dortsmile. It's the hub of the magic train facilities, so destroying it would cut off the Alliance's supply and distribution lines. It could be Saint Mecca, where the Red Death was first discovered. The first instance of the Red Death was found in a well in the slums there, so something might be hidden in that area. Political reasons, strategic reasons, cultural reasons, and many other factors were presented with detailed analysis and justification. 100 schools of thought contended. Everyone suggested different locations. All of them could potentially be targets of Revieden's attack, making it difficult to pinpoint a single area. Just then, Tachka, a voice broke the discussion. No evidence was presented, but it was a voice filled with certainty. Everyone in the meeting turned their attention to the speaker. A cold, imposing demeanor, an aura as sharp as a blade emanated from his entire body. Every movement exuded the scent of blood, and his gaze felt like a drawn sword. It was Hugo Le Baskerville, the head of the iron-blooded swordsman clan, Baskerville. He looked down at the map and spoke again. They will go to Tochka. Despite the absolute certainty in his voice, everyone questioned him. Fort Tochka, why that remote highland area? It has good defenses, but there's no water supply for drinking, so it holds no tactical value. Anyone with even a basic knowledge of strategy would avoid such a place. Reviadan has no reason to attack that area. Do you have any basis for this? Hugo responded simply and succinctly. My son is there. Chapter 452. Declaration of War 3. Chapter 452. Declaration of War 3. They will go to Tochka. My son is there. Hugo responded to everyone's skeptical reactions about Tochka. The determination in his voice, almost autocratic in its firmness, caused murmurs among those around him. Tochka might be a formidable fortress, but it has no access to fresh water, rendering it strategically worthless. Doesn't it? There was a foolish general during the Warring States era who camped there and had to retreat due to the lack of water. That's why it's called the Castle of Tears and Slaughter. Reviadan is so cunning and sly, surely they wouldn't target such a place. The general consensus was negative. But Hugo, the head of the Baskerville clan, was not one to be swayed by such opinions or evaluations. So, what are you suggesting? Hugo's blunt retort left everyone speechless. The name of the iron-blooded sword clan, Baskerville, was both weighty and sharp. Hugo spoke with unwavering conviction. My son is there, he would never act recklessly. By now the enemies must have realized that. Surprisingly, some began to reluctantly agree with Hugo's strong stance. HMPH. Now that I think about it, my daughter is there too. That girl, so easily swayed by men, Raspain, the head of the Morgue clan, muttered softly, our saintess is there as well. It's a bit of a stretch to say, but it seems our head of the clan is also there recently. Martin Luther of the Quavades clan and Damien of the Bourgeois clan also nodded. It was known that Morgue's Camus, Dolar's Quavades, and Sinclair from the Bourgeois clan were currently at Tochka. Although they hadn't reported their positions directly, spies had covertly gathered this information. The Night Walkers, the heads of the families, were aware that many, led by Dolars and Camus, were gathering there to shelter refugees. Some clicked their tongues in disapproval. Come to think of it, wasn't Nighthound a descendant of the Baskerville clan? I heard he was imprisoned in Nouvelebeg. So how is he at Tochka? No. We received reports that he had died in Nouvelebeg. Hugo surprisingly answered these questions readily. He escaped recently. Everyone's jaws dropped halfway. What kind of place is Nouvelebeg, the worst prison, where even souls can't escape once confined? Escaping from such a place seemed impossible. Hugo, basking in the astonished gazes of everyone, continued with a slightly proud demeanor. That kid is really something. This wasn't a simple brag like, my son got into this school, or he was top of his class. For Hugo to call someone who escaped the worst prison, Nouvelebeg, a kid with skills, was naturally met with disbelief. Anyway, my son always has a reason for his actions. To respect that, I will go to Tochka. Hugo's stance was both clear and resolute. Adolph Morgue, who knew a bit about Vicyr, also nodded in agreement. Indeed, little friend is reliable. If he chose Tochka as a base, he must have a plan. However, considering the lack of fresh water, we should send support. So, you're saying the Baskerville clan will send an army to Tochka Fortress? No, I'm going alone. When Adolph tilted his head in confusion, Hugo responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I'm not going as the head of the Baskerville clan, but as a father. It's right to distinguish between public and private matters. I didn't realize you were such a devoted father. Do you want to be my son? Why should you know about my love for my children? Hugo answered indifferently, stroking his chin as if feeling the absence of a beard. Since the head of the clan was personally taking action, it was only natural that the entire clan would put all their efforts into supporting him. However, the justification was that a father was privately going to see his son, leaving no room for other factions to interfere. In any case, the clan heads, who had never seen Hugo so adamant about separating public and private matters, whispered among themselves, "In this situation, I will accompany you, father, my beloved is there as well. I will join too, I'll go too, count me in." Osiris Le Baskerville, the young head of the Baskerville clan, echoed Hugo's words from behind. The three brothers, Highbrow, Middlebrow, and Lowbrow, standing beside him, agreed as well. The Morg clan seemed to be positively considering moving their forces to Tachka Fortress. "I'm worried about my daughter, she's so headstrong and self-centered." "Big sister, why don't you go and check on her? Take us with you. If we don't show up, she won't let us go," asking where we were hiding. Just thinking about her scolding me scares me. I'd rather die fighting in front of her." Lesbane and Adolf, along with the three sisters, Hysis, Middleseas, and Losis, shared the same sentiment. "Our saintess is there too, I've been concerned, so it's a good idea to check on her." "We'll go too, we need to protect the head of our clan." Martin Luther of the Quavades clan and Damien of the Bourgeois clan nodded in agreement, as more influential figures seriously discussed reinforcing or relocating to Tachka Fortress. Public opinion began to shift toward hesitant approval. Just then, "You can't go in there, we're in the middle of an important meeting." A flustered cry came from a guard outside the conference room door. The urgency in his voice suggested he was trying to stop someone. Bang! Suddenly, the door burst open. Step, 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 5 individuals strode into the conference room without hesitation. The atmosphere in the room changed dramatically. Everyone expressed their shock at seeing such unexpected faces, each reacting in their own way. Some people looked puzzled, not recognizing who these intruders were. However, a select few seemed to recognize the uninvited guests and had anticipated their arrival. Unexpected guests indeed. What brings the all-stars of Nouvelebk here? Even Banshee Morg, the headmaster of the Colosseo Academy, straightened up in his seat, acknowledging their formidable presence. Major Dorjum, Major Swara, Lieutenant Colonel Beatisem, Lieutenant Colonel Flubber, and the Major Black Tongue. They were the 5 pillars of Nouvelebeg. Behind them were the notorious and skillful guards of Nouvelebeg, standing in a formidable formation. First, Dorjum stepped forward. "Nouvelebeg is gone. It was obliterated by a volcanic eruption, leaving no trace. The lucky ones who survived are all unemployed now, just like us." Next, Soiree spoke, her gaze fixed on Hugo since earlier. "Thanks to your son's spectacular antics." "The fuck?" Hugo squinted slightly, causing Soiree to avert her gaze nervously. BDISSCM, standing behind Soiree, spoke hesitantly. "We are technically still Imperial officials, so we need to find a place to be, and following the current leader's orders, we ended up here." BDISSCM glanced at the person referred to as the current leader. Flubber, squirming on the floor, also watched BDISSCM nervously. Surprisingly, Dorjum and Soiree also remained silent, showing their agreement with BDISSCM's words. This was a shock to everyone at the meeting. Even the fiercely competitive Dorjum and Soiree, who had fought for the top position in Nouvelebeg, acknowledged this leader. Apart from Orca, had there ever been such a figure, everyone in the room turned their gaze to the person standing at the back. Finally, the last warden stepped forward. Black Tongue, the current leader of the 5 pillars of Nouvelebeg, with his red eyes gleaming. He spoke, "We're going to Tachka too, and everyone here needs to go there as well. As many people as possible all together." Many expressed displeasure at the Black Tongue's sudden, almost commanding words. "What nonsense is this? Suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Do you even know the situation? How dare you give orders here? Do you know how many high-ranking nobles are present? More importantly, Black Tongue, did you always look like that? You look very different." But the 5 chief wardens of Nouvelebeg showed no change in their demeanor despite the criticisms. Then, Black Tongue spoke in a chilling voice. "That's enough of asking nicely." He drew his sword, shocking many of the dignitaries. Cracked the demonic sword, Asmodeus split the table in the center of the room in half. The pieces reconnected in a way that transformed them into a whip-like form, creating a truly eerie sight. Everyone's expressions hardened. The atmosphere in the conference room became frigid and tension filled the air. In this intense silence, the Black Tongue drove his point home. "If you don't want to die, come with us to Tachka." Chapter 453, Declaration of War 4, Chapter 453, Declaration of War 4, Crunch, a battlefield shrouded in thick smoke. The night hound coldly observed the prey he had just killed, except for its broken neck. It appeared human. However, its blood-red eyes and spotted skin indicated otherwise. It was a poison human, a mindless, vicious creature that attacks humans on sight. Poison humans are monsters that lose their intelligence and become ferociously hostile, attacking any human they see. Prolonged exposure to their bite or the red energy emanating from their skin can also turn normal humans into poison humans. They are similar to lower-level undead zombies, but are significantly more dangerous due to their physical capabilities and the potency of their toxins. This one's far more dangerous than him. Vikir mused, recalling Sakath de Revieden, a fellow prisoner from his time in Nuvalebeg. Once notorious as the black sheep of the Revieden clan, Sakath had taken the fall for the first Red Death incident and was permanently expelled from his clan. However, Sakath, whom Vikir had met in Nuvalebeg, was strong and fierce yet retained some sanity and did not spread disease. Until he was devoured by Flubber, no one had been infected. In contrast, these poison humans were not only strong and vicious, but also seemed to follow specific commands and spread an enhanced version of the Red Death, making them far more dangerous. It's puzzling how they managed to create so many of these poison humans. There should be a limit to the amount of toxin they can produce. Vikir pondered. These poison humans had appeared before his regression. Yet, even then, the method by which the Revieden clan mass-produced them remained a mystery. Having dolers with us is a great relief. He thought, even if bitten or exposed to the toxins for a long time, receiving the priest's blessing at the right moment could prevent infection. Moreover, as long as the saintess emitted divine power, the Red Death couldn't penetrate her space, which was fortunate. Vikir was grateful for recruiting dolers early and aiding in her skill improvement. Thud, 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 thud. After confirming the kills of the poison humans covering the ground, Vikir turned away. The ground, littered with their bodies, bore deep craters marked by vicious claw marks. These marks were from 8 distinct fangs. Vikir reflected, since Nuvalebeg, my mastery of the 8th style has improved significantly. Despite thinking he had perfected the 8th style, Vikir realized there was still room for growth. With renewed humility, he reassessed his swordsmanship. The 9th style's barrier is insurmountable in life. He remembered Cane Corso's words. You will not reach the 9th style in your lifetime. The realm of the 9th style lies beyond the threshold of death. And to achieve the 10th form, you must die and be reborn. I never understood this and remained in the 9th style. How can one be reborn after death? Perhaps I will never reach the 10th form. The 9th style is like something that can be seen but never touched. Something that undeniably exists yet remains out of reach. Can one truly only cross the threshold of death? Even in the highest realms like Swordmaster, there are levels of distinction. Within these deeper layers, there certainly exists something known as the ultimate essence. Vikir had been contemplating this very mystery ever since he was imprisoned in Nuvalebeg. Just then, a piercing scream interrupted Vikir's thoughts. Emerging from a pile of corpses was a young girl, no older than 10, with a face that looked painfully innocent. Nearby, a poison human covered in red spots was exhaling a plague mist from its entire body. Vikir watched the girl, who charged at him with teeth and nails bared, and remained silent for a moment. She had a face that reminded him of someone from his memories. Nymphette. Vikir remembered a small connection from long ago when he volunteered at an orphanage. He reached out and grasped the girl's neck. Snap, her limbs, which had thrashed wildly like those of a demon, went limp. The girl, who had been tormented even in death, finally found peace. Thus, Vikir continued moving across battlefields, eliminating numerous poison humans. The girl from a moment ago was his last target for this assassination mission. Vikir nodded as he looked at the tracks, half-destroyed carriages, and broken water bottles near the poison humans. As expected, they were targeting the supply route to the stronghold. Poison humans were stationed along the routes taken by water-carrying carriages. It seemed the Revieden clan had begun to put serious pressure on this stronghold. Recently, The fact that poison humans had been disappearing from various civil war zones indicated something suspicious. A full-scale war might be imminent. The battle to take place at the stronghold might seem small compared to the massive wars across the vast empire. However, while this may be the general perception, the demons were likely realizing that this stronghold was becoming a gathering place for dangerous elements, a remote borderland that no one cared about or supported. But who could guess that the final battle, determining humanity's fate, would start here? Vikyr closed his eyes and recalled events before his regression. The Revenant clan had once surrounded the stronghold with an army of countless poison humans. They claimed it was their duty and right to manage the territory, as the clan previously in charge had lost their ability to do so. What followed was a territorial war. Though called a territorial war, it was on a scale that resembled a war between nations. In the early stages, the Allied forces clearly had the upper hand. This was because the Baskerville swordsmen and Morg's wizards, leading the charge, had crushed the poison humans with overwhelming might. The 7 Knight Orders of the Baskerville clan, who had devoted their lives solely to combat, along with the 7 Counts, and the old and experienced warriors of the Elder Council, whom everyone thought were just old men, had joined the fray. The poison humans fell like candles in the wind before their ferocity. When the main forces of Morg's light wizards joined hands with the hidden strength of the dark wizards, the synergy was immense. Even the Revenant clan, who had completely absorbed the Donquixote and Usher families, seemed to falter under their relentless assault. Victory was tilting in their favor. And then it happened. The storm of dreadful calamity, the monsoon of fire, a torrent of fire that poured down without stopping for 150 days, a great flood of flames that wiped out 98% of humanity. This long, rainy season of catastrophe was the demon's ultimate weapon, causing the greatest and most horrific damage to the human alliance. As Vikyr recalled the day when countless charred bodies stretched across the blackened horizon, and the sky burned in fiery red, sweat formed on his forehead. Boom! The distant sky was darkening. There were ominous red-tinged clouds, and even the thunder and lightning felt somber. This was the place where the Revenant clan's main house was located, under those sinister storm clouds. Vikyr circled around the perimeter of the Revenant clan's main house, but could not find a way to penetrate the tight security, so he had to turn back. He had tried to uncover the secret of how they mass-produced so many poison humans, but ultimately failed. At least I discovered that poison humans are converging in one place. He needed to return to the base and prepare for the upcoming major assault, while Dolar's presence alleviated some concern about the Red Death itself. The issue was the sheer number of combat forces. He had no choice but to trust in the defensive capabilities of the stronghold, where one soldier could fend off 100. Outside the sturdy fortress walls of the stronghold, the malevolent spirits of the Red Death would be performing their mad masquerade. The land was now a breeding ground for plague, creating a stark contrast between the world inside and outside the fortress. Everyone must now stay inside, centered around St. Dolar's, and never venture out. Vikyr planned to return to the stronghold after this stealth mission, shut the gates tightly, and prepare for a siege. Before moving, Vikyr looked down at the cold, lifeless body of the girl who had just stopped moving for a long time. How many more innocent lives would be lost? In an age of destruction, counting the dead would become quicker than counting the survivors. Far more innocent, clueless, and blameless people would die. No, rather, the vast majority of moderately self-interested, moderately evil, moderately good, and moderately hard-working common folk would perish. Whoosh! Vikyr tossed a lit match onto the bodies of the girl and the poison humans. Soon, a pungent smell spread as the small flame, born from a land scarred by drought and famine, grew with fierce rage, as if it would burn the whole world. Confirming the bodies of many poison humans were burning, Vikyr finally turned away completely. The night hound was returning to prepare for war, to the natural fortress specialized in defense and siege, to Tochka, where his comrades are waiting, and to the place that will become the final battlefield. Chapter 454, Infiltration Operation of the Water Supply Zone 1. Chapter 454, Infiltration Operation of the Water Supply Zone 1. We're running out of water." At Cindy Wendy's words, everyone gathered in the conference room looked gravely concerned. Tachka, a fortress of natural fortifications, an impregnable stronghold where even a single soldier could hold off 100 enemies. However, the fatal flaw of this stronghold is that there is no place to procure drinking water nearby. Cindy Wendy spoke again. The number of refugees flooding in from across the empire is enormous. Even if we have enough food, there's no way we'll have enough water to distribute. Can't we buy it even at a premium? We still have money. I've spent almost all my personal wealth, but we have the financial support from the bourgeois. The problem is that there's no water available for purchase. Cindy Wendy shook her head in response to Kama's question. Dolers spoke in a worried tone. The Revietans' forces are continually cutting off our supply routes, so no water is getting through. If this continues, we'll be wiped out by thirst before the war even begins. 80% of the human body is made up of water. The human body contains about 50 liters of water. Even without any activity, the body breaks down fat to produce about 0.25 liters of water. This means that a person can survive without drinking water for roughly 3 days. After that, dehydration leads to death. It seems like the entire population of the empire has gathered here. So many people have come. That's because we've been very effective in spreading the story of the Ark, maybe a bit too effective. Everyone nodded at Bianca and Tudor's words. Fire and water will only avoid this place, and true salvation will only be realized here. The place where the land of salvation in the new Revelation's holy book exists. Dolers, the saint of the night, created new prophecies within Quo Vadis and spread them among the people. Refugees who followed these prophecies and left their homes gathered inside the Tachka fortress, forming an enormous crowd. Of course, those who ignored or did not believe in the prophecies did not come. The night walkers had made every effort to send such people to nearby highlands. We've managed to hold on until now thanks to support from various places, but we can't sustain this any longer. Even the mighty Cindy Wendy raised both hands in surrender. Until now, support had come from many, both known and unknown. The Vissimo group, led by Lovegood of Temisquira, graduates of the Colosseo like Gordon and Dogma, the entire faculty of the Colosseo led by Principal Banshee, the Balak tribe of the Western Red and Black Mountains, Mosgus of the Quo Vadis clan, Adolf of the Morgue clan, Damien of the Bourgeois clan, Isabella of the Baskerville clan, and many other patrons had sent food, water, troops, and other resources, allowing the refugees of Tachka to live better lives despite their discomfort. However, the situation has now changed. As the civil war in the empire deepens and the Revietan clan expands its influence, disruptions in water supply have become a serious issue. It's becoming increasingly difficult to sustain the vast number of refugees filling the expansive Tachka highlands. Today, there was another conflict among the refugees over water distribution. The vigilantes are maintaining order, but who knows how long that will last? Camus's voice was serious. Dolers also spoke with a grave expression. Judging by the remaining water supply, even if we ration it, we have about 4 days' worth. After that, it's truly the end. In the end, there's only enough water for 4 more days. Considering how long a human can survive without water, that gives us about a week. Everyone in Tachka now only has about a week to live. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the head of the conference table. The highest-ranking members of the Night Walkers, Cindy Wendy, Camus, and Dolers, all directed their attention to one figure seated even higher, Vikier, a man whose expression was always unreadable, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Eventually, Vikier spoke, "Hold out." The reactions were varied. Camus simply nodded as if he understood, Dolers worried about how to persuade others, and Sinclair tilted her head, thinking about how to endure. Cindy Wendy sighed deeply, her expression suggesting, "Here we go again." At that moment Figgy, who was beside them, cautiously asked, "Vikier, we all trust you, but many of the refugees do not. What should we tell them? We can't just say, 'Hold out.' Can we? But there's nothing else to say." Vikier spoke again, his tone decisive and confident. "Thanks to your efforts, more people have gathered than I anticipated. My miscalculation is my fault. However, if we wait a little longer, everything will resolve itself naturally, I promise." Isn't that the main problem? People don't want even a day longer. It was Chihuahua who interrupted, as Victor's loyal aide. He wasn't afraid to speak bluntly. The fact that you keep your plans to yourself is why people are frustrated. You need to share your plans with those around you. I mean, we only have 4 days' worth of water left, and you're telling us to just wait. Who would agree to that? Some of the people around silently cheered at Chihuahua's forthrightness. However, Victor's attitude remained unchanged. It can't be helped. If we reveal the plan too soon, the information could leak to the enemy. Also, the contents are so unbelievable that it might cause our allies to panic. I can only hope that you trust me based on my past actions. You're as stubborn as ever. You may look young, but inside you're like an old man. How do you plan on getting married with that attitude? As Chihuahua grumbled, some of the women nearby shuddered. Meanwhile, Victor, faced with Chihuahua's continued nagging, finally showed a slight crack in his resolve. Is the water situation really that dire? Can't we even last a week? You heard the reports. Refugees keep pouring in. 4 days is an optimistic estimate. In about a week, Tachka will be filled with people dying of dehydration. There are limits to collecting dew or squeezing plant juices. A dreadful situation might indeed arise before Victor's solution becomes evident. But the fact remains that waiting is our only option. Everyone's faces grew even more troubled at Victor's words. Just then, Minipin, standing in the corner of the conference room, cautiously raised his hand. "Excuse me, sir, leader, I have something to report." As Victor's gaze fell on him, he pulled something from his pocket and placed it on the table. It was a small cage with something inside, fluttering blue wings. Sinclair, standing next to Victor, noticed it. "Is that a nymph?" "Yes. I managed to catch it just the other day." Minipin nodded. He was once a top scout, an expert in the ecology of numerous monsters, and the foremost authority in the Imperial City. Nymphs only live where there is water. At Minipin's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Victor also gave Minipin a nod to continue. Minipin spoke as confidently as he could. "I found this nymph on a mountain peak not far from Tachka. It's a high, steep rocky area covered in dense vegetation, making it hard to see what's up there from below. I almost died several times during the collection process." "Why would a nymph live there?" "Because there must be water there," Minipin said with near certainty. "It seems there might be a volcanic lake at the summit. Beneath the crater, a water source. There might be a hidden lake on the low mountain peak opposite Tachka. The chances of there being a lake are 99.9%, and it's likely to be a clean, freshwater lake." Then why hasn't it been discovered before?" "I tracked the nymph's traces for days before I finally collected it. I faced death dozens of times. If a professional collector like me had such a hard time, others wouldn't even attempt it." After hearing Minipin's response, Victor stroked his chin, pondering deeply. The presence of a water source near Tachka was a fact that hadn't been revealed, even in his past life. This might be a butterfly effect resulting from taking Minipin under his wing. If this is true, it's valuable information. Victor acknowledged the worth of this information. Camus, who was examining the map, spoke with a serious expression. "It's not too far. Judging by the terrain, if we blast through the rock correctly, we could create a waterway leading to Tachka. Judging by the crater's size, if there's a water source, it looks quite large and expansive. There should be plenty of water. Nymphs only inhabit large lakes with abundant water. It's very likely." Dolers and Sinclair shared the same opinion. Victor also nodded in agreement. Having been hand-picked during his time in the Imperial City, Minipin was someone Victor trusted. After a moment of contemplation, Victor nodded. "Good. Let's modify the plan slightly. We'll secure the water source at this point first." In an unusual decision, Victor, who was typically conservative about changing plans, made an exception this time. A temporary measure. Having enough water to last a week would be sufficient. With Victor's decision, Cindy Wendy smiled broadly, feeling a sense of relief. "Finally, we have a way out. We'll support you with everything we've got." Others also showed determination and enthusiasm for the journey to secure water. At that moment, "Emergency! Emergency! Emergency!" a sentry in the watchtower shouted an urgent report. "The Reviadan forces are attacking from the front. Their numbers are countless." The report instantly overturned the excited atmosphere created by the discovery of the water source. the place that will become the final battlefield. Chapter 455, Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 2. Chapter 455, Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 2. It's the Revenant clan. The poison humans are coming in. There are so many of them. The cries of the guards on the fortress walls were all similar. The horizon was stained dark red. The army of poison humans covered the ground like a descending curtain from above, amidst the red death aura looking like evil spirits. The annihilation battle for the Tachka fortress began in earnest. Kaya! Poison humans surged madly toward the first wall. They displayed a savagery and recklessness that was inhuman, clinging to the walls with their bare hands. Thud, just like a bird crashing into a wall. The first poison human smashed its head against the solid walls of Tachka fortress and died. Another poison human trampled over the corpse and bashed its head into the wall. Thud, 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 thud. The piling bodies of the poison humans gradually formed the shape of a battering ram. And there was one entity leading these countless poison humans. A dark hood and cloak covered its entire body, and the scythe in its hand was grotesquely bent, both the blade and the shaft. What is that thing? Did it come to reap a harvest? The guards voiced their confusion. Flash, the creature swung its scythe with the slash. A terrifying miasma flew and struck the wall. Boom! It was a heavy blow that shook the entire wall. The Reaper swung the scythe as if he were there to harvest lives. Each time it rampaged, powerful miasma emanated, revitalizing the surrounding poison humans. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca stood together. Is that dark figure the leader of the vanguard? He seems highly skilled. The way he swings that scythe is unusual. He does look like a commander. The soldiers seem to call him the Reaper. Looks like he really came to reap our lives. Bianca stepped forward first. Shall we see his skills? Bianca, who had killed Andriolphus, aimed her arrow at the Reaper. Bang! The arrow flew with a piercing sound. The Reaper seemed to instinctively sense the threat, but he didn't particularly raise his scythe. Clang, clang, clang. Countless poison humans clustered like human shields, blocking Bianca's arrow. Bianca fired a few more shots, but all her arrows were blocked by the poison human shields before reaching the Reaper. He's heavily guarded. Is he some sort of noble? Bianca clicked her tongue, watching the Reaper retreating behind the shields. But even at this moment, the poison humans kept surging forward, a wave of red death. The poison humans' miasma and the blood fountains that erupted as they died could infect even the healthiest people, turning them into poison humans. If it weren't for the purifying power of dolers, who maintained the wide area holy barrier at the heart of Tachka fortress, this ironclad fortress would have fallen. Swish! As the Reaper extended his hand to the side, the path of the poison humans shifted. The Reaper continued to lead the poison humans, attacking the weak points in the walls. He was not only powerful in individual combat, but also seemed well-versed in military strategy. What kind of monsters are these? A strategist commander with soldiers who blindly follow orders. No wonder they've swept through the Civil War zones. And with poison to boot, they're practically invincible. Damn it, the soldiers are getting scared. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca gritted their teeth and encouraged the soldiers, but the tide was turning in favor of the Revenant clan. At that moment, "Don't retreat, you idiots!" A thunderous roar came from the upper wall. Everyone, friend and foe alike, momentarily turned their eyes to the central wall. There stood an elderly man with a massive build, holding a club. Orca Javert, the warden of Nouvelebeg, known as the master of defense and fortification, he surveyed the battlefield from the lower wall. If you retreat, everyone behind you dies. If you fight here, the only thing you lose is your life. What's more worthwhile, dying alone or ensuring your family dies too? Orca's bellow brought focus back to the soldier's eyes. For a fleeting moment, the shifting tide of battle paused. The veteran warrior didn't miss the timing. Pikemen and log-bearers, come forward. At Orca's command, the soldiers who had been on standby moved forward. They extended long pikes and logs to push back the poison humans climbing the walls, keeping them at a distance where the miasma couldn't reach. Additionally, rugs and bamboo screens, made by the refugees overnight, were dropped down to block the bloody spew from the poison humans. Orca's gaze shifted. In the distance, he saw dust and miasma rising together. Dig holes in the ground and place jars in them. Select those with keen hearing and touch to stay inside. We need to know if the enemy is tunneling. Orca began to meticulously command the defense. Place 5 men at each fortress tower. Appoint 1 leader per 5 towers, and a castle commander for every 25 towers. The overseers of 50 towers should manage the castle commanders and ensure each sector is defended. The prepositioned troops moved according to Orca's orders. Orca continuously observed the shifting poison human formations and issued directives. Keep the charcoal burning in the cannons and beat the drums every 10 minutes. This will make the soldiers naturally aim to hold out until the next drum sound. Also, ensure that the militia prevents troublemakers from disrupting supplies, especially maintaining the supply of oil and gunpowder. As Orca, who had been observing the situation, gradually took a more active role, the battle's tide began to turn again. The soldiers, gaining confidence from the appearance of Orca, the war hero of old times, with the Tachka defensive troop system in place, the poison humans' offensive inevitably faltered. As expected, he's doing well. On the opposite wall, Vikir, who had been commanding the soldiers, nodded as he watched Orca's leadership from afar. Even before his regression, Orca had been a master of defense and siege warfare. It was no exaggeration to say that humanity's survival in the latter part of the war was largely thanks to Orca's involvement. However, unfortunately, he had been protecting Nuvalebag in the depths of the sea for much of the war, and only joined the fight near the end, unable to prevent the massive casualties in the early and middle stages of the conflict. But now, things were different, brought to the surface by Vikir. Orca had been working for humanity even before the war had fully begun, and he was doing so with full force. We have a problem. The Reviadan clan is bringing in shielded wagons and covered vehicles. The Axemen unit is also approaching. The poison human units were carrying shields to block arrows and stones, as well as long ladders to scale the fortress walls. Huge poison humans wielding giant axes were attempting to break the stones and fortifications at the base of the walls in hand-to-hand combat. But without a change in his expression, Orca gave his next order. Pour the oil supplied by the militia onto the slopes of the wall and have the fire squads throw charcoal on top of it. Remove the pikes and logs and instead, roll bags filled with gunpowder and metal scraps down the walls. Soon, oil flowed down the slightly sloped walls of Tachka Fortress. The poison humans climbing the walls, like rock climbers, became drenched in oil, slipping and falling back down. The slippery walls were too treacherous even for the powerful poison humans to ascend. And then, gunpowder, metal scraps, and charcoal were dropped onto them. Boom! The combination of oil, fire, and gunpowder caused a series of explosions. The scattered metal scraps shredded the poison humans with terrifying force. Among the bodies hurled skyward, there wasn't a single intact one. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca watched with their mouths agape in admiration. It's not like he's using any special strategy, but it's still amazing. It's straight out of the textbook, a perfectly orthodox and exemplary defensive battle. In reality, the straightforward methods are the hardest. You have to have a precise grasp of your troop's situation to avoid any issues with supply and manpower. Sticking to the basics is the hardest thing. Incredible, this must be what experience and authority look like. As time passed, the poison humans' all-out offensive was noticeably weakening. The Red Death's aura beyond the horizon was beginning to show signs of breaking. Encouraged, the soldiers on the walls shouted, "Wow, the poison humans are faltering, as expected from the war hero who saved the nation. We've almost repelled them. Long live Warden Orca, long live. Major Orca, what should we do next? Hurry, give us the next order." The crowd sent fervent cheers towards Orca. However, Orca only puffed out cigarette smoke, his expression annoyed. "What do I care what happens next?" The war hero's words left everyone questioning their hearing. Orca, watching the gradually receding enemy offensive, spat out his words in frustration. "I only handle defense. Attacking is someone else's job." With that, he gestured irritably with his chin towards the adjacent wall. Everyone's gaze shifted to the wall Orca had indicated. And there, they saw an old man with a chilling smile spread across his face. "Heh heh heh," Marquis Sade, with a look of utter amusement, gazed down at the poison human forces ahead. Chapter 456, Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 3, Chapter 456. Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 3. The momentum of Revenant's siege attack faltered thanks to Major Orca taking the lead. And there was a master of offensive tactics who didn't miss this chance. Hey, ha, Marquis Sade. He was gleaming with amusement. Is it my turn now? Marquis Sade looked at Major Orca and spoke. Remember about 40 years ago when you struggled against my attack? I'm thinking of using that tactic again. HMPH. Didn't you ultimately get blocked by my defense back then? That's why you were captured. That's because we were vastly outnumbered back then. Old man. These two lifelong rivals, who had fiercely battled each other over the years, were now joining forces. Marquis Sade was a man with a genius talent for tormenting and causing pain to others. 40 years ago, he was a military genius who challenged the entire empire with just an alliance of 47 people, nearly decapitating the emperor. Marquis Sade was also a descendant of the renowned Sade family, known for generations. Sade family was also one of the 5 original iron-blooded sword clans. He had overwhelming support from survivors and heirs of fallen families and nations that were either destroyed or forcibly annexed. Marquis Sade, we will follow you. Just give us the order. We will follow you even in death. Oh, the glory of the past is being resurrected. Despite being in the same allied army, soldiers from the old defeated nations who previously never mixed were now giving their wholehearted support under Marquis Sade's name. Vikyr nodded as he observed this. It was worth bringing him back to life. Before returning, Vikyr once overheard Major Orca muttering during a fierce defensive battle at the war's end. If Sade had been alive, the human alliance wouldn't have been pushed back this much. Sade had a devilish mind, rivaling Dantalion in military strategy and Belial in mercenary tactics. If Marquis Sade had been alive during the war against the demons, he could have perfectly complemented Orca's defensive weaknesses. Considering Major Orca, who had been Sade's lifelong rival, lamented this fact, Vikyr believed Sade would indeed be a significant asset. Thus, Vikyr decided to revive and bring Marquis Sade out of Nuvalebeg. Hey, I thought I'd never experience such an exciting war again after the Warring States era ended. Another glorious era is upon us. Indeed, living long has its perks. The spirit of the Warring States era was survival of the strong, and Marquis Sade, the embodiment of this spirit, grinned madly at the demons and their minions. Come on, brave young men, follow me. As Sade raised his whip, frenzied cheers erupted from behind. Past generations filled with resentment and defeat, as well as prisoners and political offenders from across the country, banded together under the banner of Marquis Sade. Boom! As the gates of the stronghold opened, Marquis Sade led his soldiers out, sweeping away the poisoned humans. Boom, 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 his whip moving like a giant serpent, cut down all the poisoned humans within tens of meters. Hey, kill them all! Sade divided his soldiers into 8 groups for his operation. The 8 trigrams formation was used once more. Chinese letter rest, Chinese letter life, Chinese letter wound, Chinese letter stop, Chinese letter view, Chinese letter death, Chinese letter fright, Chinese letter open. Among the 8 trigrams gates entering Chinese letter life, Chinese letter view, or Chinese letter open leads to survival, Chinese letter wound, Chinese letter fright or Chinese letter rest leads to injury, and Chinese letter stop and Chinese letter death lead to death. But in the newly transformed formation that Marquis Sade, laughing maniacally, created, there was no escape route. All gates were death gates. There was no way out of this malicious cauldron. Marquis Sade's whip thoroughly drove the poisoned humans into the abyss of death. The spearmen and shield-bearers, following the formation, along with the archers at the rear, changed their alignment according to the whip, pushing the poisoned humans back. Watching this spectacle from the wall, Tudor, Figgy, Sancho, and Bianca were astonished. Wow, you can deploy soldiers like that. It seems very different from standard tactics. Indeed, to think that soldiers could be driven so relentlessly. Why do I feel that he is more poisonous than the actual poisoned humans? Typically, local battles begin as a fight for justification. Each side debates to establish a just cause, then declares war, agreeing on the time and place of the battle, fighting only during the day and retreating to their camps at night. The outcome could be decided by a one-on-one duel between warriors or by dividing the army into two wings, with an attacking force on the right and a defensive force on the left, aiming to collapse the opponent's left wing first. Prisoners were later used as slaves or ransomed, so minimizing casualties was an unwritten rule of war ethics. But none of this applied to Marquis Sade. Kill them all, and you all die too, ha 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 ha, I'll personally behead anyone who fights half-heartedly. Sade's maniacal mercenary tactics pushed his soldiers to extreme lethality. Slash, boom, 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 boom. Watching him wield a single whip at the front line, turning poisoned human soldiers into hundreds of pieces, one couldn't help but think that even demons wouldn't fight so brutally. All those observing Marquis Sade's performance learned that traditional war ethics must be abandoned when facing Revenant or demons. The enemy is not human. This truth hit the young. He's gotten even crazier being locked up in solitary. Watching Marquis Sade, Major Orca clicked his tongue and spoke. I wish that old man would die at the hands of the poisoned humans, but he's still more human than a demon, so we should help him. Rear guard, provide support. Orca also picked up his club and headed outside the gates. Soon, reinforcements from various families, and the militia started driving the poisoned humans away from the gates. Slash, 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 countless skewers shot up beside Marquis Sade. A red-haired woman smiled sweetly over the impaled poisoned humans. Old man, I like your fighting style, want to teach me, Camus Morgue. She was very interested in Marquis Sade's tactics. Boom, a golden vein was ripped out of the ground, and a giant golden hand crushed the poisoned humans on the opposite side. Let's press the attack further, Sinclair. She was also supporting Marquis Sade from Camus's opposite side. Meanwhile, flaming arrows burned away the plague mist, and countless arrows and spears destroyed the poisoned humans. Ha-ha-ha, it's done, they're retreating. If we chase them further, we might run into their reinforcements. Fall back. Marquis Sade pulled his soldiers back at the perfect moment. Camus retrieved her skewers with a disappointed look. Sinclair also withdrew her magic at the precise moment and fell back, even though more poisoned humans' reinforcements arrived. The Allied soldiers had already retreated behind the fortified gates of the Tachika stronghold. Thanks to Major Orca and Marquis Sade's valiant efforts, the initial skirmish against Revenant ended in victory for the Tachika Allied forces. Major Orca's meticulous preparation and extensive experience in defensive battles, combined with Marquis Sade's uncanny counterattacks and strategic retreats, made this possible. However, the real war had yet to begin. The priests, exhausted from using their holy power to fend off the poisoned humans, were completely spent. There was uncertainty about how much they could stave off the Red Death tomorrow. Additionally, the soldiers had consumed more water than usual due to the intense battle. Starting tomorrow, there would be a shortage of both drinking water and holy power. They were at a loss on how to fend off the second and third waves of attacks from the poisoned humans. Dolers, after circling the fortress, reported back. They seem to plan to starve us out. They've surrounded the outer walls in multiple layers. They'll probably attack on the hottest days. At this rate, they might not last even 3 days, let alone a week. Vikier knew he had to make a decision. We need to go to the water supply zone and secure the waterway. Leaving the defense of Tachika to Major Orca and Marquis Sade, Vikier planned to head to the water supply zone to create a water route. Minipin handed Vikier a map with several X marks. This is the terrain of the water supply zone as I predicted. If you blow up the marked areas, the water should flow to the moat around Tachika. Chihuahua, however, was worried about Vikier going to such a dangerous place. The outside is swarming with Revenant's poisoned humans. It's impossible to break through their encirclement. Given the changed circumstances, we should just abandon the water supply zone. No, while we might manage, the common refugees have no more strength left. Securing the water supply zone is essential. Vikier understood that there were no other options now that the full-scale war with Revenant had begun. Soon, an expedition was formed to go to the water supply zone. Vikier's supporters, excluding Major Orca and Marquis Sade, who had to defend the fortress, gathered together. Camus Morgue, Dolers Quavadis, Sinclair Bourgeois, Tudor Donquixote, Bianca Usher, Sancho Barataria, Figgy, led by Vikier van Baskerville. These 8 formed a desperate squad. Their goal was to secure a waterway from the volcanic lake on the opposite mountain peak. Taking an army would be suicide. The difference in numbers is vast, and we can't leave the fortress unguarded. We'll break through the encirclement with a trusted few. Everyone nodded at Vikir's words. The plan was to slip through Revied's surveillance under the cover of darkness. Tudor, who had explosives strapped around his waist, asked nervously, "So, when do we leave?" Everyone looked at Vikir with the same question in their eyes. Looking up at the night sky, Vikir answered in his usual calm manner. "Right now. Immediately." Chapter 457. Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 4. Chapter 457. Infiltration of the Water Supply Area 4. Viscount Giuseppe Baldini of the Revied clan was a Magian, human turned into a demon, holding an important position in the operation to annihilate Tochka. He was stationed at the rear, relatively far from the front line that surrounded Tochka, guarding the back of the fortress. The front encirclement of Tochka Fortress was so tight that not even a needle could get through, but the rear was relatively less guarded. However, even though it was relatively lax, it was only so in comparison. Viscount Baldini had numerous demons guard the posts, and he himself was always on alert in the central command barracks. Well, in any case, this is fortunate. There's no way the enemy would come all the way to the rear. Before becoming a demon, Viscount Baldini had a personality that pursued stability and safety. Even after gaining great power as a demon, his personality hadn't changed much. Being stationed here, if enemies appear elsewhere, I can quickly send reinforcements. I can relax most of the time and respond swiftly only during emergencies. So, Viscount Baldini was enjoying some leisure, savoring tea and biscuits. Just then, thud, the sound of a post door opening was heard. At the same time, there were sounds of some lower demons in panic. "Hey, you can't just go in there." No, you can't?" "Oh dear." Viscount Baldini looked up, wondering what was happening. He saw a woman standing there. Her red hair flowed like a waterfall, and her intensely glowing red eyes were as if soaked in blood. Moreover, her demonic energy was leaking like a volcano. He quickly checked today's schedule, but there was no appointment with a high-ranking demon. There was also no visit scheduled from the higher-ups. Viscount Baldini was tense. "Who are you?" In response to Viscount Baldini's question, the red-haired woman revealed her identity and affiliation. "I am Tr Zirsi, the left-wing commander of the Tochka Annihilation Corps. I need a pass to go through this post to the rear." Viscount Baldini tilted his head, trying to recall if there was a high-ranking demon named Tr Zirsi in the main force. But to his knowledge, there was no female demon of that name and rank in the Revied clan. "Well, I don't know all the people from the main house. She might be someone from the Usher or Donquixote clan." Recently, the Revied clan had absorbed the forces of the Usher and Donquixote clans, rapidly increasing their power. Because of this, the command system was not yet perfectly organized. So, Viscount Baldini decided to continue the conversation in a soft tone rather than being suspicious right away. "My apologies. My memory is terrible, so I can't recall who you are. May I know the reason you need to pass through here? Do I have to explain everything to a nobody like you? This is top secret as per the main force. Just give me the pass." The red-haired woman, who introduced herself as Tr Zirsi, snorted and commanded arrogantly. Viscount Baldini held back his irritation. Judging by her arrogance, she is undoubtedly a demon of the Revied clan. No need to confirm. But Viscount Baldini was no pushover either. "Sorry, but given the wartime situation, I must follow the military protocol. Could you show me your ID?" At those words, Tr Zirsi's brows furrowed deeply. The demonic energy she had been subtly emitting now began to surge openly. "Fine, you're disobeying orders. Is that it?" "No, I just want to follow the procedures. Although I am from a branch clan, I have visited the main house a few times. You seem like someone I haven't met before, HMPH. Of course, I am an illegitimate child. You fool." At the mention of illegitimacy, Viscount Baldini realized he had said too much and closed his mouth. If she was an illegitimate child from the main clan, she would hardly ever see anyone from a collateral branch. After all, illegitimate children are a clan disgrace. I shouldn't have mentioned the main and collateral branches. I've triggered his illegitimacy complex, and now things are going to get complicated. As Viscount Baldini inwardly realized the situation was spiraling out of control, Tr spoke. "Fine, okay, I don't need a pass. I'll return to the main camp and bring back my identification. As you said, that is military law." "What? Thank you very much. I appreciate your understanding." Viscount Baldini's eyes widened in surprise at how easily the issue seemed to be resolved. It was almost suspicious how easily the other party backed down. However, Baldini had to be shocked by Tr's following words. "Since you seem to like military law so much, I'll follow it. I'll insist that you return to the main camp to fetch my ID. Such a critical mission will be significantly delayed due to your inflexible attitude, and you will pay for that." "Oh wait, I have a better idea. Let's check the condition of the sword and shield at your waist. Show them to me right now. And why is the button on your uniform unfastened? Why are the laces of your boots tied like that? Before you return to the main camp, I will thoroughly inspect how well you follow military law, and I'll report to the higher-ups immediately upon my return." Tr's eyes burned with a hellish intensity. It was as if she couldn't tolerate even the tiniest, most insignificant flaw. She shouted at Viscount Baldini, who was trembling before her. "Attention! How dare you remain seated when a superior is speaking, you insolent brat!" "I'm sorry." Viscount Baldini quickly stood up and saluted. Tr's gritted her teeth and circled around him. By strict military law, everything in this space was a violation. The sword had minor stains, and the shield was slightly rusty. The barracks were dusty, and the soldiers' uniforms had loose buttons or laces. I intended to be flexible, but your attitude made that impossible. Improper attire, poor maintenance, unsanitary barracks. Lacks military discipline among the soldiers, and you are having tea and biscuits on the battlefield. It looks like non-supply snacks, too. Is this even an appropriate time to eat? You don't follow any of the military laws you claim to love. And yet you, people like you, who are strict with others but lenient with themselves, always cause big problems eventually." Suddenly, Tr's reached out and grabbed Viscount Baldini's hair, pulling it back. Snap! Then she spoke in a chilling voice. "That's it. I'll send you to the front lines at dawn. As soon as I return to the main camp, I'll make the recommendation at that moment." Viscount Baldini cried out in a voice close to tears. I'll issue the pass. I have committed a grave sin." But Tr's shook her head. "No need. I'll return to the main camp. Your unit will be assigned to the frontline death squad at dawn." The front line? The death squad? The unit with the most casualties in today's siege with Major Orca and Marquis Sade was the death squad. Viscount Baldini's face turned as pale as a corpse, always one to prioritize safety and self-preservation. Viscount Baldini fell to his knees and began to plead. I was thoughtless. I'll issue the pass and arrange for your smooth passage through the rear. Please, just don't assign me to the death squad." The atmosphere in the barracks completely changed. Only then did Tr's nod, though irritably. "I've memorized your face, name, and military number. If I ever have to return to the main camp, I will make sure you have a smooth journey without any issues." "HMPH, I'll believe you." With that, Tr's snorted and took the pass. She then quickly turned and left the barracks. Viscount Baldini, now left behind, wiped his cold sweat and sighed in relief. A subordinate demon nearby asked with a worried expression, "Viscount, is it all right to issue a pass without an ID? Hey, did you not see the demonic energy she was emitting?" Viscount Baldini shook his head vigorously as if he had enough of it. "And from her actions, she's a demon through and through, a demon to her very bones. See, I told you this would work." Tr's. She quickly turned into her original form, Camus. She had been pretending to be a demon by borrowing an ancestor's name from long ago. Even her name exudes dark energy, and I'm pretty good at emitting demonic energy myself, although it's just a facade. Camus turned her head as she finished speaking. On her shoulder, Seer, who had been squeezing out the facade of dark energy, was shedding tears. "Anyway, well done." Vikyr patted Camus on the shoulder as he spoke. Thanks to Camus's quick thinking, they easily passed through the first gate to the water source area. Having obtained the pass from Viscount Baldini, the subsequent gates were almost like a free pass. After passing through several more checkpoints, whoosh, a breeze from the front touched everyone's noses. The wind carried a warm and foul smell. When Vikyr looked up, he saw red death aura writhing beyond the horizon. The plague zone, it seems to be swarming with poison humans. I'll cover from here. Dolores distributed drops of the saintess tears, which she created with her remaining holy power to everyone. Except for Vikyr and Camus, who were immune to most poisons, everyone received Dolores' blessing to withstand the Red Death. Soon, the group of 8 crossed a gentle ridge and headed towards the next gate. Red Death's aura spread over the ground, littered with the corpses of poison humans. Beyond the red aura, the second line of defense of Reviedon's forces appeared. Seeing the shadows of the barracks and palisades, Vikyr began calculating the distance. In the poison humans' territory, tactics like identity disguise would no longer work. We infiltrate within 15 minutes. From now on, it was time for a forced breakthrough. Chapter 458, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 5. Chapter 458, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 5. The ground trembled. With the sound of hooves, a cloud of dust rose, late at night. The one driving a horse to the rear guard post was none other than Viscount Baldini. "Where is she? Where did she go? Find her quickly," he urgently ordered his subordinates. Viscount Baldini was worried about having issued a pass to someone without proper identification and hastily pursued the individual. However, throughout his journey to the rear guard post, he found nothing. There was no record of a high-ranking Magin's official's visit in the document storage behind him. All he could see were scattered corpses. "Damn it! I hope nothing has gone wrong." Eventually, Viscount Baldini had to turn his horse around and return to his original post. As soon as Baldini left, there were signs of movement in the area. A few shadows stirred among the corpses of the poison humans. That was the most unpleasant blanket in the world. Tudor moved from under the poison human corpse and stood up. "My whole body is soaked in cold sweat. If we'd been discovered, it would have been a disaster. My heart feels like it shrunk to the size of a bean. Heavy and disgusting." Nearby, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca also got up, moving away from the poison human corpses they had used for cover. As the pursuit team neared, the night walkers, following Vikyr's instructions, had all lain down with corpses on top of them to avoid detection. That was close. Vikyr also moved aside from the poison human covering him and stood up. 3 people followed Vikyr's lead and stood up as well. The first to peek out from under Vikyr's armpit was Camus. She narrowed her eyes as she looked at Vikyr's opposite side. "You're usually slow, but quick in times like these, huh? What did I do?" The one who lifted her head from Vikyr's other side was Dolores. Of all places, she had dived into this spot during the moment of crisis. Camus glared at Dolores and said, "There's an old saying that a quiet cat enters the kitchen first. Guess it's true." That's not it. There were only corpses here, and I just instinctively did it because of a similar game we played in the dorms before. "What? Dorms? Drinking game? What did you do? Husband? Who's your husband?" Camus and Dolores glared at each other over Vikyr, and between them, a voice tried to calm them down. "We should be more careful. Do you guys really want to argue under a pile of corpses?" It was Sinclair, lifting her head with a gentle expression. However, her head was poking out between Vikyr's legs. "Hey, why are you coming out from there? You're even more brazen." "That's not something you should be saying, Sinclair." Camus, Dolores, and Sinclair began a subtle standoff with Vikyr between them. But Vikyr, ignoring their quarrel, was focused on the front. Soon, the figures of poison humans began to appear through the red fog. Inside the barrier, the poison humans were standing idly or wandering around aimlessly. "We will now infiltrate the barracks." "Are we breaking through the center?" "Yes, we could just pass by, but the number of poison humans is too large." Vikyr nodded in response to Tudor's question. "These troops will probably be used in tomorrow's siege. If we can reduce their numbers even a little, it will ease the burden on those left in the castle." At Vikyr's words, everyone's expressions turned resolute once more. If they could just break through this encirclement, they would be able to reach the water supply area. Vikyr and the elite squad hid themselves behind a protruding mound of dirt, waiting for the right moment. If only baby Madam was here, Vikyr recalled his days as a night hound. If his former partner, baby Madam, were here, their movements would be much freer. Unfortunately, he couldn't replicate those actions now. At that moment, Camus stepped forward. "How about we dig our way in?" Before Vikyr could say anything, she pulled an item from her chest and covered her face with it. It was the picaresque mask, a mask that could turn a person into a dog. It was an artifact of Dantalion that Vikyr had given to Camus before heading to Nuvellebeg. Huff, huff, huff. Camus quickly transformed into a dog with red fur. So cute, Dolores reached out with sparkling eyes, but Camus brushed her off. As a dog, Camus started digging into the high mound of dirt. Scratch, scratch, scratch. In no time, a deep underground tunnel had been created, and the dirt piled up high. Camus, having dug a tunnel all the way to the inside of the barrier, wagged her tail and barked at Vikyr. Her actions, asking to be petted, made Vikyr gently stroke her head. "You're making good use of the mask." "Of course." Camus, having returned to her human form, winked at Vikyr. Soon, the 8 members of this elite squad crawled through the tunnel beneath the barrier. The dense red fog made it hard to see ahead. However, they could sense the presence of dark, red shadows moving around intermittently. Russell, the night hound, bared his fangs. A few poison humans who were wandering around the tunnel silently had their heads roll to the ground. Seeing the sticky poison dripping from the severed necks, Vikyr nodded. "They certainly have an immense amount of poison. How on earth did they produce this much?" The number of poison humans was enormous, and each one contained a vast amount of poison. Creating this many poison humans with such quantities of poison would require an extraordinary effort. "They're not much weaker than the poison humans I saw before the regression, but those appeared towards the end of the war." Vikyr had to ponder the mystery he had before the Tachka extermination battle began. How they produced so many poison humans is a mystery. There must be a limit to the amount of poison that can be mass-produced. Even before Vikyr's regression, the secret of how Reviadan managed to mass-produce so many poison humans remained unsolved. But something was different this time. "Hey, look over there." The sharp-eyed Sinclair poked Vikyr's shoulder. What Sinclair had spotted was a black barrack beyond the red fog. Vikyr focused his eyes and stared into the fog for a long time. Gradually, the scene beyond the fog began to reveal itself. SSSSSSSS, the silhouettes of the poison humans, visible through the mist like fountains of blood, resembled charred remnants in a burnt forest. They were lined up and entering the black barracks one by one. On the other side of the barracks, the poison humans that had just entered emerged one by one, their bodies larger, their limbs longer, and their forms even more grotesque. "Are they recharging their poison in there? They even seem to be getting stronger." Vikyr focused on one particularly large poison humans entering the barracks. Grurk Grurk, the poison humans, covered in sword scars and burn marks, likely survived today's Tachka extermination battle. After entering the barracks, it didn't show itself for a while, but a few minutes later, it crawled out from the opposite side of the barracks. Its elongated limbs were twisted like those of an insect, and its already hideous face was now even more terrifyingly distorted. He-yeek. The sword scars that had covered its body were completely gone. It seemed to flaunt its overflowing poison and vitality as it creaked and twisted its way beyond the red fog. "If my money hats is getting nervous, it means there's some kind of artifact, a very strong one. At that, it looks like they're using it to recharge the poison humans." Vikyr nodded at Sinclair's words. Sinclair was a new figure who wasn't present in the original history. Her observations and guesses could be the key to altering their fate. "We're not far from the water supply area, but we need to damage this facility to prepare for tomorrow's defensive battle." They needed to prevent Reviadan from recharging the poison humans any further, for the sake of their comrades who would face these creatures in the Tachka fortress tomorrow. Disabling this facility didn't conflict with their mission to reach the water supply area, so the elite squad nodded in agreement. "But how are we supposed to destroy the poison humans' manufacturing plant? Even just breaking through seems difficult," Tudor asked. The black barracks, located atop a high mound, seemed to house a high-ranking Reviadan official. Given the sheer number of poison humans gathered, reckless action could lead to death. Destroying the place, let alone passing through, seemed impossible. However, Vikyr spoke confidently. "I have a secret weapon prepared for this moment." Then, with a smooth motion, Vikyr pulled out something he had kept deeply hidden in the thick folds of his cloak. "Vikyr, when did you get so?" The item was enough to make the entire squad widen their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 459, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 6. Chapter 459, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 6. A black tent stood on a hill of dirt. In the center of the tent, there was a huge cauldron with two gigantic snakes coiled inside it. The two snakes circled around, biting each other's tails. Each time the snakes completed a circle, bright red venom pooled in the center of the cauldron. The venom was then heated by the firewood burning beneath the cauldron, causing it to boil and emit thick red steam. Grumble, screech, squeak, gasp. The poisoned humans lined up and entered the tent one by one, where they were fumigated by the red steam rising from the cauldron. Crack, snap, shatter. The poisoned humans, who had been staggering as if they were about to die, transformed into vigorous beings as soon as they were exposed to the red steam. Their energy was so overwhelming that some of them even changed into grotesque forms. And above it all, an individual sat quietly on the highest throne, watching everything, dressed in a black robe that covered their entire body and carrying a large scythe on their back. He was known by the Night Walkers as the Reaper. The Reaper, a mysterious figure at the forefront of this extermination operation, silently observed the numerous poisoned humans being reborn in the Red Death mist. Just then, boom, an unexpected event occurred. One side of the tent was torn to shreds as a mysterious intruder broke in from outside. Bang! As soon as the intruder entered, they started decapitating the poisoned humans nearby. Dozens of poisoned humans were left rolling on the ground with only their heads, unable to resist even once. The Reaper stood up abruptly. The amount of poison, manpower, and time required to create even a single poisoned human warrior was enormous. They couldn't die like trash. The Reaper swiftly descended the steps and swung the scythe down at the intruder. Clang! The intruder blocked the Reaper's scythe with a crude iron sword. In that moment, the Reaper flinched. He recognized the intruder immediately. It was Vikier van Baskerville, the Night Hound, an infamous villain who had been imprisoned in Nuveleberg long ago. Why had this person appeared here and now? Vikier glared at the Reaper with his red eyes. Clang, clatter. The iron sword clashed with the scythe, creating a shower of sparks. The cheap iron sword cracked many times just from clashing once with the scythe. However, Vikier continued to swing the sword. Clang, clang, bang. Clang, the relentless and seemingly reckless attacks made even the Reaper flinch. However, this was the Reviadan clan's stronghold, home to countless poisoned humans. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, the gigantic poisoned humans reached out towards Vikier. Each of them had the monstrous strength to distort even iron cauldrons. Vikier swung his now nearly serrated sword, cutting off the limbs of the poisoned humans. Crunch, snap, crack, snap. Chunks of flesh and bone fragments flew through the air, scattering in all directions. Vikier's sword swings now exuded a sense of madness. But in the end, he was outnumbered. Even Vikier had to succumb to the overwhelming number of poisoned humans, who even used their comrades' corpses as shields. Smack! One of the poisoned humans' hands slapped across Vikier's face. Smack, smack, then another hand followed. Smack, 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 smack. More and more hands slapped across Vikier's face. Vikier, crushed by the numerous poisoned humans, ultimately died with his entire body brutally mutilated. The poisoned humans, still not satisfied, tore Vikier's body into pieces. Eventually, thud, Vikier's body, now reduced to just his upper torso, rolled around the ground like garbage. The Reaper looked down at Vikier's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. After a moment, he reached out with a pale hand and gently closed Vikier's vacant eyes. Just then, crunch! Vikier's upper torso, which was thought to be dead, suddenly sprang up and bit the Reaper's hand. As the Reaper pulled back his hand in shock, boom, the wall right behind the Reaper shattered entirely. The barracks shook, and many more poisoned humans died instantly. The Reaper quickly turned his head. An unbelievable sight unfolded before him. Vikier, the same Vikier who had just died at the hands of the poisoned humans, was now moving around, fully intact. Flap with the sound of a fluttering cloak, Vikier picked up a spear from the ground and began to destroy the poisoned humans. His precise and powerful thrusts struck the poisoned humans' faces and chests, hitting vital points and blowing them away. Blood and flesh splattered throughout the barracks once again. After a moment of hesitation, the Reaper lunged at Vikier to stop him. Clang, a scythe, curving from the handle, swung in and knocked Vicur's spear aside. The poison human's hands aimed for Vicur's now exposed abdomen. PSH, 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 Vicur once again lost his life to the poison human's relentless attacks and the Reaper's scythe. However, boom, the barracks wall shattered again, and beyond it appeared another Vicur. 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 Vicur, more Vicurs. Numerous Vicurs appeared, tearing through the poison humans. The barracks were devastated, and the moonlight shining through the clouds illuminated the inside. Only then did the Reaper notice something strange about the invading Vicurs. Black hair and red eyes, but their skin color was different. The skin of these Vicurs was as black as obsidian. The dim lighting inside the barracks and the crimson mist rising from the center had obscured this detail. Boom, boom, crack. Each Vicur was ferocious and savage. They wielded various weapons as if they were extensions of their own bodies. The poison humans were shredded like wet leaves in the face of this inhuman combat prowess and sheer brutality, making one question if these creatures were even living beings. Bang! In the end, the cauldron at the center of the barracks was destroyed by the rampage of numerous Vicurs. The two snakes inside were startled and slithered into a corner, and the thick red mist dissipated abruptly. Swoosh, thud, clang. The Reaper, who had been cutting and slashing through the many Vicurs with his scythe, was greatly alarmed upon seeing the cauldron broken. The poison humans gathered outside the barracks were equally stunned. Whoosh! The Reaper ran outside and looked around, but there was no sign of the real Vicur. Boom, bang, rumble, flames rose from various parts of the camp, and the sound of the black Vicurs rampaging could be heard everywhere. A few hours earlier, Vicur had opened Andromalia's spatial barrier beneath the cloak. Out of it poured small creatures that looked exactly like Vicur, doppelganger leeches. These leeches, which Vicur had taken from Black Tongue when he left Nuvalebeg, had grown significantly. Oh my, how cute! What are these things? They do look like something you'd want to keep as a pet. Brother, you didn't secretly father these. Did you? Friend, are these really leeches? They look just like you. I've seen them once in Abyss Tree, but I still can't get used to it. They grew up drinking Vicur's blood, so they look exactly like him. They'll be perfect once I dress them in the clothes I brought. Wow, with the clothes on, they look exactly like him. This will be incredibly confusing for the enemies. Camus, Dolers, Sinclair, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, and others were all amazed at how identical the Minivicurs looked to the real Vicur, except for one thing, their skin color. Here, eat. Vicur fed the leeches a large amount of his blood, something he had never done before. The leeches grew rapidly, feeding on Vicur's spilled blood. Eventually, Vicur released the leeches right into the middle of the poison human's camp. Already made ferocious by Black Tongue, the leeches went berserk, driven by the scent of blood and death emanating from all around. It was worth the effort to raise them. Vicur nodded as he watched a significant number of leeches rush towards the barracks atop the dirt hill. Hubby, ignition complete. Camus could be seen waving from a distance. Vicur nodded in response, giving the signal. Understanding Vicur's signal, Camus triggered her mana. Boom, 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 flames and iron spikes erupted from below the dirt hill. The poison humans descending the slope were impaled by the spikes, trapping them in place. The flames spread, using the barracks and the struggling poison humans as fuel, expanding in all directions. Whoosh! Confirming that the fire had spread to the general ration storage, Vicur turned his head. Ahead, Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, Bianca, Sinclair, and Dolers signaled the successful completion of their missions. Vicur and Camus quickly regrouped with their companions. Now we head straight for the reservoir. By going to the mountain in the rear and blowing up one side of the lake, they could redirect the water flow and resolve everything. Not only could they secure a water supply, but they could also wipe out the Reviadan forces in one fell swoop. This might be our final mission. Vicur sprinted towards the shadow of the mountain ridge ahead. It was the final race for the fate of the fortress. Chapter 460, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 7. Chapter 460, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 7. Splurt. A gigantic poison human opened its mouth wide, but the widely opened mouth was pushed back suddenly, soon detaching from its jaw and falling to the ground. Splat! Vicur, who had just sliced off the poison human's obstructing head, landed lightly on the ground. However, There were still a few poison humans left on the slope leading up the mountain peak in front of him. Growl, screech, screech, hiss, hiss. Poison human combat soldiers were larger and more powerful than regular poison humans. The poison humans here were even larger and more grotesque than typical combat soldiers. Having 3 or 4 heads was relatively normal among them. They had long, twisted bodies adorned with bizarre appendages that could not be considered once human parts. Mutants. These were rare individuals who emerged through a process of repeatedly facing life-or-death situations, accumulating experiences, and absorbing improved poisons. The poison and stench emanating from their bodies were causing the surrounding grass to turn black. Then, among the poison humans blocking the mountain peak, an especially large and hideous figure began to appear. Jayag, Jayagak, GGRRRK, Vikir recognized that poison human. It's the one that came out of the barracks earlier. It was the same creature he had seen crawling out of the poison charging station from afar. It was an exceptionally large and powerful mutant, puzzlingly placed in the rear. GRRK A Verge, Magni, HWAC, Tua Spit. Seeing the mutant babble incomprehensible words with its grotesquely transformed mouth, Vikir quickly assessed the situation. If this thing participates in tomorrow's battle, things will get troublesome. I should eliminate it now. Just as Night Hound was about to bare its fangs at the giant poison human mutant before him, Vikir, Tudor's voice came from behind. When Vikir turned, he saw Tudor with a determined expression. Go ahead, we'll handle this. Clearing the water path is more important. Don't worry about the poison human mutants, we'll manage them somehow. Understood. Before Tudor even finished speaking, Vikir was gone. He had judged it more efficient that way. Tudor, watching Vikir shoot forward without looking back, smirked. That guy, he could have at least pretended to refuse. It's proof that Vikir trusts us this much now. I know, honestly, it felt good. With a smile, Tudor adjusted his grip on his spear, standing back to back with Sancho, who was wielding an axe. Soon, the Night Walkers began to block the poison humans after letting Vikir go ahead. All right, you trash, let me show you something hot. Camus waved her hands, drawing a large magic circle in the air. Her specialty, octocasting, allowed her to simultaneously handle 8 elemental spells. A rain of 8 different elements, including fire and steel, began to fall. Pop. Steel spikes that sprang from the ground pierced through the poison humans' bodies, melting with heat and burning them from the inside. If it's like this, my gold will melt too. Well, no matter. Sinclair drew mana and touched the ground. She pulled an entire vein of gold from beneath the earth's crust. Crackle, a massive golden golem tore through the ground's surface, climbing up and swinging its heavy fists. As the molten gold, heated by Camus's flame magic, splashed everywhere, the poison humans burned to death. Everyone, breathe as little as possible. Stay close to me. Dolors cast a wide-range holy shield, blocking the red death spirits. Hiss. The blood and pus spewed by the poison humans vaporized into harmless steam upon contact with Dolors' holy light. Tudor, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca were also emitting their auras, blocking the poison humans' advance. Vikir, do you see anything up there? Tudor shouted, piercing the center of a poison human's large palm with his spear. See, Tudor's strained voice echoed through the dense trees and cliffs. Vikir, who had just reached the mountain peak, clearly heard Tudor's voice. However, Vikir couldn't respond to Tudor's desperate shout. There was no water. No matter how hard he looked into the crater below, there was no sign of water. Vikir took a few deep breaths and examined the crater's landscape again. Dry clumps of soil rolled down the slope covered in dense undergrowth. Following the trail of his gaze, there was nothing but barren wasteland. The crater was filled with dry dirt and solid rocks, with no trace of water. Only a tumbleweed rolled along the parched ground. The information from Minipin was wrong. Vikir gritted his teeth. This was information he hadn't known before his regression, and it had been a fatal error to rely on uncertainty. Boom, Vikir slashed, collapsing part of the peak. Still no water appeared. This is dangerous. In this situation, he needed to quickly change course and return to the stronghold. However, the rear was already surrounded by poison humans. Vikir descended the cliff rapidly to rejoin the front line. Given the lingering chaos at the poison human charging station and the scattered placement of poison humans, He could extinguish the immediate threat. After clearing out the poison humans here, I'll use the commotion to head back to the stronghold. Moving in the opposite direction should make the perimeter less guarded. All I can do is hope the others hold out as long as possible. Formulating plans. Vikyr descended the cliff. Suddenly, an unexpected event shattered Vikyr's plans and judgments. Ha ha ha, so all the nuisances have gathered here. A man with a sharp hooked nose, tightly pressed lips, and deep, shadowy eyes under black hair appeared among the poison humans. None of the night walkers failed to recognize his face. A genius who knew the combination of every poison and antidote. A person even Hugo Baskerville was reluctant to face. Duke Hops de Rivieden. He was the head of the poisonous Rivieden clan and a key figure in the ongoing civil war within the empire. Confronted by Hops, who had appeared much earlier than expected, Vikyr had to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, I can guess why you've come here. Hops, scanning the faces of the night walkers, smirked ominously and extended a long spear. The spear, resembling two intertwined snakes on a gnarled wooden shaft, gleamed wickedly. "Go, our Ouroboros!" At Hops's command, the spear began to wriggle as if alive. With each swing, red death spirits swirled around Hops, spiraling wildly. The giant, grotesque poison human mutants followed the red mist, standing behind Hops and emanating terrifying killing intent. Seeing Hops confronting his comrades beyond the mountainside, Vikyr quickened his pace. That man is dangerous. He was known as the Second Corpse, a demon lord who had never lost in numerous battles during the era of destruction, the most malevolent and wicked demon among the 10 corpses. If Vikyr was a seasoned demon hunter, this man was a seasoned human hunter. Do not engage him, there's no chance of winning against. But Vikyr's shout to his comrades was abruptly cut off. Boom! An unexpected explosion struck Hops. Hops, who had just appeared, was hit in the head and sent flying, spewing blood. In the midst of Vikyr's astonishment, more fiery pillars crashed down upon the pit where Hops had landed. Crackle, boom, rumble huge. Heated steel spikes embedded in the firestorm rained down like molten pens. Ho 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 ho, until Vikyr arrives, I'll just have to hunt this demon. How convenient to take down one of the corpse right away. Camus, who had been pacing herself, finally unleashed her full power. Crackle, 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 a massive black ghost tree began to grow from the fiercely burning flames created by Camus. Ghostwood. It had fully blossomed into a mature tree, now bearing many fruits. Chapter 461, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 8. Chapter 461, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area, 8. Camus began to reveal her true strength. I've been holding back a bit so the others wouldn't feel discouraged. As she released her mana, the spectral branches of the ghostwood tree started to shake. Ghostly figures with skeletal forms moved ominously. They swung like pendulums, resembling hanged corpses. Each one had been a heinous criminal or a monster in life. Woo-woo-woo, even in death. They couldn't find peace and were being squeezed to the limit as sources of Camus's power. They emitted sounds like they were vomiting blood. Let's show them what we've got this time. Camus drew dozens of magic circles in the air simultaneously. Each one was a powerful fire or iron spell. Boom, boom, boom. Surface-to-air guided missiles that would chase their targets to the end. Massive iron spikes erupted from the ground, engulfed in flames, and soared into the sky before crashing down on their targets. Boom, 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 boom. The ground tore and twisted as countless pillars of fire erupted. A massive earthquake accompanied by mushroom-shaped clouds of dirt billowed into the sky. But Camus wasn't the only one in action. I'll show you demons the fearsome power of human capitalism. Sinclair, a woman who became the world's richest person by ascending to the head of a bourgeois clan. She took out her money hat. The hat awakened, revealing its hidden unique ability. Clink, 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 clink. An enormous quantity of gold coins began to pour out of the hat. It was an inventory ability that could store unlimited amounts of money. Remember this money, it's the legacy Belial left behind. Money is power. Wasn't that Belial's motto? As Sinclair drew on the mana amplified by her immense wealth, the gold coins from the hat gathered and transformed. Woo-hoo-oh. A giant golem made of gold rose behind Sinclair. It was as large as a massive building, mimicking Sinclair's every movement. Boom, thud, crack. The golden golem raised its heavy fists and began to strike its targets. It was a sight that vividly expressed the terror of extreme materialism. Wow, they're really in another class. It's hard to believe we're peers. I need to find what I can do too. The only way to catch up is relentless training. Tudor, Figgy, Sancho, and Bianca watched from afar, amazed by the explosive power of Camus and Sinclair. Meanwhile, Dolores expanded the holy barrier, pushing back the enemies in the rear. We have to hold out until Victor arrives. With Camus and Sinclair showing unexpected combat prowess, there was hope, watching the ground shatter and explode in real time. It almost seemed like they might be able to hunt the demon without Victor. But that hope was soon proven to be too optimistic. Hey, the youth these days are so energetic. There's no room for an old man to step in. Through the rising mushroom clouds, a figure emerged. He was no longer Hops de Revieden. His face transformed into a beast's, a mane dark as night, eyes burning like sulfuric flames, and holding a long spear in his hand. Second corpse, Florecia, danger level, S+ size, discovery location, depths of the Gate of Doom, womb of the serpent, also known as the second corpse. One of the 10 disasters, Florecia, known as humanity's archenemy, enigmatic and immortal. I will turn water into blood. Decalogue 10, Upper the second corpse, one of the key figures leading the era of destruction, had emerged. Florecia brushed off the flames on his skin and spoke. The ghostwood, it's been a while, it would make a perfect shaft for my spear. With that, Florecia raised his spear. The blade of the spear was made of 2 serpents that seemed alive. The shaft was made of a withered tree branch, which Dolores recognized instantly. Abyss tree, hey, that's right, it's the tree Amjuja's cherished. Florecia swung his spear, sweeping away the golden waves. 2 snakes intertwined at the demon's spearhead. They were the same snakes that had spread the Red Death. Is that the artifact that causes the Red Death? Tudor, who had lost his father to the plague, was enraged, boom, with all his strength. Tudor kicked off the ground and thrust Gungnir forward. A slashing attack like a tidal wave crashed towards Florecia. Florecia whistled and tilted his head to the side. Oh, this must be the body Chimera was searching for. Not bad. Tudor's attack missed by a hair's breadth, and the cost of that miss was more than just a paper-thin margin. Thud, the spear Ouroboros struck Gungnir, forcibly altering its trajectory. In that instant, the 2 snakes slithered in and pinned Tudor's neck to the ground. Erg! Tudor coughed up blood and rolled on the ground. It all happened in a single strike. Tudor! Bianca immediately readied her bow. A powerful shot aimed at Florecia's head as she rushed forward. Thud, the arrow struck the center of Florecia's face with a dull noise, and Bianca quickly helped Tudor to his feet, but Tudor's face had turned pale. Bianca, behind you! Bianca turned to see Florecia smiling, biting the arrowhead. This must be the body Andriolphus wanted. Why were they in such a hurry? Florecia reached out both hands towards Tudor and Bianca. I'll turn both of you into loyal servants of the demonic legion, continuing the will of our comrades, huh? But Florecia's words were cut off. A thin slash flew by, grazing Florecia's cheek. Despite maintaining a calm demeanor during Camus and Dolores' combined assault, Florecia, for some reason, took 2 steps back, and in front of him stood an unexpected figure. Figgy, despite trembling, he stood before his friends. Stay away from my friends, Figgy swung his sword, unleashing a powerful aura. Having survived the Colosseo Academy and the harsh world, his aura had grown strong, blowing like a fierce wind. There was something special about Figgy's slash. He had coated the tip of his sword with his own blood. Florecia frowned as numerous small cuts appeared on his forearm. I see, an abnormal body, and a closed type at that. No wonder he was so averse to it. Florecia's previously calm expression changed. To encounter such a unique body right before the great task, it was worth abandoning the civil war and coming here. The demon's terrifying eyes fixed on Figgy. Eek! Figgy trembled but did not retreat. Florecia's hand slowly reached for Figgy. At that moment, Figgy, get back! Retreat! Something's off! Tudor and Bianca grabbed Figgy's arms and pulled him back immediately. Tudor's spear and Bianca's shot deflected Florecia's hand. As they pulled Figgy back, Tudor and Bianca spoke. It seems like he's targeting you. Yeah, I sensed it from the Abyss Tree incident. There's definitely something special about you. Quick-witted Tudor and Bianca had been protecting Figgy from the start. Guys, I'm not that special. Just retreat for now. A massive axe came flying, aimed at Florecia. Sancho pulled Tudor, Bianca, and Figgy back together, and in front of them, Camus and Sinclair's bombardment fell. Boom, boom, boom. Florecia extended his spear to fend off the combined attack from Camus and Sinclair, annoying pests. But Florecia couldn't afford to be completely relaxed. Blaze, Camus and Sinclair's bombardment now carried a different aura. It was the holy radiance, a blessing directly cast by dolers. With the saint's buff, Camus and Sinclair's flames took on a divine power, burning away the Red Death. Finally, Florecia's expression hardened, truly annoying. It's best to eliminate this nuisance here and now, before things get out of hand. Florecia's spear first aimed at Camus. I'll start with the most troublesome one. The two snake heads on the spear exuded a malevolence that no ordinary human could withstand. Boom, 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 a dark red storm arose, sweeping everything around. Fragments of shattered aura and poison tore through and burned everything in their path. Ah! Camus gritted her teeth as the ghostwood shook violently. Had it not yet taken deep enough root in the mental world, it seemed it needed more time to reach the stature of a giant tree. Crackle, crackle, she hastily created a shield but couldn't block all the impact. Her thick cloak of blood-threaded fabric started to burn away, exposing her skin. Despite drawing as much mana as she could, it was insufficient to withstand the concentrated power of Florecia alone. Camus! Her comrades rushed towards her but were blocked by the poison humans. In a moment of desperation, Camus gritted her teeth. They had fought so hard to reach the water source area, yet there was no water. She had felt death looming over her from that moment. From a certain point, she had sensed the threshold of death in her vision. Is this the end? Camus swallowed back the blood rising in her throat and thought. Slowly, strength left her. Her body was beginning to collapse. Just as she was about to fall to her knees, a dark cloak covered Camus's nearly bare body. A nostalgic scene. And standing before her was a black knight. Ah! Camus let out a faint groan, even as her vision blurred. The face of this man remained clear. Vicyr, the night hound. He was now baring his fangs at Florecia. Chapter 462, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 9. Chapter 462, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 9. Oh, it's the demon hunter from back then. Is this the first time since the trial? Vicyr didn't answer Florecia's question. Talking to a demon was exhausting in itself, and he didn't find it worth responding to. So, Vicyr decided to offer just a short remark. Die. The demonic sword Beelzebub emitted a dark red aura. Flash, knowing there was no guarantee of a one-hit kill, Vicyr chose his most confident move, the fourth style, a technique that draws 4 fangs. It was the strongest attack in his past life and the most convenient in his current life. It consumed almost no mana and was more natural than breathing to him. Vicyr's sword technique perfectly covered 4 directions, tearing apart Florecia's space. However, Florecia's spear-handling skills were quite advanced. Poisonous spear Ouroboros, a deadly weapon, a terrifying artifact that created crimson death. Florecia smirked, one of the 7 great demonic swords among them. Beelzebub, a fine weapon you have, but there are many other weapons made from the remains of ancient demon lords. Back then, demon constellations were numerous. My spear is one such weapon. The 2 majestic weapons clashed fiercely, creating countless sparks. Boom! A crimson specter clashed with a black sun. Vicyr was already fighting Florecia at full power. Vicyr spat out red saliva tainted by the Red Death and retreated. Madame Eight-Legs' poison was running rapidly within his body. The boiling poison coursed through his veins, consuming all the invading Red Death poison. Such a violent reaction was rare, probably because it perceived the Red Death as a formidable rival. Crack! The poisonous spear Ouroboros pressed down on the demonic sword Beelzebub with its 2 tips. Simultaneously, the shaft made from Abyss Tree struck Vicyr's head. Vicyr tilted his head back to avoid it, but a scar appeared on his forehead, a wound too severe to be easily healed even by the regenerative powers of a basilisk. The shaft is carved from a fragment of Abyss Tree. I obtained some fragments when Amjusia's was annihilated. Florecia's eyes still sparkled with ease as he grinned maliciously. At that moment, Vicyr, Lord Vicyr, Big Brother, red, white, and gold. 3 dazzling lights radiated from Vicyr's sides and behind him. Camus, Dolers, and Sinclair were supporting Vicyr. Soon, Camus unleashed a fiery barrage, Dolers conjured holy power, and Sinclair's magic and financial might combined, all directed at Floresia. Crackle, crackle, the immense invisible forces collided and distorted with a loud noise. The ground quaked repeatedly, altering the surrounding scenery, even amidst the power struggle. Floresia looked at Vicyr and his companions with a curious expression and spoke. "You fight so earnestly for others. Confronting me brings no benefit to you individually, yet combining forces to fight, indeed, a scene incomprehensible to a demon. Demons were fundamentally beings engaged in a struggle of all against all. Since demons are a concept defined by humans, they don't even belong to the same species. For instance, Andriolphus, the third corpse, and Cymra, the fourth corpse, were as biologically distinct as a goldfish and a grasshopper." Vicyr, aware of this, could somewhat understand Floresia's bewilderment. "Perhaps it's hard for beings like you to understand this sentiment. Isn't that the same for you? After all, humans are just inferior versions of demons. Demons could perform your role in this world much better." Floresia sneered as he continued to thrust his spear. Despite the trembling spear, the demon's tongue flickered like a snake. "By now, my poisoned troops must have begun their siege. I wonder how long your comrades at Tachka will hold out." Vicyr gritted his teeth. It seemed the poisoned humans of Reviadan had finally launched their extermination campaign on the Tachka. It was uncertain how long those who had been enduring without water could fend off the powerful mutated troops. Although it was fortunate that Warden Orca and Marquis Sade were there, the overwhelming difference in forces was undeniable. You have no hope, you couldn't find water, and you can't protect your comrades. I eagerly anticipate the expressions on your faces when you see all the humans at the Tachka turned into poison humans. The expressions of the entire strike force twisted upon hearing Floresia words, but they had nothing to refute. So, Camus, Dolers, Sinclair, Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca all ground their teeth and glared. All except Vicyr. "You underestimate human potential." Floresia narrowed his eyes at Vicyr's words. Surprised, "Is this a situation that can be resolved by potential? Time will tell." "I think I know. Ha ha ha, you seem the most realistic among them. Was I wrong? That's precisely why I'm saying this." Having finished speaking, Beelzebub stretched even longer, the eighth form. The black sun spun more fiercely, crushing Floresia. Soon, Vicyr and Floresia were close enough to touch noses. Creak-crack, at the forefront where their energy clashed. Vicyr whispered into Floresia's ear. "The future isn't something to predict lightly. The moment you predict it, it changes again. Just like now." As Floresia tilted his head in confusion. Thud, his vision flickered black for a moment. Floresia felt a shock as if his neck had been ripped out, and his head jerked violently. A thick iron arrow the size of a child's arm was quivering in his temple. An arrow far stronger than anything Bianca had shot. How strong must the bowstring be to shoot such a large and thick projectile? How powerful must the arm drawing it be? Moreover, Floresia had experienced such a powerful arrow once before. A single moment of carelessness had nearly led to his downfall. The night when his life was genuinely in danger. "No way!" as Floresia turned his head in shock. Thud, another arrow flew in, piercing Floresia right between the eyes. "Erg!" Floresia staggered back, black blood spraying everywhere. Behind him, a slender shadow flickered on the cliff. "Long time no see. Husband." A brief greeting to Vicyr came from a female warrior. Seeing her face, Vicyr couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ayan, the chief of Balak, formerly imprisoned in Nuvalebag's level 10. Ayan smiled at Vicyr and greeted the night walkers behind him. Some familiar faces, some not. "Anyway, nice to meet you." "Hey, where do you get off acting all friendly?" Camus ground his teeth, shouting, causing Ayan's eyes to narrow. "What, want to get stripped and spanked?" "Arg, you're dead." Camus showed more hostility than when fighting demons. However, their confrontation was interrupted by another figure. "Ho ho ho ho, Ouroboros, we share a name, is it plagiarism?" A thick whip struck Floresia's body. Professor Sadi, who had stormed Nuvalebag to rescue her grandfather, Marquis Sade. She had activated Belial's eye, appearing before Floresia in her demonized state. Thwack! The whip slashed around, decimating the poisoned humans. Ayan also shot arrows, creating holes in Floresia's body. "I nearly had you before." This time you won't escape. Ayan had once infiltrated Reviadan's stronghold alone, attempting to assassinate Hops but failed. For a Balak hunter, chasing the same prey twice was a disgrace. Thus, Ayan's rematch here was only natural. Boom! With an annoyed expression, Floresia leapt, dodging the arrows. He forcibly removed the 2 arrows lodged in his head, bearing fangs like a leopard and growling. Even with 2 more nuisances, fate doesn't change. At that moment, 2. Another voice reached Floresia's ear. When did he get behind him, even without sensing a presence? The opponent was right behind Floresia, exploiting the gap created by Ayan and Sadi. Thwack! A large leech attached itself to Floresia back, the demonic sword Asmodeus, a terrifying weapon that sucked the blood of its stabbed victim. It was now draining chunks of life from Floresia's body. Arg! For the first time, a blood-soaked scream escaped Floresia's lips. Vikyr narrowed his eyes at the figure holding Floresia from behind. The body connected to the demonic sword Asmodeus, covered in black veins, exuded a fierce dark aura over his shoulder. Black tongue. Vikyr thought he would never him encounter again. Black Town was glaring at Vikyr with very intense eyes. Rather than hate, it felt like curiosity. Chapter 463, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 10. Chapter 463, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area 10. Red Death was spreading at a scary speed. The tears of the saint, kept deep inside the Tachka fortress, were gradually drying up. As dolers and the priests led by her spread holy water on the walls, the poison humans' full-scale attack became fiercer. The once towering walls had significantly lowered. This was due to the large number of poison human corpses piled up, raising the ground level. The siege, which began at dawn, continued until dusk. Boom! A huge black hand appeared over the wall. Larger than the bodies of the regular soldiers, the hand was rotten and corrupted by poison. Grua, a mutant, surpassing the combat power of regular poison human soldiers, revealed itself over the wall. The creature's appearance had become even more grotesque due to the oil, fire, gunpowder, and nails it endured while climbing up. Arg! A poison human? No, it's a monster. Stop it, if something like that gets inside. The soldiers tried to push the mutant back with crossbars and spears, but it was like trying to move a rock with toothpicks. The heavy monster did not budge. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr human to successfully scale the wall of Tachka Fortress. The nearly 6-meter-tall monster, with its tongue hanging out from where its lower jaw used to be, looked around for prey, a truly bizarre sight. It soon spotted a young soldier who was too slow to escape. Ooh, the mutant raised its huge hand. Ah, the young soldier, tripping over a stone, could only sob, unable to comprehend the impending death. Then, Rip the poison human had a mouth, sharp teeth, and purple tongue all over its body. The mouth in the center of the mutant's hand aimed at the fallen young soldier. No! Some soldiers rushed to save the young soldier, but it was already too late. Just then, bang, a terrifying explosion echoed. It felt like something huge and fast had just passed by in a flash. When the young soldier came to his senses, the monster was no longer there, because it had been flung through the air like trash and disappeared into the sky. Boom! The airborne poison human vanished into the sky, only to crash back down as a bloody mess. And in front of the young soldier stood a tall old man looking down at him. Warden Orca, the great commander of Nuvalebeg. He stood on the wall holding a huge baton. "Hold your position, young soldier." Orca, adjusting his grip on the baton, walked along the wall as if nothing had happened. "Yes, sir." The young soldier, who had been sobbing moments ago, saluted energetically. His eyes, once dim with despair from lack of sleep and water, now shone with renewed hope. Empowered by Orca's presence, the soldiers began to push back the poison humans again. They gathered whatever oil they had left and lit it with the last of their gunpowder. They resolved to throw even stones if they had no metal pieces left. Orca issued booming commands. Each captain, report the status of the castle defenses. Abandon the damaged parts of the outer walls. Will defend from the inner walls. Have all the vigilantes responsible for the internal security come up. The situation inside the castle no longer matters. Focus arrows on the poison humans. Prevent them from breaking the base of the walls. Fire cruise. Use all the oil and gunpowder. Hold out until the next drum beat. Just until the next drum beat. His gaze reached every corner of the defensive line. He meticulously assessed which parts were holding and which were collapsing and deployed reinforcements accordingly. Of course, he did more than just issue commands. He was at the forefront smashing poison human heads with his baton. Neither long, sharp spears nor thick, fast arrows could penetrate Orca's thick fur coat. Clatter! The baton, wrapped in chains, soared through the air, and all the mutants clinging to the wall fell headfirst, their heads shattered. Oh, Warden Orca, the god of defense, the master of siege warfare. As long as Orca is here, Tachka will not fall. The soldiers' morale was soaring. However, there is a saying that many see the back of a hero, but few see his front. No one could see the expression on Orca's face as he stood on the front lines. This is a difficult situation. Orca's brow was deeply furrowed. Due to his stiff white hair, beard, and thick fur coat, no one noticed the cold sweat running down his temples and back. Orca looked out over the horizon below the wall. It was all dark red. Red specters of death filled the sky, and the number of poison humans swarming in seemed endless. It's enough to start a civil war. Reviadan indeed possessed enough power to overwhelm the combined forces of all other houses alone. Moreover, the poison humans now approaching were mutated, each with massive size and great strength. No matter how impregnable Tachka was, it would eventually fall under such overwhelming numbers. Even Orca, a master of siege defense, could not overcome this numerical disadvantage, especially when the majority of his forces were a ragtag band of vigilantes drawn from refugees. It's a lamentable situation. If only my subordinates from Nuvalebag were here. Orca groped his chest with his free hand, the one not holding his blood-soaked baton. He was looking for a cigarette, but all his cigarettes had long since been burnt away. Orca scratched his dry throat, unable to drink any water. It was his habit when he was out of cigarettes and craving one. At that moment, a pack of cigarettes was held out to Orca's right. It was full of the thick cigars he usually enjoyed. Instinctively, Orca took a cigarette, then a match was struck to his left, lighting the cigarette's end. Just as Orca was about to turn his head, two gigantic poison human mutants leaped at Orca. Then, boom, boom, in the blink of an eye, the two mutants were torn to pieces. One was pulverized by a storm filled with sharp winds, the other impaled by countless stone spikes erupting from the ground and the wall. Under the shower of falling flesh and blood, two figures stood up. So, who will you choose as the next warden? Two people, a man and a woman, confidently asked in front of Orca. Both were faces Orca knew well. Dorjum, Swara, how did you two get here? Major Orca had a somewhat bewildered expression. Then a cheeky voice came from behind him. You can't see me because I'm small, I've grown a bit taller. Orca's gaze turned to a girl in a black helmet, Bidasem. She extended her hand, wielding countless Bidasem restraints. Thud, thud, thud. The poison humans climbing the wall suddenly became powerless and fell to the ground as helpless fools. Although the effect was less potent outside of water, it was enough to slow down the poison humans' assault. Wow! Orca seemed greatly surprised by the appearance of the wardens of Nuvalebag at this location. And then, something even more surprising happened. Rumble, shhh, from one corner of his field of vision, a green hue began to spread, gradually covering the entire area. It looked as if the entire wall of the Tachka fortress was being overrun by moss. The green substance seeped out from between the bricks making up the fortress wall, eventually covering the vast expanse of the wall. Ooh, grr, squeak. The mutant poison humans, who had been climbing the wall by inserting their fingers into the gaps between the bricks, were taken aback by the green liquid filling all the gaps. It was slippery, soft, and intensely hot. Sizzle, the green liquid, highly acidic, began to cover all the poison humans climbing the wall. Arg! The poison humans flailed as they watched their skin, flesh, and bones melt, but it was too late. Slurp, 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 the liquid, which flowed out from the gaps between the stones of the wall, moved as if alive, engulfing the poison humans and increasing in volume. Even that one came? Orca muttered as he watched the green slime creature flowing down the wall and devouring the poison humans. Flubber, this mysterious indigenous creature, which had been living in the Nuvalebeg area even before the discovery of Nuvalebeg. Chapter 464, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area. 11. Chapter 464, Infiltration Operation at the Water Supply Area. 11. The vortex of slashes raged like a giant crocodile and swept away the poison humans. Dorjum, rotating the axe blades protruding from his forearms, was crushing the poison humans under the walls into chunks of flesh. Soiree, too, was fully demonstrating the power of the dwarves. Earth spears erupted from below the wall, skewering the charging poison humans like kebabs in an instant. The skill of the duo was unmatched, whether underwater or on land. Even though only two had joined the front lines, the poison humans' offensive slightly faltered. Orca, feeling his strength gradually return, asked, "How did you know to come here?" "We'll explain once this urgent situation is handled," Dorjum replied, smashing the head of a poison human. Clearly they had been through a lot. Orca nodded, for now. The priority was to stop the poison humans trying to breach Tachka's walls. The situation was gradually improving. Splat, 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 splat. A huge mass of green liquid started sliding down the walls of Tachka. The green liquid soon enveloped the poison humans climbing up the walls. Flubber, the most mysterious creature from Nuvalebag, had made its appearance. Slurp, 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 slurp. Flubber devoured all the poison humans nearby and grew in size. The poison humans trapped inside Flubber desperately struggled, but only sank deeper into the bottomless slime prison. Whoosh! Even the mutants were mercilessly devoured by Flubber's insatiable appetite, leaving Orca in awe. "How did that thing get here?" This time, Soiree answered. "When its habitat was destroyed, it followed us. It was a native creature quite attached to Nuvalebag." "It followed you, voluntarily, it was that loyal." "No, it just followed the scent of prey. It had tasted the poison humans before and seemed to like it." Soiree was right. Flubber was voraciously consuming Revieden's poison humans, evidently finding the taste of the Red Death quite appealing. And since these were enhanced variants with even stronger toxins, they might taste even better. "Glad it likes the taste." Orca had to admit this was fortunate. The mutant poison humans, which had relentlessly tormented Tachka, seemed like giant candies to Flubber, but that wasn't all. "Warden Orca, give us the orders." "Ha ha ha, only you can command us." Behind Dorjum, Soiree, Beedisem, and Flubber, numerous figures emerged. All wore the uniforms of Nuvalebag guards, the guards of Nuvalebag, elite all-stars who served rather than worked, in the harsh environment 10,000 meters below the ocean. Though questionable in character, their skills were undeniable, and they were here. A rare smile formed on Warden Orca's usually dry face. He exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke and shouted, "Form suppression formations. Show those mindless dead their place. Prisoners belong in prison, and the dead should rest in peace." The 5 pillars of Nuvalebag chuckled, gripping their weapons as well. The guards took command of the front line, leaving the volunteer militia among Tachka refugees behind them. "Hey, those who can't use mana, fall back." "What, you brought your kid to the front? Are you insane? Fall back." This battlefield is for those with nothing to lose. Like us, these wardens had spent their lives quelling and suppressing riots. The poison humans' formation began to collapse in no time. When his long-serving subordinates joined the front lines, Orca, the genius of defensive warfare, truly shone. "From now on, all positions from here on upwards will be manned by those from Nuvalebag. We will completely overhaul the system in real time. Archers, withdraw from the battlements. Keep beating the drum but double the interval. Push all the stones on the battlements down." Lieutenant Captain Bastille, who always completed preparations before Orca could give orders, took command again this time. "Archers, get off the battle stations and bring oil and gunpowder. The guards can endure much longer than the volunteer militia, hence the increased interval for drumbeats. Rolling down the stones is for engaging in full-scale combat, so drop your clubs and spears and arm yourselves with your personal weapons." The rest of the guards pushed forward to the front lines and began sweeping away the poison humans. Bam, bam, bam. Beedisem was subduing all the surrounding poison humans and throwing them back. The poison humans, with their strength and mana sealed, became helpless and were pierced to death by the militia's spears. Flubber, with its ever-growing mass, continued to engulf more poison humans. Dorjum and Soiree were also swiftly sweeping away the poison humans. Suddenly, Orca asked BDSM beside him. By the way, was Flubber always that small? Wasn't it bigger before? That's just a split-off. The main body is elsewhere. Elsewhere, BDSM tried to answer, but the noise from a mutated poison human screeching above drowned out his voice. Orca asked again. Wait, if you're all here, does that mean he is alive too? BDSM understood immediately who Orca was referring to. If you mean Black Tongue, he didn't make it out of Nuvalebeg. I see. After clicking his tongue briefly, Orca continued. Well, it's better that way. Such rebels only cause division within our ranks. Well, he hasn't completely disappeared. These cryptic remarks were getting more confusing. So is Black Tongue dead or alive? Just as Orca decided he needed a clear answer. Crash! The wall in front of them crumbled, revealing a massive mutated poison human. It was the largest mutation they had seen, a grotesque form as if 2 or 3 mutated poison humans were merged into one body. Its sheer size was intimidating, so large that even Flubber couldn't swallow it whole in one bite. Oh, with its mouth wide open, it attempted to sweep the guards on the wall with a single strike. Orca was just about to raise his baton to counterattack when slash. Before that, there was an unexpected turn of events. The mutated poison human's head caved in and a black lightning bolt struck from above. A whip, a thick and long lethal weapon. It crashed down like a spear from the sky, crushing the mutated poison human's skull and sending its massive body toppling down the wall. Boom! A heavy tremor rose from below the wall. Seeing the dense dust rising, Orca's expression grew even more grim. The reason was the laughter he heard. Pew-hoo-hoo! Across the parapet, an old man stood ghost-like on the battlements, Marquis Sade. He looked at Orca with an amused gaze, as if he found everything incredibly entertaining. Orca growled, I thought you ran away. Where have you been hiding to come out now? Run away? Why would I? The fun is just beginning. Orca furrowed his brows. He would soon understand why Sade was so amused. Suddenly, countless shadows began to gather beside and behind Sade. That's right. It wasn't just the wardens who had escaped from Nuvalebeg. Following Marquis Sade always brings excitement. What an honor to fight under Sade's banner again. I can't wait to unleash myself. Ah, it brings back old memories. The prisoners of Nuvalebeg were now escapees. With no prison to confine them and no wardens to capture them, they gathered under the name of their former master, Marquis Sade. Each one had been involved in the infamous 47-person incident. Though they had avoided extermination, those who had been captivated by Marquis Sade's tumultuous life and followed him were still secretly around. Moreover, the number of those who had admired Sade's power and notoriety in prison and chose to join him was also substantial. The monsters of Level 9 bared their fangs at the 5 wardens, following Marquis Sade. The descendants of defeated clans who had lived in silence gathered to vent their accumulated grievances. Sade chuckled and said to Orca, honestly, how can you wage a war with greenhorns from the academy or refugees? You need troops like this to make command worthwhile. I can't believe I'm thinking the same thing as you right now. Orca spat out his cigarette and lit a new one, turning away from Sade. But this was a silent message. He would defend the fortress while Sade would lead the counterattack. Whether Sade understood the message or not, he just chuckled. Then, Marquis Sade raised his whip high and shouted to the escapees, now, counterattack, sweep away those fools, push them all the way back to hell. The poison humans, wearing BDSM's cuffs, were panicking. Those who knew the terror of those restraints best were the wardens and prisoners gathered here. Their eyes gleamed fiercely as they gripped their weapons. The pent-up heat was about to explode, and Marquis Sade added fuel to the fire. Aren't you all thirsty? Let's go get a drink. Everyone was thirsty for water, guards, prisoners, and refugees alike. The same fiery determination blazed in their eyes, as intense as their thirst. The time for the counterattack had begun. Chapter 465, Dawn of Counterattack 1, Chapter 465, Dawn of Counterattack 1. For the first time, Floresia took a direct hit. Black Tongue, regarded as the most dangerous person in Nuvalebeg, was the one able to hit Floresia. However, the appearance of Black Tongue was quite different from what Vikir remembered. First of all, he was much shorter and had a smaller build. His previously hazy eyes, which had turned dull, now radiated a sharp focus. while the black veins still covered his entire body like armor. His physique was undoubtedly feminine. It was Kirko. Captain Kirko Grimm was standing there, looking at Vikier. Thunk! Soon, the demon sword Asmodeus was pulled out from Floricia's back. The sword had swollen considerably, having already absorbed a large amount of blood. This is impossible. As the enraged Floricia turned his head, blood of red death filling his mouth, he saw a green substance covering his entire field of vision. Splurch! Not only the poison spewing from Floricia's mouth, but also his entire body was enveloped by a liquid monster. The dense form of flubber extended from behind Kirko and enveloped Floricia. Sizzle! The red death spirits emitted by Floricia was absorbed by flubber. Witnessing this, Vikier opened his mouth. You, Kirko. She was supposed to have perished in Nuvalebag, but now Kirko was here on the surface, right in front of Vikier's eyes, and she had brought Beatisem handcuffs, the demon sword Asmodeus, and even flubber with her. Eventually, Kirko's lips moved slightly. It was you, wasn't it? You saved me. Vikier did not deny it. It was because just before escaping Nuvalebag, Vikier had taken a certain measure to save Kirko. It was during the process of removing Beatisem just before the breakout. Please save me, I'll do anything. Normally, it would be quicker to just kill you. Eek, but I've found something else I want. If you're lucky, there might be a way for you to survive. What is it? What do you want? I want two things. First, the original goal, to remove all Beatisem's handcuffs, shackles, and prison. And the second, during the large-scale breakout he caused using Beatisem, Vikier had ensured Kirko's safety. Wait outside the window of the 5th-floor breeding ground. Someone will come out, save that person and take her to the surface. Her name is Kirko Grimm, her rank is captain, and she is a woman. He valued her potential genius and wanted her to contribute to the human alliance if she survived, and the measure Vikier had taken had eventually led Kirko to the surface now. Someone who should have been dead by now according to her original fate. But why did you become Black Tongue? In response to Vikier's question, Kirko briefly explained what had happened. When Nuvalebag collapsed and I was being swept away by the seawater, I heard a voice calling me. It was the fragment of a sword sinking deep into the sea. The voice of Asmodeus, broken into 9 pieces. The call of the sword, faint yet clear, was indescribable in nature. The demon sword Asmodeus, along with the demon sword Beelzebub. It was one of the 7 demonic swords. It had been broken into 9 pieces by Vikier and sunk deep into the sea. Ordinarily, no one should have ever found it again. But the demon sword cried out desperately, finding a new owner. Its desire was clear. It wanted blood, and for that it needed a host to coexist with. In the cold seawater under the crushing pressure, Kirko unconsciously accepted the sword's invitation, and her fate completely changed. Kirko, chosen by the sword, now possessed the superhuman physicality characteristic of a vampire leech, much like Black Tongue. A body capable of withstanding the horrific pressure of the deep sea, mobility that allowed her to move even after holding her breath for days. At that point she was saved by Beatisem. She ascended to the surface after rescuing several other guards swept away by the seawater. Naturally, the majority of the guards, whose lives were saved by Kirko, bowed their heads in obedience to her strength. Looking back at Flubber, which was crawling up her shoulder, Kirko said, I saved this guy back then too. I think it felt a kindred spirit with me due to its strong attachment to Nuvalebag. Flubber was a primordial sea creature that had never left Nuvalebag. Its strong attachment and obsession with the place were recorded in various ancient documents. Despite the collapse of Nuvalebag, Kirko's decision to stay and see it through to the end greatly impressed this gloopy monster. As a result, Flubber clung closely to Kirko, behaving very amicably. It seemed that Kirko could control Flubber's acidic abilities, as they were not manifesting in her presence. Vikier, observing Kirko, fell into thought for a moment. She possesses incredible talent and potential, coupled with the luck to gather all these fortuitous encounters. Perhaps he had saved an extraordinary butterfly from under the wheels of fate, and the butterfly effect she was causing was astonishing. Bang! Kirko, who now wielded the combined powers of Beatisem's chains, the demon sword Asmodeus and Flubber, was the embodiment of Nuvalebag itself. She effortlessly halted Floricia, who was spewing red death, while Floricia, entangled in Beatisem's chains, was startled by the sudden break in his mana flow. Flubber devoured the red death, and Asmodeus exploited the gap. Thunk, Asmodeus sucked up another chunk of blood. Gah, where did these come from? The extraordinary forces of Nuvalebag, hidden at the very edge of the abyssal deep sea, were unfamiliar even to Floresia, who had meticulously investigated everything in the human realm. Boom, boom, boom. When Floresia swung the poisoned spear Ouroboros, Kirko's attack was also interrupted, but buying time was sufficient. Kirko retreated and spoke. After that, I met Ayan and came here together. I've heard quite a bit about you too. Given her confusion about your identity, I offered a lot of advice. I told her that the surface is a good place to live. I'm quite a warm-hearted woman, you know, hubby, Ayan said, jumping down beside Kirko. The attitude of the Balak tribe toward nature must have been a great lesson for Kirko, who had just emerged onto the surface. Once I reached the surface, I searched for you. You saved me against my will, so you have to take responsibility. Kirko gazed at Vikir with unwavering eyes. At that moment, hands rested on Vikir's shoulders. We'll talk about this later, boyfriend. I'm quite a bit curious too. Responsibility, what do you mean? Big bro, who's this uniformed woman? What trouble did she get into? Camus, Dolars, and Sinclair surrounded Vikir, emitting a tense aura. Just then, ho ho ho, this isn't the time for a chat about recent events, Sade, who had transformed into a Magin, interrupted. She was swinging her whip toward the swarming poison humans. Kirko and Ayan also hardened their expressions. There were countless untold stories about their journey to the surface, crafting a raft from corpses, being attacked by a swarm of sharks, engaging in a sea battle with a mysterious ghost ship, and more. However, all of this could be skipped for now. They could recount their adventures in detail after they had defeated the demons. You've brought some rather troublesome companions, but being unique alone isn't enough to turn the tide. Floresia glared at Vikir as he spoke. He tightened his grip on the poisoned spear Ouroboros, preparing once more to unleash the Red Death. Vikir lowered his stance, ready to face Floresia. Certainly, the addition of Ayan and Kirko was a great help to the battle, but it wouldn't be enough to take down Floresia. As Vikir was planning his next move, wah! Tudor's cheers erupted from the rear. Tudor jumped up and down, looking toward the back. Soon, Sancho, Figgy, and Bianca, equally excited, raised their voices. Vikir also turned his head. He had sensed the disturbance from the slight tremors in the ground. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of hoofbeats shook the earth. Wah! An army bearing 4 banners was rapidly approaching them. The poison humans' camp was crumbling. The poison human soldiers were being trampled like rotten leaves. The 4 allied houses were bringing their elite forces to reinforce them. The Mage clan, Morg, the religious clan Quavades, the industrialist clan Bourgeois, and the iron-blooded sword clan Baskerville. Kirko wiped away cold sweat and smiled faintly. It was worth buying some time. Thanks to that, they could see the reinforcements coming. The expressions of the knights on the battlefield became resolute once more. Vikir also raised his head to look at Floresia in front of him. Floresia's face twisted with frustration, having not anticipated this situation. The stage was now steadily advancing toward its final act.